Your idea going into the new era is that you're going to bring a topic for us to discuss, a generic gamer topic.
Yeah, I mean, okay, look, here's the thing, is I have always had a problem with the Hot Take Minute Animal Crossing segment. Pavlos and I have spent an eternity trying to find something to fill the void in between what you play in and the game of the week.
Okay, and we're too lowbrow to do like gaming news.
No, yeah, we're not doing gaming news. Fuck that. That shit's dumb. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So instead, we're going to be talking about the nunchuck.
The nunchuck. The Wii nunchuck.
I'm surprised they called it that.
Well, it's nunchuck shaped. It's friend shaped.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Like, okay, so what was your opinion on the Wii as a controller, the Wiimote, and then the accessories, the general accessories before we get weird?
I really like the Wiimote and nunchuck. The Wiimote on its own, I could give or take depending on the game. And for circumstances where you didn't really want to use the Wiimote and nunchuck, that's what the classic controller was for. Granted, the classic controller cost like $40, and then more if you wanted it with grips. But I think what the Wii really unlocked, and I can see this in the Switch's development, is Nintendo realized people like to play games with their arms slack at their sides.
That's fair. That makes sense. And that's really comfy. And then, yeah, the Switch does that.
Yeah. Like, you know what? With the Wii, it was always satisfying to shake it to make Mario spin or have Link slash his sword. I was never really big on the Wii as a simulator.
Or like a one-to-one accurate movement thing. Because initially without the Wii Motion Plus, it is just recognizing whether or not you're shaking it, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you prefer it when it's just a casual shake it instead of a you're not a fan of Skyward Sword is what you're trying to tell me.
I never played Skyward Sword because I didn't want to do that.
That makes sense. Okay, yeah, that's where we are. Okay. I think they probably did try to embrace the gimmicks too much. Here's my problem with the Wii thing, it was just that the games didn't offer oftentimes, because I did have like the classic controller. The games often didn't offer alternatives for the thing. So like playing Donkey Kong Country Returns, you'd have to play with the Wiimote and the nunchuck. And I like it, but also when I do the ground pound thing, I don't want to shake the thing every time. If I could, I'd just use a normal controller. And that was the moment where I miss having the option. But generally speaking, yeah, I like the combo.
Yeah, I think sometimes having it tied to a shake did not always work ideally because, you know, when you're in the heat of the moment, you shake your arms around, especially if you're a sugar-filled child. I remember very distinctly in, like, Twilight Princess, I shook the Wiimote in like panic for like what was it, like it was the stupid mission where you have to defend the carriage on the back of Epona.
Yeah.
And I was like shaking the Wiimote like, go faster, horse, and instead Link was just slashing his sword about, which does slow the horse down. That may be a personal issue.
Here's the thing I just realized is I realized you're younger than me.
Oh.
When it hit that point, like, I was old enough to not do that.
Yeah, well, sometimes you get passionate, you know.
You
get passionate about Twilight Princess specifically.
I will say, and you may believe it, the Wii port of Resident Evil 4 is amazing. Because what really is good about the Wiimote is the light gun aspect of it.
Yeah.
And with Resident Evil 4, like, you're able to properly do the move with the nunchuck, but then in terms of the aiming, instead of like stiffly moving the laser sights, you have the light gun cursor, and it just feels so seamless.
I've definitely heard that the Wiimote was amazing for shooters. I had GoldenEye, I didn't play it a lot because I didn't like that port of GoldenEye.
Yeah, they added Daniel Craig and made it like a remake. They
Yeah.
literally remade GoldenEye.
Mm-hmm. Did it still have Sean Bean though?
No. It has the literal plot. It's literally the same movie, but it's like
It's a redux, but Daniel Craig is there. I could have sworn they got Sean Bean back, but
we'd have to check afterwards. I'm pretty sure they didn't.
okay.
Because otherwise I would have been more excited. But that being said, what about further extensions into uncharted territory for the Wii?
So, additional plastic crap?
Yes, additional plastic crap. So, like...
I had the Wii wheel.
Yeah.
For Mario Kart, and I
course.
used that exclusively for Mario Kart.
Did you use it actively for Mario Kart?
Yes, anytime it was like, let's play Mario Kart, I called a wheel.
See, I didn't like it at a certain point. I don't like, because like it still does like an auto-correct thing. I never liked that stuff. I'd rather be responsible for mistakes than the computer or like the tech trying to compensate for me. So like,
okay,
I usually gave up on the wheel immediately.
I liked the wheel because it made turning feel, I don't know if precise is the exact word,
immersive.
But I could not even that. It felt like I could really like feel the difference between turning slightly and turning hard, as opposed to like moving the analog stick where, you know, there's only like a ½ inch of clearance.
Yeah.
For like the difference between turning hard and turning soft. I think that sort of immersion aspect worked well for motion controls on the Wii.
That makes sense. Did you ever do the like the rubber thing?
The guard?
Yes, yeah. The guard. Like when the Wii first came out, it didn't have that, and then like I just kept using it, and then after a while they started giving warnings regarding whether or not you're gonna like lose the Wiimote and then it's gonna hit a TV or something.
Yeah.
And then at a certain point in time, they just started like mailing those rubber gloves like for free. And then at some point in time, they just included it with like most Wiimotes.
No, I got the Wii pretty late in the game. I got it for Brawl.
Oh, yeah, Brawl is a classic. I'm sure you played it with the nunchuck.
I did play it with the nunchuck.
That's insane. That's madness, Murph.
Why?
Do I have to explain myself?
Do I need to be good at Brawl?
No, it's just like here's the one problem with the nunchuck. I can't believe we're arguing about this. This is like the first argument. The problem with the nunchuck is that it feels extraneous at some points. It's like, yes, there's the casual element of it being like by your sides, but there's an element to it that is meant to obfuscate precision. Instead of it being a standard controller with specific inputs, there's a lack of certain buttons, or like it's just the way it is. There's space between you and the device. Does that make sense? I'm trying to say it in a way that makes sense, and it may not.
I don't really follow. I
guess what I'm trying to say is I would rather a normal controller instead of a controller with gimmicks for something that requires precision.
I see. For a more traditional game, it requires a traditional controller.
Yes, and I mean, I'm okay even with like Donkey Kong Country Returns having that, or I think Mario Galaxy with the Wiimote and nunchuck is perfect. It's just an issue when it's like I need all of my inputs to be correct, and I need it to be quick and fluid.
So you wouldn't play Sekiro on the Wii?
I would not play Sekiro with a Wiimote and nunchuck. No.
Would you play it with the Baby Mama Baby controller?
Here's what I was actually going to ask about that. Is how toxic do you think the Mama series is? That's where I wanted to go with the Wii babysitting Mama interactive baby Wiimote.
I've never been in the Mama series, cooking or otherwise. In my house, we say not the mama.
That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if it's just the brand, and like if you play the game, there is a cooking dad. Like if there's a cooking dad and it's just like the mama's the face of the thing, I'd be a little bit more okay with it. It just feels really like regressive to just be like, oh yeah, here we're taking care of the baby, rock the baby back and forth.
Mm-hmm. Well, the baby facilitates mini games, which real babies don't do that. I think if they did, more women would want to be mothers.
Okay, all right. The other thing I was gonna ask is,
so I'm looking at a diagram of this thing, and you just shove the Wiimote like up its diaper.
Yeah.
It looks like, and then it's just a doll with a Wiimote in it.
you know, I always wondered like why dolls focus so much on, they focus on bodily functions. Like dolls, like if you look at a baby doll, they throw up or they poo.
Yeah.
And like that's like the appeal. That's like the whoa, cool new feature. It poos.
Uh-huh.
So I'm like, why is this the fun thing?
Because babies aren't fun. Contrary to Rugrats, babies are not fun.
But here's the thing, contrary to Rugrats, Rugrats is a show for kids. If you made a toy for kids, you don't have to be accurate.
I guess, but if you made like a toy of Tommy Pickles, he wouldn't. You'd want him to pee as a feature because that's one of his iconic attacks.
That's one of his iconic moves. That's one of his.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why they haven't put him in the Nickelodeon Smash game yet.
You know, it's a missed opportunity that the Wiimote is on the Nintendo console because I could just imagine peeing, like pissing, as like a mini game function. That's like a WarioWare mini game.
Was that not a thing in No More Heroes?
I think it is. Now that you say that, that makes sense. Janking off is a thing in No More Heroes. So at the very least, there's that. I don't remember if the pissing was it, but that sounds like it, yeah.
Or you had to use it as like a cell phone, I remember that.
Yeah, you do a bunch of goofy shit. Now that you say that, man, No More Heroes is good. That's going to be a DDcast game one day. Anyways, the last thing I was going to talk about was the gun peripherals.
Yes. There were quite a few ways to shoot a man on the Wii.
Did you play any shooters on the Wii?
GoldenEye.
Did GoldenEye have an accessory?
It had the gold classic controller.
At least it had a classic controller. I can't even be mad at that. That sounds good.
No, wait. The shooting mini game in Rayman Raving Rabbids.
Okay, there you go. All right.
With the plunger gun.
There you go. I never played Link's Crossbow Training. I played Red Steel. Red Steel was like the shooter I played.
Okay. Yeah.
I also, this is going to sound so stupid. I'm pretty sure I played Call of Duty 3, the big red one, on Wii.
Oh. On the Wii?
Yeah.
I did know kids that had like the Nerf game, where it was like a Nerf gun you stuck a Wiimote into, but also it still worked as a Nerf gun. The game was bad, so they just got a free Nerf gun. 2 free Nerf guns, actually. It came with 2.
That's awesome. I'm okay with that. Oh, you know, there was also like the Wii Fit thing, and then there was the skateboard. Did you see the skateboard?
I've seen the skateboard. I feel like that's easy to break. Anything you're stepping on, you'd want it. I'd just be worried about breaking it.
Well, I mean, like my thing with the skateboard is if you're going to go through the effort of like standing on top of a board and pretending to skateboard, and you need some sort of coordination to do that. The reason why I'd play a skateboarding game is I have 0 physical hand-eye coordination. You know what I mean? So like I wouldn't bother.
Yeah.
If I was to pick up a Wii board, I would rather just literally learn skateboarding.
Yeah. No, that's totally fair. Because like how do you even like initiate like a kickflip in that?
Well, like my thing is like also like around that time like skate was getting big. So like they were really getting into precision skateboarding.
Simulated.
Yeah, like simulation precision, like oh, you can move the stick slightly and that's going to affect your. But the secret to Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was like the arcade element.
Yeah, I was about to say I'd rather have like I don't want like sports simulator games.
I think those would work, just not for skateboarding. Because skateboarding is very clearly like, I'm doing tricks. And if you're doing tricks as the primary mode of sport, then it should be showy. It should be, like flamboyant.
Darth Maul should be a playable character.
Yes, Jango Fett and Doom Guy should be playable characters, is the ultimate answer here.
Was there a Nintendo skating game? I don't think there was.
What do you mean by skating game?
Was there like a Mario skateboarding thing, or did I hallucinate that?
No, there was like a Simpsons skateboarding, and there was a Disney skateboarding game.
Okay. But not a Mario one. Mario's never like busted a heel flip.
Mario did like hoops. He did basketball.
Well, yeah, he did hoops, but only 3-on-3.
It was a good game. It wasn't bad.
It was. It had the cactus from Final Fantasy.
Yeah, and I like Black Mage. Black Mage could play basketball. That was my argument for Black Mage getting in Smash Bros.
Well, yeah, white mages can't jump.
Okay, there we go. That's a good note right there. Da-da-da-da-da-da. And now we go into the Variety Minute, which is the current name for it. It may change.
He didn't want to go with the retrospective.
You said it.
Damn
you said it after the second time.
Damn it. I was practicing it all day, but you caught me when my throat's scratchy, my mouth is dry.
The retrospective.
The retrospective.
Okay. This time around, we are looking at silent protagonists, inspired by possibly our game of the week, or games of the week. Basically, I had a list here of some just random things. I noticed a trend out of like the silent protagonists of video games. Obviously, anything like before 3D and like major sound, a lot of protagonists are quiet. I didn't even bother to like list 8-bit protagonists. Like, who cares? But after that, we start to see a trend of like JRPG characters, a lot of RPG characters in general, and then a lot of first-person shooter characters. And like the notable differences would be, I guess, platformers depending on the era and seriousness of the platformer.
Yeah.
And then Link from The Legend of Zelda. But Legend of Zelda also borrows a lot from RPGs. So like that's where we're at here. So general JRPG characters. Do you feel like we'll just do Pokemon. Do you feel like Pokemon is done best with a silent protagonist?
So I think there's some delineating that needs to be done about like silent protagonists.
They function differently. Yes, it's not always pure silence.
Yeah, because there are moments where like a character in Pokemon will be like, explain to me what's happening right now with the god Pokemon appearing. And then they'll make a reaction image like, you're telling me that the god Pokemon is appearing because the evil team is doing evil? Like, it's clear your character said things, but they didn't say things. So does that qualify as a silent protagonist?
I count that, yes. I count anything that's not, you are hearing your character say full-on sentences. I included Mario and Luigi for talking Italian. Gibberish. Mama, bada.
Italian, the language of gibberish. You heard it here first.
No, that's what they do in Mario and Luigi.
Yeah. No, I get you.
And then, like, Paper Mario, like, Mario's just, like, straight up, like, I'll move my hand, and that's it.
Yeah. No, he'll gesture.
Yeah, he'll gesture.
Do I think Pokemon would be better with a silent protagonist? I think yes, because those are like Avatar games. They're like Minecraft. Your character is a representation of you.
Sure.
So they're just like, it's like you're along for the ride, but all the plot's really happening to the side characters.
That seems to be the main through line for most of these, just in general, is like, so RPG characters, you want to be like your RPG character and you want them to reflect you. So like you immerse yourself in that. I think it gets a little bit different when we get into first person shooters, and we will certainly talk about one example later on, but like on here I have like Doom Guy.
Yeah.
Doom Guy doesn't talk. He says something like one thing in Doom Eternal, and a lot of people on Reddit got mad. But like honestly, I think it's fine. It doesn't matter. I think Doom Guy is a very visceral experience.
Yeah.
Playing Doom, I enjoy it, and like in Doom 3 he talked.
Yeah. Well, Doom Guy says a lot by not saying things, especially like in Doom 2016. You can tell a lot by like just his gesture and body language. Like the famous example I think of is like when that early on, like the monitor of what's his name, Michael Afton appears, is like starts explaining.
Michael Afton.
That's from Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yeah.
Appears and starts
Pulling
explaining
that one out.
Starts explaining like plot to you. Doom Guy just grabs it and shoves it away, and like you understand like his.
That's like a mission statement for the game. Yeah, and then the other one would be like right after that, probably like 2 missions later. The same guy, Samuel Hayden, is his name.
Okay, well, could have fooled me. He put himself in a robot.
He says, be very careful with that, arc energy too, blah, 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 blah. Doom Guy just fucking manhandles it and rips it off. There's characterization to him. Mm-hmm. And that characterization is still defined. It's not like, oh, I'm going to play Doom Guy and I'm going to play him peacefully and respectfully. Yeah. No, like, you're still being taken on a ride. And the ride's not in your control. It's just that you're enjoying it with him. You're like in the front row seat too. I think... looking at this as well, there's one example that is completely different, which was Claude from Grand Theft Auto 3 specifically.
Yeah.
Where he just doesn't talk. I think that one is more so a failure. And like, I guess that's where I was talking about earlier in terms of storytelling and arcade stuff, where Rockstar was probably trying to get more cinematic. Mm-hmm. Claude is really just there so he doesn't have to respond to things. He just gets told to do a mission and then he does a mission. Okay. You know what I mean? So I think there is a lacking or like a failure, or I don't want to say a failure, but like a prototypical growth spurt. Where it's like they wanted to figure out how to do storytelling right, and they didn't want to fuck it up by having somebody talk. So they just went for the easiest example. Yeah. So they just went easy. Does that make sense?
I have a note here on my own notes that says, very difficult for a protagonist to be unlikable when they don't open their mouth. Like, take Sonic, for example. Sonic used to be, like, silent in his games. They very easily could have, like, put like dialogue on the Genesis, but no, he just says a lot with expression and gesture. And then come the Dreamcast era, they decide he needs to have a voice, and that's where it started going downhill.
100%. Yeah, I think a lot of these examples. Samus Aran is another good example.
I'm seeing Samus on here, and I was about to say, speaking of characters that lost their luster when they started speaking.
Yeah, like, honestly, like, other M's, like, heavy Samus dialogue definitely, I think, ruined a lot of people's perspectives on Samus, which is fair, because, like, Samus being a strong woman, et cetera, and especially immersing yourself. Samus is another example where you need to immerse yourself into the environment of the game, and her telling you how she feels is not so kosher. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it's easy to believe Samus is like a silent protagonist, because who, like in those first couple games, who's she gonna speak to? It's not like she's gonna shake her fist at Ridley and say, Ridley. Some people just like, they pop in their earbuds, they put on a podcast, they go to work.
Yeah, that's how you do it, You don't need to do a dialogue tree with Ridley or Kraid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think it's easy to get away with silent first-person shooter characters, because then the player's acting as the camera. One example I have written down here, Jack from BioShock.
Yep.
He doesn't speak, even though that's like, sort of a more recent game where they very easily could have given him like a voice, but I'm not sure how BioShock would be improved by having your protagonist go like, what the fuck is that, every 5 seconds.
And BioShock is very like cognizant of the player's experience, and like it will still subvert what your experience is, but just Jack doesn't need to say anything. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's usually superfluous. And I think that's my take. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I think that's my take on Gordon for the large part. There are some exceptions to that, but largely speaking, I think it's a I don't want to fuck up, like, if he talked, it would fuck up a lot of scenes.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah.
You know?
And, like, nowadays, like, video game character protagonists don't shut up. Like, you know, they'll have you walk around a room and interact with, like, objects, and he'll, like, pick up a photograph and be like, this was me and Jennifer before the fall. Yeah. Or stuff like that. It's like now the player character has become the font of exposition, whereas before it used to be whoever was talking at the player.
Yes. Yeah. And I guess I wrote it down. This is worth talking about. This is like the platformers. So like Jack from Jak 1, and then they changed him to talk in Jak 2. Yeah. They were like, let's fucking do it. And I think like Crash Bandicoot is another example. And you said Sonic. A lot of these have to do with attitudes. A lot of them, because they're cartoony, they are, number one, they already have expressiveness. So they don't necessarily need to talk. But sometimes if you have a complex story or you want a character to pop more, they will talk. So I think when the conversion happened to Jak 2, they were like, look, we've rode the ride of a silent protagonist so far, but now we need a character to react.
Yeah, and that's because Jak 2 and 3 are much more like dialogue-focused stories. They're character-driven.
Yes. It's much harder to get away with that.
Yeah, and what a juxtaposition between like Jak 1 and Jak 2, where his very first words are, "I'm gonna kill Praxis."
Yeah, it's just a complete tone shift, and that I think like something like Crash Bandicoot, obviously, like, even now, whenever he talks, the game is usually not good. I would say when Crash Bandicoot talks, the game is not good.
Does he talk?
Yeah, he talks in some games, I think.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure he talks in, like, some of the Activision shit. I might be wrong on that. I assumed it was the Tribal Tattoo stage. He also talks in Skylanders. I remember that, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep. Anyways, I think for him, it's alleviated because there's an extensive supporting cast. I think that's another key aspect where it's like, honestly, you don't need Sonic to talk because he has 20 friends and 20 friends can talk for him. You know what I mean? So I think that stuff's also an aspect to think about. And I think Mario and Luigi get away with that a lot too. That's how they're able to have limited dialogue, because they are just talking to everybody else. And it's like, whatever, who cares? And then the last example I had was a very important one and very influential for the industry, which is the Sneak King, the Burger King King.
Okay, so that wasn't a joke entry on your list.
No, this is a very serious entry.
I see.
What are you talking about?
You know what? At the time in marketing, having a silent mascot was somewhat novel, because other mascots, like you'd have the cue ball from Jack in the Box come out and explain to you how good the food is. Burger King said, nope, we're going to have a guy present you with a burger, and that's what he has for you.
It definitely tried to capitalize on like cringe, or like, yeah, I guess cringe is the only word for it, because like the commercials were all focused on that. And then the games seem to be like a novelty. They seem to be very heavy into the novelty, which I don't think is a very solid marketing tactic for a supposed to be consistent fast food franchise. For me, at least. I think that's like...
Well, he has to be a silent protagonist so he can sneak king.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, I think it's also telling that he's like so emotionless. Like it's just a consistent smile, and it feels creepy in a bad way. It like almost like an uncanny valley, where it's like, it's not even just in the commercials.
What am I meant to feel?
There's something wrong with this guy, but like when you're playing Sneak King, it feels so weird to spring it on people. You feel like a mass murderer.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure a lot of our audience know the feeling of springing food on people in the game Sneak King.
Look, Sneak King is a total Daydreamcast game. I'm saying that right now.
Okay.
100%.
Okay. All right, I'll add it to the calendar.
Yeah, haven't second thoughts yet.
So what about characters that are like actually canonically mute? Like what about Chell from Portal?
Well, technically Jack was mute canonically.
Is that right?
But yeah, because Daxter, I hate to bring out my lore glasses. Daxter confirms he's mute in like the second mission with Torn.
Okay.
Where he's like, maybe he's mute like you used to be. That's what he says.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, anyways, besides that, I don't really have an opinion on it unless they do. I think I haven't played Portal's story in a long time, but I think they sort of do that as a way to rob that character of agency, right? I think sometimes...
that's what I was going to say, is I think that adds to, like, Chell's tragedy. Like, she has a mouth, but she cannot scream. She cannot talk her way out of the murder robots.
Yes. Yeah. That speaks to something where it's like, yeah, it's what we just said. But that's not often, I guess. I guess that's the best example of it.
No, I'm trying to think. Isn't Chrono Trigger mute?
I mean, he's mute in the JRPG sense, but I don't remember off the top why he's quiet. I think he's quiet, like, period, though. Yeah, I don't think he talks at all.
Okay.
I don't remember off the top canonical explanations, but you know. Do you think Link should talk? By this point, do you think Link should talk?
Do I think Link should talk? I don't know what Link's voice would sound like, and I think that frightens me. No, I think with, like, Breath of the Wild, they showed that they still could do the silent protagonist with Link, just by having, you know, the old method of having everyone else speak at him and speak for him.
Yeah, and there, Link is also a for sure case of he says things and we don't know what he says. That's you know.
Can you just imagine, like, next Zelda game, like, you get to the final confrontation and Link says, like, some generic crap like, Ganondorf, your reign of terror ends here. I don't know why he's a surfer from California, but...
Hey, it's very Wand of Gamelon, baby. No, but, like, here's my one thing, though, about that. Which is, like, I would say before Breath of the Wild, there wasn't any voice acting. Like, there would be, like, some mutters or something, like, from Midna. But Breath of the Wild did break some barriers. First of all, Link is called Link again instead of whatever name you choose. And then the other thing was, yes, extensive voice acting. And I actually appreciated the voice acting. I like the voice acting.
Yeah.
Now, I don't necessarily think Link should speak. That is another barrier to cross. But I think with that, I am now more comfortable with Nintendo taking those risks.
Okay. Who would you get for like, a Link?
Clearly Yuri Lowenthal. I'm just kidding.
Yuri Lowenthal could play Link. Yuri Lowenthal could play, like, a Link. Yeah.
Anyways, I guess we should talk about dinosaurs at some point, right?
Dinosaurs. Yeah, that's the topic of the week, the Variety Minute, the retrospective.
Murph, I am so stupid. I am very stupid. I didn't even think about adding Mario to the list of dinosaur games.
Mario World?
Yeah, Yoshi. Yoshi's like a big one, right?
So Yoshi started as a dinosaur, but I think they transferred him more over into, like, a dragon category in later things, right?
Okay. Yeah, all right. We should delineate what a thing is. There's a distinction between mutant reptiles, like in Rampage. When you become Lizzie, it is because Soda has turned you into a reptile Godzilla. Yes. And then there's dragons, like in Dark Souls, and then there's actual dinosaurs from the whatever lithic era. The Jurassic era, I don't actually know my eras. But that being said, the real dinosaurs. I think Yoshi technically is a dinosaur, but that being said, he can still breathe fire like a dragon.
Maybe that's just what dinosaurs did, and we don't have the evidence.
Yeah, I think that's a good move, is to, instead of do the weird thing where they add feathers to a dinosaur, this is the scientifically accurate dinosaur.
Yeah.
What if we just made the dinosaurs cooler?
Yeah, no, I'm very pro dinosaurs in video games. Dinosaurs are a way of doing aliens or demons but not. You know what I'm saying?
I think it allows you to not fall into pitfalls of whatever you're doing. Like, if it was aliens or demons, those are very specific things. Whereas, like, dinosaurs, I don't... Like, Jurassic Park is your primary text.
Yeah.
For, like, a modern sci-fi dinosaur thing. So there's still a lot of untreaded ground.
Yeah, and I think Dinosaurs, you can just get away with them being evil because PETA's not going to get mad. Or maybe they have, I don't know. But, there's, like, Capcom just revealed that new game Exoprimal, where it's about suiting up in mech suits to mow down hordes of dinosaurs.
They're treated like bugs, or they're treated like a Starship Trooper, aliens.
No, they're like absolutely no, humanity's not the right word, but the dinosaurs are always violent, always hungry. If that game was about like a black hole opening and a bunch of lions poured out, people would be having a problem with like suiting up in mechs and fighting them with swords.
Yeah. I agree with that. Because, like, dinosaurs are literally just animals. So, like...
Yeah, but they're not...
should be upset by it, but...
Yeah, but they're not treated as just animals. And I think that's the reptilian angle. Because you can get away with a lot of reptilian enemies in games.
Yeah, there's connotations and stuff to that. Yeah, I agree. I was going to ask you, in terms of, like... When you were a kid, and I wish someone would define what kind of kids each kid is, but like,
you wish there was an alignment
dinosaur
chart?
Kids I knew. I knew kids who like were experts in dinosaurs. I
could probably name a few dinosaurs. If you put a Parasaurolophus in front of me, I'd probably identify it. But I'm not like not a religious follower of the Saurians. I was always more into, like, the paranormal and cryptids, which dinosaurs sometimes traipse into.
Is Loch Ness a dinosaur?
That's up for interpretation. It could... Most people say a plesiosaur.
Okay.
But it's also been cited walking on land. So who's to say?
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
The true best dinosaur cryptid is Mokele Makembe, or however that's pronounced. I've only seen it written. I may have just said a slur. But it's the loose T-Rex in Africa.
Oh, that sounds cool. See, that sounds so cool though.
Yeah.
My favorite cryptid is like the Jersey Devil because it sounds so ridiculous, but it looks so cool. And then it looks animal, and if it looks animal enough to where I'm like, oh, someone totally saw an animal run by and they just saw one thing and then they just like their brain filled in the spaces.
Yeah.
I think those are fine for cryptids. I think those are cool.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the topic isn't cryptid games.
The one that always comes to my mind in terms of dinosaur games is actually the Jurassic Park games. The ones where it's like a closed booth in the arcade. Did you ever play those?
My dad used to be on a bowling team, and when he went in, I would go into the bowling arcade, but he never gave me any money, so I just watched like the demos. And there was a Jurassic.
Terrible.
It was a Jurassic Park like a light gun shooter where you're like,
yes,
it had like curtains, and
that's what I'm talking about.
You were in a Jeep. Yeah, no, I could close my eyes and replay that. The issue with watching that one is you would just be sitting inside that Jeep, and then when someone came in, it would be real awkward. Like someone that wanted to play, it'd be real awkward.
Yeah.
Being like, oh, I'm just here to watch the thing.
One of my favorite things about the arcade experience is how like authentic it would try to like build the experience around, like make a Jeep. So now you're inside a Jeep. You know what I mean? And then that helps immerse you so much. The only thing comparable is when they make peripherals for your controllers, like a guitar for your Guitar Hero.
Yeah.
Like that's the only way you can like sort of help imagine, yourself
the
into
true
the game
immersive Jurassic Park experience. That franchise known for people mowing down dinosaurs with automatic weapons.
Beautiful. The games are hard though. I remember whenever I would play them, like light gun games in general would be like you would die in the first 10 minutes. But like Jurassic Park, I would like put in $1 and I would die within the first like 3 minutes.
That's how it gets your money, man. You spare no expense. What about Turok? Were you a Turok kid?
I wrote down Turok. Turok is probably, like, among all of these, even Dino Crisis, Turok is probably the biggest dinosaur franchise, right?
Well, here's the thing. I've only played the multiplayer and the first level of Turok. Is it actually set in the past, or is it a planet with dinosaurs?
I think it's a planet with dinosaurs. I don't know. I'm not a Torok lore expert.
No. Is it like Star Fox Adventures?
It is not like Star Fox Adventures.
Okay.
It is not a furry game. No.
Okay. Well, there's like Dinosaur Planet there.
No, I know what you're talking about. You're asking if these are technically aliens.
Yeah.
That's what you're wondering.
I'm wondering that,
right?
yeah.
I have no idea.
Okay.
Thankfully, Dino Crisis is like officially dinosaurs.
Yeah, it is fully dinosaurs.
It is 100% dinosaur. I don't know anything about Ark. Do you know what Ark is?
It's that game Vin Diesel's in the sequel of.
Really?
You don't remember that? At like the Game Awards, was it?
I remember he was in something. I don't remember.
I think it was the
Ark.
2020 Game Awards. There was like this long-ass trailer with CGI caveman Vin Diesel. And then at the very end, it was revealed to be Ark. And the entire time, I thought it was a Turok reboot with Vin Diesel as Turok.
That'd be sick.
But no. You know, my cousin plays Ark.
What is it? I literally don't know what it is.
It's a survival game. It's like Rust.
Okay.
And there are dinosaurs, but there are also dragons and some sort of weird giant, like, crustacean thing. I don't know. Anytime I see her playing it, she's just making, like, stables for her mini dragons.
Oh, see, that's so cool. That's the thing I was going to say, like, I think that is the future of dinosaurs, is park builders and animal keeping.
Well.
And they've done that with Jurassic Park as well.
Well, the true best dinosaur game is Zoo Tycoon 2.
Does Viva Pinata have dinosaurs?
Don't know, didn't know it on Xbox.
Damn.
I could not tell you. I would not be surprised.
Anyways, tell me about Zoo Tycoon 2.
Zoo Tycoon 2, their very last expansion was Extinct Animals. And it wasn't just dinosaurs, it was also like giant sloths.
They had dodos, right?
Yeah, there were dodos. Dodos were one of the mascots. And dodos could get a horrible disease that turned them pink.
That's so funny.
The real thing that expansion allowed is now there are a whole lot of Zoo Tycoon 2 horror machinimas about being hunted by dinosaurs. I'm going into a real niche corner of the internet with this one. I watched so many Zoo Tycoon 2 horror machinimas.
Murph, I'm gonna be real. I think people tuned out like 20 minutes into the Elden Ring thing. I think this is just like this is gonna be a fuck it podcast.
We're speaking into the void. Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
The only other dinosaur game I can think of is Peter Jackson's King Kong for the PS2.
There you go. Well,
Did you play that?
That's the thing I wanted to ask you, because you're like a big fan of that, right?
A big fan of that one? Yes, I guess. Yes. I like it more than the movie.
Okay, well, the thing is like, I don't know if you know this. I played parts of the 360 one. And I was like, that was back when the 360 just came out. And that was like one of the fucking games to be like, whoa, look at the graphics. So like, I enjoyed the 360 game. Are those the same games?
I believe so. Here's the thing. How has everyone played Peter Jackson's King Kong, the video game? It was like crazy to me in high school. I'd be like, oh, one of the games I had on the PS2 was King Kong. And 5 people would turn their heads, people I'd never spoken to, and be like, oh, I love that game.
Man, I don't know what it is. I think it just came out at the right time.
Maybe.
For a lot of people. Again, for 360, the 360's first year was really bad. It was when like Dead Rising hit. Mm-hmm. That was like, okay, finally 360 has games I care about. But like before that, it was like Call of Duty 2 and fucking King Kong.
Yeah.
Like that was like the first
That's your killer app.
Xbox 360. Yeah, those were your fucking killer apps. So like... And Cameo, Elements of Power. Sorry, I almost fucked up on that one.
Cameo, Elements of... I have no idea what that is. Is that like the skills
That is a
game?
rare title. Don't worry about it. It's done.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I think dinosaurs are in that.
There are dinosaurs. Tomb Raider has a dinosaur at the start. It opens with a dinosaur, and then you downgrade to shooting gorillas.
Have you done a Tomb Raider retrospective?
I've only played partway through the first Tomb Raider 2016, and Rise of the Tomb Raider. It's on the list. It may be the one after Yakuza. I own all of them.
I get the feeling Tomb Raider is like a juicy juicy franchise explorer.
That's what I
mean?
that's what I feel. I'm very curious.
Let's do it.
Slime in video games, which is the Variety Minute.
At first I was like, there's not a lot of goo instances. There's probably a lot of goo instances. It really just depends on the definition of goo. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, goo and slime. Like, it doesn't have to be sentient.
No. But even then, like, sentient slime or whatever, like, the slimes from Dragon Quest, I didn't write them down, but, like, if we could count all slimes, they're countless.
Slimes are I think they're a staple RPG enemy because they're a good early game replacement for skeletons. If a game is saving skeletons for, like, horror level. You know?
Yeah, they look non-threatening. You know what I mean? So, like, there's that element to it, and the amorphous shape is, I don't want to necessarily say not unsettling, but, like, it's approachable.
They're surface fantasy jellyfish.
Yeah.
Like the choo-choos in Zelda.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah.
I like the current choo-choo design where they look sort of like a stress toy, but their first appearance in Majora's Mask bothers me greatly because they have like these like lips and teeth on the face.
Yeah, I think choo-choos in general, nowadays they look like Wobbuffet. So like I can't get that out of my brain. Like it's just like how that body shape is. Choo-choos are like, I don't know. I enjoy them. I enjoy them as an enemy encounter. If you hit them and you're not careful enough and then you get shocked by them or something, those are like my favorite moments.
Yeah, and they've got this stupid expression on their face where it feels sort of malicious when they're like closing in on you.
They've haunted your nightmares.
It's just look, Minish Cap is my favorite 2D Zelda, and the first boss of that is a choo-choo, so...
So it's near and dear to your heart. I'm amazed that Minish Cap's your favorite. I'll remember that. Maybe that'll be the first Zelda of the cast. Who knows?
Maybe.
But I had more like standard options, or like, okay, let me ask you a question, because this is technically like a huge part of my list. Do you consider number 1 ink to be blob-like?
Depends on where it's used. I would not consider Epic Mickey a slime game. But
sure, but like Phantom Blot is not a slime to you.
No, I guess not in my mind. Even though he ticks all the boxes.
Okay, all right. Taking notes here.
I mean, now that you've said that, yeah, I guess the Blotlings literally are just slime.
Yes, yeah, the Blotlings would be slime things. Yeah,
but they're not. They don't carry the properties of slime to me. I guess when I think When I think of a goo enemy, I think of like some sort of like stretch and pull to their movement, you know?
Sure, maybe. Let me ask, do you not consider like the Splatoon inklings, or just like anything like with ink in general? Like, because I also wrote D-Blob on here. D-Blob is also an ink game.
D-Blob I consider a goo game. Splatoon? I guess Splatoon snakes in there, but I wouldn't consider the inklings. Blobby.
But you go into the ink and you're like an inktopuss.
Well, sometimes you're a squid and sometimes you're a kid. But at no point are you goo.
I guess that's fair. And then there's like Super Mario Sunshine, which I also counted.
I count that.
I think what's nice, I will praise the goo here. I don't like Super Mario Sunshine so much as a title overall, but I think the art direction for the goo and the paint and all of that stuff is really cool.
Yeah, I wrote down here that like having like slime in your video games feels like a way to show off your graphics. It's like you've made your water physics into an enemy.
Yes. Yeah. So you could like show its texture and how it like you could show off the viscosity of your engine.
Yeah. Like, what's the most iconic move for a goo enemy in a game? And it's usually like they split apart when you've dealt with them. I'm thinking of like the Amoeboids and Ratchet and Clank.
Oh, see, I'm thinking of like the most iconic move of a slime to me is they take a ball of slime, they throw it on the ground, or they throw up, and then like you can't touch that part of the ground. That part of the ground's lava now. Like, I guess that's the Super Mario Sunshine in me, but yeah.
Yeah, and it's like you can also like goo enemies leave little trails and stuff. I like when I was playing to Blob, all I would do is just like write out words with the trail you leave.
Yeah, there's a little bit of art to it. Did you ever play Luigi's Mansion 3? I still haven't played it yet, but Gooigi is iconic now. He is probably the fully evolved form of Goo.
Gooigi? Yeah, like in the false Luigi, we find the true Ouija.
This is words of wisdom. I don't like how Nintendo approaches multiplayer. I think it's so weird that their approach to multiplayer is we're going to have this weird concept of a... Yeah. You know what I mean?
It's high concept. It's not like Halo where they say this is Master Chief's brother.
Oh, yeah, or like fucking... I don't think Gooigi's necessarily multiplayer. I think he's also just like a thing you can switch to if you need to. Yeah, but that being said, like, there is no reason why you couldn't have just fucking slapped a fucking vacuum pack on Mario. Or you don't even have to do Mario. You can put it on a Toad. Gooigi feels so weird to me. You know what I mean? Gooigi, I'm like, tell me your secrets.
I think they were really proud of the name Gooigi.
God damn.
I'm surprised, like, next Mario Kart has to have a Gooigi as a character, right? Like, they're gonna start making it weird and, like, Gooigi is his own entity.
Honestly, I will take Gooigi as a Mario Kart character over Pink Gold, because, like, at that point, you're just throwing the adjectives in there instead of taking from source material. I'm like, all right, whatever.
It's so strange, Pink Gold Peach. I don't know what the thought process is. That's not a thing she's ever done.
The thought process is they could take the character model, slap a thing on them, but then it's like, oh, Peach is a girl. So then it's like, okay, make it Pink Gold. And then that's it. That's the thought process.
Are there any other iconic slimes?
I wrote down one that was actually kind of personal to me, even though it's not super famous. There's a game called The Ooze for the Sega Genesis. I really like the game. The soundtrack's really good to it. I haven't played it in a long time, so I don't know if like the game is actually good.
Is it like the schmooze?
What is the schmooze?
No one can stop the schmooze.
You're gonna have to explain the context.
It's fuck. And okay, I'm gonna preface this by saying I'm not a brony.
Uh-oh.
It's the villain from the 1989 My Little Pony movie that I rented with my sister long ago. And I remember it because there's this catchy song about how you can't stop the schmooze. And Danny DeVito plays the Nork King.
All right. No, the Ooze is basically like a lab experiment gone wrong type thing, and you're like a horror monster. It's kind of like that, what's that new game recently that's like the Carry On or something?
Yeah, Carrion.
Yeah, that game, it's kind of like that, where you're sort of just like going around as a monster and trying to do shit. It's really cool, and again, the soundtrack's good. So like that was my Ooze thing, and that was the reason why I wanted to have this variety minute.
You know what I want? I want a blob horror game, like a survival horror.
I see. A part of me doesn't think it's actually gonna work. Like,
yeah.
I've thought about it. I'm like, the problem is like that amorphous element is sort of like becomes like, what am I looking at some point? And in like a bad way. Whereas like sometimes the what am I looking at is like cool if it's like meant to be human-like, but it's clearly not a human. Oh my God, what is that? But like with blobs, it's like, it's too abstract.
Yeah. I guess I was just thinking like, playing Resident Evil Remake 3. I was contemplating, like, what if there was, like, a blob chasing you?
Like, would it be, like, made of flesh? I think flesh blobs are scary.
Like, it would be slipping into vents and stuff, and you could tell where it was by its, like, little snot trails it leaves around.
Ugh.
I think that would be a real cool tech demo for someone to make. Nemesis turns into a blob at the end.
Yeah, yes, he does.
I like his original flesh blob look.
If you take that giant rail gun and you turn him into goo.
That's sexy. In the remake, that scene is sexy. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Oh, goodness.
Pokemon spin-off games is tangentially related to what we're talking about later here, and I think we have a good amount to say. There's a good amount of them, and a lot of interesting little quirks and differences, you know, from the mainline series. Do you guys
Okay.
You guys have any particular spin-off games that you especially remember, resonated with, had fondness for?
I'm gonna preface this now. I think, and I'm gonna go ahead and lead into this with Mystery Dungeon. Spoiler alert for Mystery Dungeon. I think I liked the game a lot. However, I don't think I like Pokemon anymore.
Oh no. Bro's childhood has died.
Not enough lore.
It's not enough lore, man. I'm just kidding. No, but like, in terms of like, I think I was never wowed by mainline. I think mainline Pokemon games, especially the more I played of them, I got really tired of them. So like, even we're gonna go into immediately, I don't know if you all consider these, but Coliseum and XD Gale of Darkness, more typical old-fashioned RPGs with like singular storylines and specific sort of balancing. I liked those in a very like different way than I did the normal Pokemon games.
The Coliseum games, to me, always felt like kind of like the precursor for what Pokemon on a console could be. It was more than just something you could import your, Pokemon into and battle on the television screen instead of on your small Game Boys for. They had these fully fleshed out stories with all these new interesting characters. There was a darker edge to some of them as well. There
was a whole Gale of Darkness.
Yeah, Gale, you could certainly say. and that was a really interesting element. They created new mechanics.
It made you XD.
They had these new interesting mechanics with the shadow Pokemon and such, and just way more you could do. And they also had mini games. They had some pretty memorable mini games that came with them, which was something I was going to mention. But yeah, just they were definitely, I think, an evolution of what the main series could have been. I will agree with you to an extent, bro. Like, if you wanted to look at the mainline series in an objective way, they're not necessarily great games. But the thing that was always appealing, at least for me, and I know it differs from person to person what elements of Pokemon resonate and kind of make it everlasting, is the idea of the worlds, just the idea of the collecting of the pocket monsters, the creativity of their designs, and again the worlds themselves, the actual regions. The games that fared better were stronger in those departments, narratively, mechanically, and such. That those were lesser priorities to me, certainly.
Well, I mean, I think that's when we talk about these spin-off games. These utilize the world and aesthetic and designs, which are inspired almost no matter what. And then because they are spin-offs, someone had to think enough about it to care about it and make it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, like, for me, these feel much more just generally, like, even if it's a puzzle game, even if it's like Pokemon Troze or something, I usually, like, feel way better about it.
So, when you say you're tired of Pokemon, do you think it's Pokemon the franchise or Pokemon the aesthetic, I guess?
I don't know how much this is gonna blend into Mystery Dungeon.
Okay.
I will say now, I think I no longer care about the designs. I now see these creatures and I just like, my mind glows over. They look like Chin Pokemon to me now.
Oh,
Chin
okay.
Pokemon.
Yeah, they look like Digimon now. Like, it's bad.
So is it then like a recent thing you're saying, like design wise? Because I can certainly agree.
No, I look at my childhood, the original 151 I grew up on, and I like look at them as if they are abominations.
Wow, you're like a reverse Gen 1er. I don't think I've ever heard that take before.
I know, it's bad. No, and I mean, I think that's the case for all of them, but like, just to be clear, I think even the Gen 1 is bad.
I think this is your take. All movies are 7 out of 10, bleeding into other facets of your life.
It's getting bad. I think this is a very existential like dilemma for me that we can tackle later on in this. Let's keep on spin-offs for right now.
Okay.
What I like is goofy shit like Hey You Pikachu and Pokemon Channel, which also utilize the world and the player's relationship to creatures and Pokemon in sort of a way that doesn't necessarily gamify everything. It's more of a lifestyle thing. I think something could have been done better with, like, I think an Animal Crossing Pokemon would be fucking sick.
Ooh.
But, you know.
Yeah, I think, now is Hey You Pikachu an actual good game, or is it just a gimmick?
No.
Okay.
It's a gimmick. It's entirely gimmick.
Yeah. Does the gimmick work?
No.
Okay. David, you're an avowed Pokemon Snap maniac.
I am. And what was it? It was last year. We finally got our long-awaited sequel. Like, what, 20 years later from the original Snap.
Yeah.
The original Snap has burrowed itself into the nostalgic subconscious of so many of us, I think, you know, who grew up playing the game on our N64s, or later when we got to purchase it on the Wii shop.
Yeah. To me, Snap is sort of like what I was talking about earlier, like Pokemon the franchise versus the aesthetic. Pokemon Snap seems to be strictly the aesthetic of Pokemon.
I think it is literally like you observing the world. It is pure world, and you are the spectator to the world.
What Snap did, certainly for me, was it kind of brought to life the truths of all of the things that we imagine, you know, about Pokemon, like what the creatures inhabiting their habitats act like, you know, how it would function in a world. And seeing that, I think, was something really magical that the first Snap did really, really, really well. You know, particularly in the way you see different Pokemon interacting with each other. And there was a lot of fun ways that they made it so that you could create those scenarios to happen. You know, I think everyone will remember knocking the Charmeleon into the lava and seeing a Charizard burst out, you know, or, you know, leading someone along, you know, another one along with the apples to meet up with another Pokemon.
Yeah.
And seeing all that and all the different environments and, you know, this idea of capturing Pokemon still, but in a different way. You know, you're still catching them all, but through photographs instead of, you know, tiny prisons, basically.
Yeah, it's like Fatal Frame.
Yeah. and the first game was just such a kind of like effortless encapsulation of all of those things that everyone kind of imagined and projected onto Pokemon, that it's no wonder that it really, you know, persisted and lived on for so long. And I'm kind of sad to see that new Snap isn't enduring in that same way. It's pretty forgotten, I think, already.
Do you think it's the price point?
Maybe.
I don't think so.
But,
I'm going to be honest, I don't think so.
But even then...
Because that's the reason I haven't played it.
I think it's definitely worth the price point. It's definitely worth the full game price point. It is a full game. It's a bigger game than the original Snap was, for sure. It's, you know, expanded in every kind of sense in terms of, you know, bringing all these new Pokemon in, you know, these further stuff. They have additional updates that they did to the game as well. And it's still, I think, just as wonderful. It's just like a modern version of the same kind of game with all the new Pokemon and better graphics. You know, it's even more beautiful looking. There's like a couple of things that I might miss. Like the original had those like environments that were shaped like Pokemon when you got at a certain angle. They don't have that anymore, which I think it was kind of a big mistake to leave out. But otherwise, it, you know, from a technical level, it's just a superior Pokemon Snap. But perhaps it's that lack of originality, that lack of something new, that makes it not as enduring, that doesn't create that same sense of awe that the original Snap did.
There's something to be said for culture and time and place in terms of, like, we have seen Pokemon in 3D environments now many times now, and like that wonder is now gone for a lot of people, and especially in terms of like Pokemania, quote unquote. Like, I don't know how it is now. I'm guessing young people still love Pokemon to death, but it's probably more competitive in terms of what wonder can be, and Pokemon Snap probably doesn't offer similar appeals as it used to. I'm sure it's still really good. So
It is. It's fantastic.
But no one's going to Burger King to print out their stickers.
Now,
yes, that would be the way to say it.
And I think there's also something demonstrative there as well, in that the time in which these came out and the greater novelty that Connections with the first one had that you could do there that just don't translate here. Although you do get to you can save the pictures just to your Switch, which is really nice to go through when you get really great. And so that feature is still kept in some way, a better way even, but yeah, it hasn't persisted as the first game did and still does. Even for myself, like I spent my time with New Snap, and I haven't felt inclined to return to it like I have for the original.
Okay, to speak of the best outside of what Pokemon can be, did anyone of you Pokemon masters play Pokken Tournament?
Yes.
I did.
Yes.
I did play it, yeah.
I enjoy Pokken Tournament quite a bit.
How is it as a fighting game?
As a fighting game, it's like kind of deceptively complex. I came at it thinking it was Tekken, but it's not. It's closer to... It's not. I was about to say Marvel Versus, but it's not that either because it's not a combo game.
Sure. What is it?
So it's
in terms of the game.
It's a 3D arena fighter, and the big gimmick is that you have, I think it's like field mode and versus mode or something like that. It's basically you've got long range combat. And then you got like the close range, like punchy combat, and there are certain moves that can switch it up. So if you're playing a Machamp, you always want to be in the versus mode. You always want to be dealing melee combos. But if you're playing a Pokemon like Pikachu, you want to be in the field mode where you're running around zapping your opponent at long range.
I see.
And then,
so it sort of has a different, like, in terms of approach and close quarters versus zoning. Those are fundamentally different.
Yeah,
gameplays.
but you're actively changing up when you can zone and when you can combo, and that's that's like the big appeal. So if you're playing a Machamp and you're up against a Pikachu and Pikachu's just hitting you with lightning bolts, you want to try your darndest to get in close to hit him with the move that changes it to the close combat mode. And then if you're Pikachu, you want to be trying to set up the combo for the move that allows you to switch it back to field mode. And then you've also got assists that come in and do all sorts of wacky stuff, like set up barriers or distract the opponent. It's fun to watch at tournaments, and I think the roster is very diverse. I would have loved to... Yeah, I would have loved to have seen a sequel, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I get it. There are so many Pokemon spin-offs. Yeah. All right, we're going to go down a list. Go ahead.
I was going to bring up Pokemon Ranger on the DS.
Okay, tell me about Ranger. What is Ranger?
So Ranger is sort of like a puzzle game. A bit. It's more like an adventure game in Pokemon. So the Pokemon Rangers are people who go, this may sound like a familiar premise, they are the people that go into disasters and rescue people.
Okay, all right. Like a rescue team, theoretically.
Yeah,
sure.
But they do it, they don't actually catch Pokemon. What they do is, I forget the exact term, but they befriend wild Pokemon to help them out. So it's like you'll come across like a burning log. So you need to go find a water Pokemon that you can befriend that will put out the water. And stuff like that. So every time you enter an area, you'll be like, okay, I need a Pokemon that can dig. I need a Pokemon that can fly to solve these problems that I will encounter. And that was always just a real fun mechanic because, again, it's like you're taking part in the world of Pokemon, not the mechanics of Pokemon, if that makes sense. It's not about the JRPG turn-based battling. You're actually feeling like these are wild creatures. What a lot of people remember Pokemon Ranger for is breaking the shit out of their DS, because the way that you befriend the Pokemon is that you circle around them really fast with your DS, and the faster you circle, the faster you fill their friendship bar, and if they hit your stylus with like an attack, then it resets the bar. So you can tell who played Pokemon Ranger as a kid because there will just be circles dented into their touchscreen.
Oh, wow.
But
yeah, that sounds familiar.
I always wanted a Pokemon Ranger in like 3D. Like, that's what I kind of wished Arceus was going to be when they said that, oh, it's Breath of the Wild meets Pokemon. I was like, oh, it's Pokemon Ranger. Like, that's such a good, I feel like, mechanic for doing a game where you can just kind of walk around and vibe out with wild Pokemon.
Were you disappointed by Arceus?
I have not played Arceus. I'm just saying when I saw the initial...
I was just curious. It sounded like there's a tone of like, Arceus is secretly awful.
No. It's a matter of I want a new Pokemon Ranger game, and I kind of wish Arceus was that, because everything on paper about Arceus reads to me like it could have been a Pokemon Ranger game.
If only.
Yeah. I would recommend checking out Arceus, though. I would say it was impressive, particularly given, what I was expecting, from the leaks that we had just a little bit, before. And it's a really, I think innovative new step for the series. And it's sounding like the new game coming out at the end of the year, Scarlet and Violet, is going to be similar in terms of, the like using Arceus as the building blocks.
That's what I was going to ask. Does Arceus count as a spin-off, or do you feel it's a new direction for the series?
My understanding is that it's a new direction. It's another entry in terms of the main series. There is how it's categorized. It's not listed when you go to like the Bulbapedia website. It's not listed under the spin-off games side. So according to everyone, it's a main series title, even though it is radically different. Not even just in terms of the approach of the world, but gameplay, battle systems, even just like stats. For the Pokemon, like how the stats are done, it's totally different, totally new approach to the series.
Okay.
All right.
Did either of you play Pokemon Conquest?
Yes, and I was waiting to bring it up.
Okay, I have not played it, but the premise of this game has like haunted my dreams.
This is the Nobunaga's Ambition game.
Yes.
I
have I read reviews, I watched gameplay videos. I don't understand what this game is.
It's a strategy RPG. It's a tactical RPG with Pokemon.
So it's like Fire Emblem?
Yeah. It's a lot like Fire Emblem. Is basically how I would describe it. I would say it's a Pokemon version of Fire Emblem. Obviously, it has a lot, in common with the Nobunaga series, which we don't know too much about as Americans. This is like, I don't believe it's a series that's either even popular or even distributed over here. I have no idea. This was my introduction to it entirely. Like, and it's not even labeled there. So, it's called Pokemon Conquest.
Okay.
But it was something I played on release. I was super down for and had a lot of fun with. It's been a long time since I've played it, but I still own my copy. I've pitched it as a Daydreamcast option in the past, and will reiterate here that I would definitely do a Pokemon Conquest episode sometime. Because I think it's really...
It's going to be Hey You Pikachu next, man. I'm sorry.
Conquest is interesting and novel and fun, and most people probably don't know about it. And
do you think it deserves a sequel, or is it just like it should remain as an interesting artifact?
I think it should remain as an interesting artifact, but I think another Pokemon tactical RPG is definitely in the cards. I think that you can definitely do that. But in terms of like another crossover with Nobunaga's Ambition, I don't think that's necessary.
Okay. Now, what about the game that briefly brought us world peace? What about Pokemon Go?
I was also going to bring this one up. Again, like all Pokemon Go is still going. I know people who still play it, but I dipped out very early. I dipped out after...
I never dipped in.
I knew, I'm not kidding you, the biggest Pokemon Go fan I know 100% to the bone loves Pokemon Go is like a 54-year-old woman with kids and a full-time job.
That's wonderful.
You know what I mean? Like,
I love that.
Like it is so different in terms of things, but I can understand how much more viscerally appealing it is for normal people.
I remember when Pokemon Go was first announced, and there were people that like started going off into La La Land about what they thought this game was going to be. Like, I saw people doing, like, oh, remember when you're out playing Pokemon Go, bring yourself a backpack full of snacks so you're not, you know, when you're out walking around and hiking and looking for Pokemon. You know, it's like, oh, wouldn't it be great if people set up their own gyms, like the best Steel-type player in the world runs a cafe in France, and shit like that. And it's like, the entire time I was thinking, it's a mobile game. I don't think they're just, like, it doesn't have any of the mechanics of Pokemon that I find appealing. It's literally just about catching.
Yeah. I don't know.
So then I ask you, Murph, what is the most appealing thing about Pokemon? Is it the world? Is it the aesthetics? Is it the franchise?
I think it's the world. I think Pokemon is like, when I get asked, like, what fantasy world, what fictional world would you want to get transported into, I always think Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh! Because to me, they are just more idealized versions of our own world, with the added benefit of I know strategy, so I'll be a god there.
I see.
I
see.
Yeah.
Look, Pokemon, they have free healthcare. They have they have state mandated pets. All you need to do is be good at Pokemon battling to exist.
I would kind of be interested to see a Pokemon game or show or anything, any piece of media, even just like a one-off magazine about the guy who lives in a world of Pokemon who has nothing to do with them. He's just a regular schmo. He does his 9-to-5 job, and he doesn't have any interest in Pokemon or battling or caring or using them to help. He's got some mundane office job. You know, like they don't even use him for manual labor or anything. And there's just all of this Pokemon craziness going on outside of him. Particularly the world-ending stuff that seems to always be happening when these god-tier Pokemon come about and just start messing with things.
Yeah, but those god-tier Pokemon, all you need to do is play their type advantage, and you win. Like...
Yep.
Yeah.
You just gotta know.
Yeah, I would.
That's
to me, like the actual like Pokemon mainline games. I'm not like wildly hot on the mechanics because they've always been, well, easy to me. But I believe I said in my very first Daydreamcast appearance that I like games where I can sort of write a narrative in my head as I am playing them, and Pokemon has always been a great outlet for that. I am the person that plays Pokemon, and I am writing my own anime episodes in my brain as I am playing it.
I totally agree, and I think the curating of a team then, and the encountering and collection of a team that you get helps bolster that imagination, that idea, and thus you form like this connection with the various Pokemon, you know, and again it fleshes out their character and personality, and I think the design then is that next important component that comes to Pokemon, because that's going to inform how you feel about them, you know.
And I think the best Pokemon spin-offs, bringing it full circle, lean into that angle. Like I was talking about with Ranger. Ranger's a game where you can imagine the story as you're doing it, or, you know, like you guys were talking with Coliseum or Arceus. I think anything that leans into this vibe of being on an adventure, I think, does the series well. And I think just things that are like slap a Pokemon sticker on it, don't, in my mind. Like Pokemon Go. That's what Pokemon Go is to me. Like Pokemon Go has no story element, so I don't engage with it.
Well, with that, I have a question for you, David.
Yeah.
How would you feel, and how do you feel about the idea of a Shin Megami Tensei Pokemon crossover?
Is there a spin-off I don't know about?
No.
Shin Megami Tensei has crossed over with Fire Emblem before with Tokyo Mirage.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that would
I'm asking how would you feel about that if it existed?
I don't know. Because tonally they seem so at odds with each other, like just completely different worlds.
Yeah, I
know,
can't picture a
ideas.
Venomoth saying, "Is this the bastard with too many friends?"
Well, you know,
even though like on a base level they have a lot of similarities as a series in terms of this kind of like, you know, collecting of Pokemon or Demon, you know, and building like a team and strengthening and evolution as a major component of both as well. But especially as RPGs, they're also very functionally different. Battle systems are entirely different, and narratively just completely different worlds, completely different spheres. So I think I would be kind of averse. I think I would be kind of like put off by that notion. They would have to. I think the only way to do it is to like water down or twist the tone of the SMT series considerably.
I mean, I think they would. I mean, they ultimately. Did you play Tokyo Mirage Sessions?
I did not.
Okay, like Tokyo Mirage Sessions definitely went for a very unique take on that blend. So part of me would have been open to it if they went like that route. But that being said, I totally understand what you mean, especially in terms of like the adult content and adult designs.
Wouldn't the appropriate thing to say be more like Pokemon crossed with Persona?
Yeah, that was gonna be my suggestion. Like if I saw it working at all, that would probably be the realm where it would happen. But even then, it's
I
still.
just want to dump Persona. Persona's done, Merv. I'm just kidding. No, you're right.
Even then, it does seem odd. I can't imagine an anime.
A high school sim with Pokemon would be fun.
I think there are untapped avenues to put Pokemon into. Like I think Detective Pikachu was like a real. Did either of you play the actual Detective Pikachu game?
No.
It's basically kind of like a Professor Layton or an Ace Attorney, but with Pokemon.
That's what it looked like.
Okay.
So you have your human character that interrogates humans, and then you've got Detective Pikachu who interrogates Pokemon.
Okay.
Wow. Exciting. This is the most strung together variety minute we've ever had.
Oh, we have ideas, we have thoughts, we have lists.
We try to tie it into the main topic.
All right.
And the main topic for this episode, we haven't even said it, is Harvest Moon for the Super Nintendo.
Mm-hmm. Now tell me, Brogan, what was our agreed upon topic for the Variety Minute?
You said, I didn't even agree or consent, I don't think. You said Homestead. So I think we ended up I just wrote down like just a bunch of random farming games.
Farming in video games. Let's just run with that.
Okay, that's about as good as we get. And because of that, I have to consult the most important foundational game of technically the last generation or 2 generations ago, which is Farmville.
Yeah.
I think Farmville is understated in its influence because it got a lot of boomers to like Facebook.
Yeah, no, I would concede with that. Heck, they're still making like Farmville likes. Although they lie about what the gameplay is, they make it look like some crap about like pulling gold bars and fighting minotaurs.
They love that. Those it's so crazy that how they do those ads.
Yeah.
It's like, why don't you make the game like that?
How is this not...
If it's good enough to get people like interested.
How is that not illegal? Like, how is that just flat out not false advertising?
And I don't know how it works. You're asking the wrong guy. We should do a deep dive in that. Anyways, Farmville is a very shallow game. My mother used to play it, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew anybody who played
Farmville, I think my dad got into it, but he stopped after like a week because in his words, he hated having to check his onion crop or something like that.
That makes sense. Is it in real time?
I remember it. I didn't play Farmville. I played Zombie Farm, which I thought was going to be like a fun zombie time, but actually it's just Farmville, but replacing the vegetables with zombies and then also having vegetables.
Well, that sounds like a good transition if you want to keep talking about it. Or we talk about Plants vs. Zombies.
Yeah, Plants vs. Zombies. So this does qualify as a farming game, right?
I count it. Sure, why not?
I like Plants vs. Zombies. I've never played the original release. I played it on the DS.
That's so crazy. That is... crazy. I played the original.
Yeah.
I didn't even know there was a DS version of this.
Oh yeah, it was like the first game I got on the my DS.
Oh my god, I am so old.
Yeah, I like the original Plants vs Zombies. I've never played anything else of what that franchise became.
Yeah, they go weird because they try to do parodies of other things, like they did Garden Warfare.
Yeah. Well, now it's also like a full-on hero shooter thing.
Yes, I hate when like every game wanted to be a fucking hero shooter for no reason. Just oh my god, but the original game is really good.
Oh yeah,
it's a really good tower defense game with different zombie types, different plant types. It was very fun. Harmless. I enjoy it quite a bit.
Yeah, well, what's great about the original Plants vs. Zombies is how it like keeps changing the gameplay on you. Like how it introduces night and then the pool and then the rooftop. Like that's all great and fun. And what I love about Plants vs. Zombies, any game, if you want to immediately get me on your game side, include like a bestiary.
Yes.
That's why
Absolutely.
Pikmin 2 is the superior sequel.
Yeah, I can see that, sure.
Yeah. And then, what about, as far as other games with farming, what about, modded Minecraft? Did you ever do...
Time out.
What?
Time out. To be clear, no, when was the last time you played Minecraft?
Oh, probably 2014?
Oh, Murph, you gotta play... Okay, when you say modded, they put farming in the normal game.
Well, I mean, yeah, you could raise, like, wheat crops, but are you telling me there's, like, it's now, like, a whole thing, TM?
I mean, people have, like, you could build, like, a fence. All right, we're going to talk about Minecraft gameplay now. You can build, like, a fence and then, like, reproduce and use, like, livestock and shit, too.
Oh, well, yeah, that whole thing where you use the seeds to make your...
I count raising livestock and raising wheat crops as good enough.
Yeah, no, that patch was released by the time I was still playing. Like, that came out in, like, 2013. That was patch 1.21, Brogan.
Oh, there you go. You know the patch.
No, I don't. I wonder what patch that is, though. That may be mushrooms.
Oh, goodness. Anyways, I kind of find it interesting that, farming sort of interlaces itself with crafting mechanics.
Yeah, well, that's why I was suggesting it being like, the topic was, like, homesteading. Because it's this whole idea of, like, building up a plot of land.
This is going to be a side thing technically, but not really. So, oh my god, I can't believe I'm saying it now. Harvest Moon switched games. At a certain point in time, the Harvest Moon games are called Story of Seasons games now. However, Natsume, the original publishers, make Harvest Moon still. Harvest Moon now has a lot of crafting elements in terms of building your farm and shit. So they sort of borrowed a lot of that homestead aspect.
Okay. Yeah, I think just this idea of, like, becoming self-sufficient on a plot of land, I do see that appealing as a game. The issue I have, and this is the issue I got into with modded Minecraft, this particularly the forestry mod, shout out, is that they lean too much into the simulator angle. And I don't know about you, I don't know if this is going to be a boiling hot take, but if the main draw of your farming simulator is the actual farming, I'm not interested in that.
Well, I think we could go in a broad discussion about that when we get to Harvest Moon. Because I think Harvest Moon does a really smart thing in sort of having it be more about the life of a farmer. You know what I mean? In terms
to a degree,
of all that stuff.
But and this extends to all sorts of, like, simulator type games. Like, I've been in the market for the longest time about a game about just, like, I don't know, riding a train. But that, like, the issue is the only game that would really fulfill that is Train Simulator, and that's, like, about learning how to operate a train. You have to, like, obey the rail signs and everything and manage a company.
I can see it, and then just, like, have a bunch of different NPCs that say a bunch of different content or whatever. You can make that, have you ever played those bar games or like that coffee game where you just like see regulars or whatever? You can do that with the train stuff. That'd be cool.
That's what I want. The issue is that they're leaning way too much on, like, the actually teaching you how to drive a train, and I don't want that.
Well, I think this goes into the idea of some people want the active, Like I imagine the people as literally like wanting to be pilots,
Yeah.
but they can't do the piloting for some reason, so they get the hardware and the accessories to properly simulate that. Versus the people that want the fantasy and the aesthetic and the vibe.
Yeah, like
right?
to me,
and I think that's way better for just general gameplay, because there's a bunch of simulator games.
Yeah, like car mechanic simulator and stuff like that, and I just can't get into that. And I think it goes back to that thing of like, I need some sort of mechanism for telling a story, and
That's
if
fair.
it's just like having a job, you know.
No,
but
like, I mean, okay, I guess the counterpoint to this, I can understand where you're coming from, absolutely. I guess the counterpoint to this is I think, especially when we go down to like, I played Truck Driving Simulator.
Okay,
that's like the one simulator type I played, and I liked it in a way. When you frame it like that, where it's like, I need a story, most truckers don't have a story. They live their life.
Yeah, no,
You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying with that. Yeah.
It's like, and in that way, there's an accuracy to it. There's an accuracy to that's not trying to appeal to a fantasy. It's more like, this is what it is.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like going back to,
I agree with you. I totally get where you're coming from.
Going back to like games like Harvest Moon and Stardew Valley and stuff like that, I view those more as like less farming simulator and more small town life simulator.
Yes, where it's less about farming and it's more about the fantasy of being a farmer, where you get to go into your small town, sell your crops or whatever, talk to some, folk and be humble.
Yeah.
All that shit.
Yeah, all that stupid crap of the proletariat.
We'll get into it when we talk about Harvest Moon, but no, I get what you mean. And like, I don't think other avenues have been explored yet properly for different things, but I think Harvest Moon / Stardew Valley is as good as it gets for the farm fantasy. I don't know. I think I said it best with the bartending / barista fantasy of talking to people and sort of familiarizing yourself with regulars. That would be, I guess, your best thing for a train, instead of learning the mechanics of driving a train.
Yeah, if there was like that, but you're like the cafe car attendant.
But like, technically, I guess with your fascination of trains, like, do you think those simulators are meant to also appeal to model aficionados?
I think to a degree, yes. The thing about Train Simulator, specifically that game, Train Simulator, is it has like $5,000 worth of DLC that are different trains and different routes. I don't need photo map accurate like stuff. Just give me like a fictional route. To ride around on, but I think there is a appeal of like, I guess, being a train head and being like, oh, that's a C-38 English Railway or whatever.
And like, if you've ever seen like a lot of people who did model trains did actually strive for like accurate towns of their local town or whatever. And they would try to accurately model it like that, and they would paint it themselves or whatever. It's like, in that way, I could kind of appreciate it. But like, I do agree with you on the idea that there is it's all mechanic and no sort of way to engross you. There was one that I sort of liked. I only watched Markiplier play it, which is Drug Dealing Simulator. That one had a little bit more of a plot thing going on.
I would imagine. Okay.
One would hope.
We can tie this back. Can we tie this back? Do you have to grow the drugs?
No, unfortunately not.
There has to be a pot farm
I'm sure later
right?
on in the game, when you own your own plantation for heroin or whatever, but who knows. Wait, time out. I do want like a Breaking Bad meth Harvest Moon.
Meth Harvest Moon, okay. I feel like that has to. Okay, I can't give you a meth Harvest Moon, but what if I gave you a serial killer Harvest Moon?
I'm interested in that. I would like that.
There's a game, I've played Lakeview Valley.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Yeah, it's by it's a spin-off from the Lakeview Cabin Collection, which I'm an advocate for.
Yeah.
But Lakeview Valley, the basic premises is like, it's a Stardew Valley Harvest Moon alike, but you can be a serial killer or the town is a cult. and I'll leave it as that. There's strange happenings, and it's a horror game, but it's a farming horror game.
That's exciting. I like that. I'm down for that.
Yeah, it's a little rough around the edges. I think it's been like updated. I haven't played in like 2 years when it first came out on early access, so I think the dev has probably patched it up quite a bit.
Yeah.
How
do you feel about simulators that are like not simulating actual things? Like I do enjoy mechanical detail in zombie games. Like I like Project Zomboid a lot.
Okay. I was gonna bring that up, like the survival genre.
Yeah. I like survival genre in general. Sometimes I think they go too deep on a crafting system or something. But like in general, for like the zombie thing, I like the details of like having to board windows, because it all feeds into strategy when it's like those complex mechanics.
Yeah, I think it really, for something like those survival games, it really depends on how the dev is committed to realism. Because I'm a person that doesn't really like a whole lot of realism in my games.
Sure.
I got that game, We Happy Few.
Oh God.
And that game was so over the top with like its commitment to realism. Like if you get injured, you start bleeding and losing health, and you have to patch yourself up with a bandage, but make sure it's not a dirty bandage or else you get infected.
I mean, games are kind of, depending on the game. I don't like We Happy Few, but like Pathologic is a little bit like that. Sometimes I like those sort of immersive sort of experiences, because you're meant to suffer. You're meant to have a bad time.
I guess maybe I'm just mad at We Happy Few for not being what I wanted it to be.
That's fair. No, We Happy Few kind of sucks.
But dialing it back to those like farming and stuff, like that's what I like said at the start with like homesteading, like making a plot of land like self-sufficient and stuff. But if I have to like start learning like actual like crop rotation and crap like that, then I kind of bow out. If I'm spending more time learning to farm than I am learning to like fight zombies, then I bow out real quick.
Because it's no longer fantasy. At that point, it is literally like dirty jobs with Mike Rowe or whatever. You know?
Yeah, if I get caught in a gameplay loop of just farming, no, I need something else. It has to be supplemental. Farming should be something you come back to, not something you're like continuously actively doing.
Well, with that note, is there any others on your variety minute? Because I think that is a good transition.
No, not really. Fire Emblem Fates had a farming mechanic, sort of.
There we go. You pulled that one out. Was it good?
Fates or the farming aspect?
The farming aspect.
Not really.
That's
you just
fair.
plotted down, you dropped down a farm in your like base area.
Is it weird to say that I think the worst part of Fire Emblem is when they try to add mechanics that are meant to just sort of base appeal, but are not nearly as sophisticated as the ones they're imitating. So it kind of falls flat for me. This is especially notable for the dating stuff in Fire Emblem.
I think any fan of any game would say I hate it when they don't follow through on the mechanics they introduce.
I mean, okay, I guess I said that in the most vague way possible. But you know what I mean, where it's like, I don't think they do unique mechanics in a way that's very satisfying. It feels very shallow every time. And especially nowadays, like with modern Fire Emblem, I just get like weird feelings from it. That's it. That's all I was going to say.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. Like the farming isn't something that, okay, they brought back the farming for 3 houses, but they just kind of made it a greenhouse.
Yeah.
Okay, so Harvest Moon.
Wait. Bro, what's a kaiju?
You're the one on the podcast.
Do I have to define the kaiju?
Hence why
I don't have a kaiju podcast, Stephen.
Hello, I'm here because I have a kaiju podcast. So a kaiju is, kaiju is just like Japanese for monster, really. Giant monsters specifically. So, your kaiju prototypical one is obviously Godzilla or Gojira. Both are actually correct. People that tell you that one is better than the other is wrong. It's different transliterations of the Japanese. So, tell them they're wrong. So a giant monster that is the focus of the thing exists to be big and to stamp on things. And the joy of it is really the aesthetics of destruction, or using a big monster to tell an interesting story about consequence and damage, or just watching wrestling, basically, that's better because it's bigger. Kaiju are good.
Okay. So I have a question. Does the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in Ghostbusters, the video game, count?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Definitively.
There we go. All right, I'm writing this
the
down.
Exhaustive list done. Moving on.
All right.
Yeah. Actually, I have a question. For me, the prototypical ultimate kaiju video game is bad, and it's Rampage.
Yeah. In video games, yeah. When I meant Godzilla, I obviously meant for movies.
No, I agree. No, your definition was fine. I'm bringing it into video games now.
Yes.
Rampage is, for me, the value and fun you get out of Rampage is about the value and fun you could have had in an arcade putting a quarter in. It's about 25 to 50 cents worth of fun.
Yeah, I think that's very, very fair. Not a game that has hold up.
I'd never played Rampage, but I did watch the demo reel at the bowling alley arcade.
It's the same experience.
Tying that back into the Dino Crisis episode, it all informs each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like poetry; they rhyme.
Yeah.
Go away.
Okay, so let's start with the big man himself. Like, are there any good Godzilla games?
I'd say so. Sure.
Tell me about them.
Maybe.
Such as...
maybe I don't know. I played them when I was like 9, guys.
So I played Destroy All Monsters Melee on the GameCube. And I liked that one because Anguirus had a secret buff, and Anguirus is my favorite monster. Anguirus, when he was on all fours, was immune to ranged attacks. Because of his spiky shell.
That's true in the movies as well. If you notice that every time he's on all fours, he never gets range attacked.
No, he just gets his jaw snapped in half by Mechagodzilla.
Yeah, he does. Anguirus.
I played
Anguirus
Godzilla Unleashed on the Wii, and I don't know if that's a good game, but boy howdy, it had a lot of monsters. You could play as Titanosaurus in that game, and I don't think even the makers remember Titanosaurus.
Let me ask, going into these general things, and this is going to inform War of the Monsters as well, our game of the week. Mm-hmm. What level of these games comes from a catharsis of area destruction, as Steven So put it, or does it come from the wrestling? And does it come from the roster?
I think for me it comes from the roster. I am a person, I'm no good at fighting games, but I like setting up scenarios. So the bigger the roster, I don't even care if there are reskins. Just give me like toys to mash against. I think the destruction is a good factor, as I'll talk about in the War of the Monsters, but I can't remember any of the Godzilla games I've played having good destruction. At least in Rampage, they incentivized like tearing down skyscrapers and stuff.
Rampage is probably the best at destruction because it was a primary focus.
Yeah, but those are also smaller monsters. So
yes,
I think there is a level of bigness where a monster is no longer fun to play. Like, you want that playground feel, I think.
Yeah, I want Renegade Ops, but I'm Godzilla.
Do you have fun in, like, what are the games? Oh, no. Hulk Ultimate Destruction, which is not a kaiju, I know, everybody. But... That, or, what's the other one? Prototype?
Yeah, I would like that, like something like Red Faction Guerrilla, where you can like properly smash things up like that, as like a proper Godzilla game like that. They'll never make it because you can just make a cheaper Godzilla game and it'll sell.
Yeah,
but that would be. It's also like I guess you get into like some of the Superman problem of like how do you make it fun without just making it frustrating. Of when you are big destructive force, you're just going to end up just fighting yourself repeatedly and just like making it just annoying of just being like badgered and peppered at things. It's a hard thing to play. It's a fun thing to watch.
Yeah.
I think that... Do you think a kaiju game needs to be a fighting game? Or is that just the easiest route for devs to take?
It's the easiest, certainly.
It's easiest, not the most important. Like, I was interested in that Gamera title, which was like a... fucking Star Fox game or whatever. It was like cool. a light gun, or not light gun, like a dog fighting Star Fox thing.
Panzer Dragoon.
Or Panzer Dragoon, yeah.
There we go. I was thinking, like, what if you made an open world kaiju game that was literally like open world, like American Truck Sim? You can walk from one side of the country to the other.
Godzilla Sim.
Yeah.
being a monkey, as we're going to talk about War of the Monsters, would be very difficult.
Like everything? Like everything. Do you remember Everything? Was that what that game was called?
Oh, yeah,
Where you could be everything?
Everything. Yeah, I know what you're
just like that.
about.
Just like you just like chill and vibe and you just be Godzilla and walk around.
Just, yeah,
like Nobby Nobby Boy, but Godzilla.
Take a hot bath in a volcano crater or something.
I mean, is Katamari a kaiju game? I mean, no.
So now we're getting into the metaphysical questions of the Variety Minute. So does a kaiju game need to be you're playing as a kaiju? Is Shadow of the Colossus a kaiju game?
Yeah.
Then it's the best one. That's interesting. Oh god. Then most games
probably.
are kaiju games. That's like all of them. That's every game.
Well, like it was like God of War with the Colossus of Rhodes for me, or like when you get to 3 and you start fighting the Titans.
Yeah,
they're so big they have to count.
I was thinking like one of the big selling points of God of War 3 was that Kronos fight, where it's like, oh, his fingernail is the size of a house, and that feeling of just like fighting something that's massive. I haven't played this game, but the fucking Dragon's Dogma.
Oh, that game's good.
Oh yeah.
But that's all about fighting giant monsters, right? And crawling around on them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, do we count Monster Hunter with like, its
we're just listing games
Because,
that
like,
I like
we get
now.
to this point...
I think it comes down to your question of, like, what qualifies as a kaiju? Like, what's the bigness threshold?
I think Monster Hunter definitely counts, like, because you were literally out. The whole appeal is that these are things that are way bigger than you and you are small down there and trying to fell them. So, like, yeah, man. Like, some of those monsters
but, like,
are just
if I did,
enormous.
Like Cabela's Big African Safari and I'm shooting elephants, is that a kaiju?
Oh my god, imagine if they just put out a level where you just fight Godzilla.
Just shooting giraffes in the neck.
Sniping.
And it has like the sniper vision.
Giraffe, King Ghidorah, giraffe.
Yeah.
I would never shoot a giraffe.
I think that's where you get into the question. Because I do think some Pokemon qualify, like Rayquaza or Wailord are huge and they can wreck a city as shown in like the anime and movies. But I wouldn't not all Pokemon are kaiju though.
Like many words, it's a slippery definition that goes back to you know it when you see it. You just know.
Mm-hmm.
No, we don't. I don't know when I see it.
When you see it.
Apparently you do.
That's a kaiju.
Well, he ranks monsters.
Yeah, I rank them.
That's fair. Yeah. You haven't ranked them in a while.
Hey, you. That's because we've got. It's because you keep making me play video games.
See, it's like I said. This is the only podcast where PvP is enabled.
Yeah. Peter Jackson's King Kong. All right. I wanted to say my kaiju take. King Kong's my favorite kaiju. That's my take.
Okay.
I love monkeys.
Okay.
When I get asked about who do you prefer, Godzilla or King Kong, it's like, I don't know, do I prefer the one that's a meditation on nuclear guilt, or do I prefer racism? I guess I prefer the meditation on nuclear guilt.
I prefer Godzilla.
King Kong just speaks to me.
Godzilla has the rogues gallery.
It's, racism is hot right now.
King Kong, this is going to go into... Okay, we're going to go pretentious. I'm going to say a story to defend how I feel about King Kong.
Oh, God.
This is going to be really weird, but I'll do it. This is the time
gonna be some Mighty Joe
to
Young
defend my
shit.
boy.
This is
When I was young and stupid, I wanted to make an epic poem about King Kong versus Godzilla, because to me that was like one of the ultimate, most epic conflicts in modern times.
Man versus man versus nature, man versus self, Godzilla versus Kong.
I associated King Kong with man and the hubris of man, standing on top of the Empire State, holding these things and fighting back against everything pushing against him, and Godzilla being the force of nature coming towards him.
What is a King Kong to a Godzilla?
Yes, what is a king to a god? And what is like the king who can stand at the top versus a hurricane? You know what I mean? So I would write Godzilla in haiku if I would. So like, I think Godzilla is clearly more powerful and evocative of much more social commentary and all this stuff. But I relate to King Kong more. Does this make sense?
It does. Okay. I'm being mean. Obviously, like the genesis of King Kong is like initially racism, but I'm jesting.
I don't think there is a King Kong game on the Genesis.
Oh, so what's sorry? What I don't know what you mean.
What about? Did you guys ever read the Godzilla NES creepypasta?
No.
You didn't let me have my Mega Drive joke, damn you, Murph.
No, it's like this whole narrative about playing the Godzilla NES game, but it's haunted by a demon that killed the narrator's like middle school girlfriend.
Okay.
Murph got into creepypastas, and I don't think he ever recovered.
Yeah.
I like little fucked up creatures. I don't know what to say. I like little gremlins.
Is the hug monster a kaiju?
There were giant hug monsters. I made a Hugzilla.
Oh, no.
I actually recreated all the Godzilla monsters in the Spore Creature Creator.
Oh, God, please let me leave.
Steven, there's no escape.
It's true. Say no more. Say no more.
Okay.
There's one more I want to talk about in the Variety Minute, then we can be off it.
Okay.
This has been the longest minute of all time. Earth Defense Force.
I was just about to bring that up. I was literally like, what about EDF?
Yeah.
That has to count, right?
Yeah. That definitely counts.
And it's got that Japanese energy. It's got the like, this feels like Japanese as hell, which is like key to the kaiju for me.
Your soldiers sing little songs about killing the bugs.
And
it's literally like fighting giant bugs, but you're on ground level. I would qualify that more as a kaiju game than Monster Hunter.
Yeah. Oh, you see, to me, well, technically yes, but I also like see a lot of Monster Hunter in it, just in, like with a Starship Troopers thing slapped onto it, which is, I guess, Starship Troopers is a little kaiju-esque.
Yeah. In the vein of the little baby kaiju.
I think it depends on how small the thing is compared to how giant it is. Because like an ant, it's pretty small, but if you had an ant that was like as tall as a man, I'd be like, that's a kaiju.
Wait, is a Tyrannosaurus Rex a kaiju?
Well, there are some Godzilla films that say yes.
How much bigger is it than its normal like Tyrannosaurus? I broke his brain.
Jurassic Park count?
No. Not even Jurassic Park 2 Lost World, where it's in San Diego.
This goes back to the conversation of being like, if it's just animals, Calvin and I have said this, like, if it's just an animal, I think kaiju are not animals, they're a distinct, like, fictional category of creatures, and when it's just like, this is just a real
thing. But then King of the Monsters does just big animals.
Yeah, I know.
Like, it's a mantis. It's a mantis.
You don't need to give me a reason to insult this game.
The operative word there is big, and also that there's only, like, one Kamacuras.
Yeah, alright.
Okay.
When one big mantis and another big mantis love each other very much, they can make other big mantises.
Yeah, well, you lose one big mantis in the process.
There you go. Yeah, that's fair.
Well, what a fun minute. I enjoyed every minute of it. Every minute of the minute.
That's how Minya learned about the birds and the bees.
Is this the biggest derailing since the last episode where you talked about trains?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I like trains.
I like trains.
Okay,
Steven, you want to talk about trains real quick?
Yeah, happily. Have you seen the movie Train Quest? It rules.
You were just on a train.
I was just on a train.
Yeah. I wish America had a good rail system. Well, we should say the Variety Minute this week is iconic cities in video games. Given that our game of the week is in, I would argue, one of the most iconic cities of video games.
Probably, yeah. Rapture's probably the big one in terms of like at least creativity and like coming up with a new one. I was going to say a lot of cities really matter in sandbox open games like Grand Theft Autos and all that.
Yeah, I was
like
gonna say Vice City.
Yes, yeah. Setting determines so much of the tone of those games, but also they're most of the time based on real locations. So something like Rapture being so creatively like, no, this is its own system, then I think that's super cool too.
Yeah. Well, bro, I'm gonna give you like a good 5 minutes to get all your like FromSoft cities out of the way. You know, your Cassian and Orlandos, your Yarnums.
Yarnum's pretty cool.
Your Berg of the Boreal Valley.
Shut up.
Do you not feel that there are iconic cities? Do you not feel that there's lots of iconic cities in From games?
There are, but I was just going to generalize and say, because like I was also going to include like fucking Tomb Raiders and Uncharted, talking about ruins of cities where you sort of go back. What I like about FromSoft games is when you go back, it's sort of like an archaeological thing where you look at what happened to the city, and you get fragments and glimpses of it like actual history, and that sort of informs it. I don't have my favorite city in FromSoft is Shulva of the Sanctum City. I love Shulva as an area. It is like it is what I want in level design, at least for the Dark Souls games.
Did you ever play Kingsfield 4?
I did not yet. I'm going to record that eventually. I played the other 3 Kingsfields.
Okay. I think you'll like Kingsfield 4 then.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Any other cities?
I was making a list of like cities I personally remember very fondly. Places like Windfall Island in Wind Waker, Traverse Town in Kingdom Hearts, Whiterun in Skyrim, and then I realized that these are all like the first place you go to in these games. And do you find that's true for you? Like in open world games, like RPGs and such, like the first city is like the most fleshed out and memorable.
Well, it's the Firelink Shrine dilemma, where it's not necessarily the most fleshed out city, but because the game naturally, or like city or area, it's not the most fleshed out one, but because the game keeps funneling you back to that area, you just sort of, you just get more time with it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's also comfortable. Yeah, it's that comfortable home experience where when you go through the gauntlet of something and it's tough and whatever, and you come back, now you have the moment of reprieve that sort of is that deliberate pacing. Since you said that, I just remembered Majula. Majula would be my favorite in that contest, where Majula is just fucking sick.
Is Majula a great little city?
It's not a great city. No, it's kind of shitty.
Or is it just that song?
No, I like all of it because I personally like. I'm a big Dark Souls 2 simp. I like the NPCs within it, and I like that sort of living, breathing thing. I would not want to live there. And but I like the visual of it, the setting sun. It's sort of a beautiful solace, but is also slightly ominous in the context of knowing what Dark Souls is. So it's like, the setting sun is a bad thing too. You know what I mean? And it's just like shit like that, where it's just
the manor. I love the manor.
Yes, exactly. I love it all.
I think a city can be a shithole and still be iconic, like City 17,
like BioShock.
Yeah, like BioShock. City 17 is a really good one. Yes.
Yeah, and the thing they do with City 17 is they use an entire city to give you an impression of the state of the world.
Yeah.
You know. You see, I put down Isle Delfino. Does that count?
Yeah, that counts. I'd count that, sure.
Sure.
Okay.
I think that is the best part of Super Mario Sunshine.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Yeah, I don't like Super Mario Sunshine a lot. I think the strongest thing Super Mario Sunshine does is its aesthetic and setting. That's probably
no. I will cop to that. What about going back to the last retrospective I did on? What about Raccoon City? Does that feel iconic to you, or is it merely just reinforced in the franchise?
I think it's iconic. It's good. Yes, that people associate Raccoon City. It's like one of the biggest names in video games. I think so. Yeah.
Sure. But I'm also in like the place of name 5 places in Raccoon City. Like you have the police headquarters,
the zoo, the subways.
Yeah, the subways. That's in every city.
The Oswald Spencer Hospital.
There we go. You're pulling it. There we go. Let's come on, Murph.
The thing about...
Did you know that in the remake, Carlos's chest pouches had jiggle physics?
I didn't know that. I didn't notice that.
That's the real jiggle.
Maybe I need to download one of those shirtless Carlos mods.
It's very... There's a scene where I think it's one of the scenes where like he leaves Jill in the care of that other guy whose name I don't remember.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, I gotta go or whatever. And like he does a little hop and you can see the chest pouches, they like jiggle. It's very obvious in that one if you want to find it.
Huh, okay.
But 3 and Outbreak really, I think, are what would make that for me. 3 and Outbreak are like, okay, this is like, we're trying to integrate the city into everything. I think after that, when we talk about Resident Evil locations, they can be good for a nice cultural thing. Like the village in Resident Evil Village is a good village, but I don't necessarily think they are like completely like fleshed out. Maybe villages, I guess. We'll see what happens in the time.
Yeah. Or like, I don't know. I think just the thing with the Resident Evil is that there's not a lot of competition for Raccoon City. Yeah. Do you remember Tall Oaks, Brogan?
Where was that?
That was the first area of Resident Evil 6.
I don't remember that name, I'm sorry.
And there's the problem.
You go too many places in Resident Evil 6. You go like globe hopping to where it's like you're not fixed in a singular setting. And I think that's like one of those issues where it's like the intrigue, the spy, espionage intrigue and action have a conflict with horror, because horror is usually like a very fixed setting.
Yeah.
You stay in one location so you can develop that location, you know?
Yeah. Well,
Does 6 still do resource management?
I think.
Well, I'm wondering because like, how do you do resource management in like if you're traveling across the globe?
Well, I mean, it's broken up into levels. It's not like a connected, seamless thing. So it's more about like managing your resources between levels.
Where are we on Silent Hill? Is that a city or is that a town? I feel like that's a town.
Silent Hill's a vibe.
I count towns. I think at this point we're counting towns as cities.
Okay.
I think that's what's happening.
Municipal areas. Well, it's like, it depends on how much they add into it. Like, you know, in the very first Resident Evil game, they say Raccoon City has like a population of 60,000 or something. And then like every subsequent entry within Raccoon City adds in all of these like things. Like it has a zoo. It has a massive ass zoo in the middle of town. It has a central park. You know,
I feel
the number scale is what you're saying.
Yeah.
I feel like if we can count Majula, we can count Silent Hill.
Yeah. The towns have been entered in. We're doing it. Silent Hill is really good about it too. I think Silent Hill is for me personally, the best aspect of the franchise in terms of like learning more about its history informs the game itself in so many ways beyond just like, I think 2 does a really good job with it, but I think a lot of people, when they get hung up on the franchise, get focused on the psychological solitary aspect of Silent Hill, whereas like when you really get into Silent Hill, there's a lot of appreciation for like the cult history or the tourism aspects, and you sort of just learn those different things and how they inform the game as you play it. That's really good.
Does Casinopolis from Sonic count? Well, I guess it depends. Is Casinopolis like an actual city? Is it an opolis, or is it just a casino?
Murph, I think
you're
thinking...
the Strip in New Vegas, is that like a city or is that a casino?
I think that...
I think that's as close to a city as you could get.
Yeah, it is the New Vegas.
Oh yeah, that's right. What am I saying? I sound like an idiot.
Well, it also has districts like Freeside and like that sewer section where other people live.
Yeah.
So it like maintains that Vegas identity.
And I think that's like kind of core to what makes a city feel iconic is like whether or not it's just an area or it's like multiple areas, you know?
Yes.
Oh.
That's a good point, Murph. Oh, there you go.
You know, whether or not it actually feels like a city or whether it's just an urban level.
I love Haven City from Jak 2 and 3. Did either of you ever play that?
Shit, yeah.
Yes, I like Haven City.
It's like a Big Brother, but in a kid-friendly GTA.
Yeah, and I think that what makes it so interesting is like it directly contrasts the game that came before it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and like it's so interesting to see how Naughty Dog like changed how like its directions every time as it was trying to, I don't know if the word is match or whatever, but I just loved Jak 1. Jak 1 is like my favorite out of that trilogy because it just feels like Banjo-Kazooie but fucking 10 times better. That's how I feel about it. So then when we go into Jak 2 and 3, they're very interesting in how they I like being able to traverse the city in so many ways, like the hoverboard. Being able to pull out the hoverboard at any point in Haven City is super cool. Or like just being able to jack the vehicles. I love all of that, and I love it how different of an approach it is to Jak 1. Yeah.
I love also that even though Jak 2 and 3, they're not really platformers anymore, they still have that platforming mechanic. Like the control setup is the same. It's like, oh, it's just like, what is this? It's a Grand Theft Auto game with the most insane movement scheme you've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, without it, that would be the moment where it's like, is this really a Jak game? But maintaining that core fundamental gameplay, or like that movement system at least, that's how it's like, okay, yeah, we've carried over. There's continuity still. That's how you feel the continuity.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jak 2 with Haven City does that district thing where you kind of always know what part of the city you're in based on like the color scheme and what sort of buildings you're seeing. Like the harbor area is very different from like the farm area where you go into like the jungle ruins and stuff.
I love that depressing farm area.
Running over
just,
the
like,
giant pumpkins.
Yeah, but it's also like just, it's such a depressing, like authoritarian tucked in between like, what is that, Chinatown?
Yeah.
And and like the slums where Crew and the gang hang out. It's like, this sucks.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't necessarily find, I don't 3 is the one I've played the least. But what is the desert city of that one called?
Spargus.
Spargus. My bad. What I enjoyed more was the Mad Max when you go out into the wasteland with your little dune buggy or whatever. I enjoyed that part of that edition more than the actual Spargus.
If only there were things to do out there.
Yes.
Yeah. And then they did the Lost Frontier or whatever, and apparently it's not that great because they dumbed down the movement scheme.
No, when they introduced Dark Daxter.
Dark Daxter. Oh,
yeah.
He's already fueled with Dark Eco. What is... whatever. Whatever.
No, but he gets overcharged and he becomes like a werehog.
That's a werehog.
Yeah, like Sonic.
Yeah, from Sonic Unleashed, the werehog. Everyone knows the werehog.
I was gonna say, like, why is that the reference? Why not like?
Because he's like big and purple.
Why doesn't he become like Dark Jak?
I will say, I guess RPGs do a really good job with cities as well, but we could take that in for another time. We can sort of explore the RPGs, because RPGs will have the metropolises where you get to talk to the people. Talking to NPCs, in my opinion, is an important aspect of city life and those experiences.
Yeah.
But we don't have to talk about them. That reminds me, this week's Variety Minute is Remakes and Remasters.
That's video games are such an interesting product when it comes to remakes.
Yeah, I think of it in terms of like the fucking thinking of these versus like the Psycho remake, where it was like shot for shot, and it's like one of those, and it's like people don't know what to make of something like that. Whereas video games are so clearly dependent on the technology of the time to like codify the sound and visuals, and like they're always evolving, that it's night and day difference. But also, as we talked about with Blood Omen, sometimes you don't want that, sometimes you don't need that.
I think, like, for me, the baseline for what a good remake is something like Resident Evil 1 remake.
That is now my favorite remake.
Yeah, where it is very clearly the same gameplay, but it improves on the original story and even adds like new things. So it's still surprising to people that have played the original.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you could technically argue that like fixing something makes it worse. I mean, I'm sure people might be disappointed in the, I would say, like, slightly to moderately better production value, especially in regards to the voice acting of Remake. But that being said, like, I think what's really nice about Remake is the creative stuff they added, like the Crimson Heads, where it completely changes the dynamic. It feels fresh, but it never feels obtrusive to the original experience.
Yeah, and I think a large part of that is that remake was handled by a lot of the original team that worked on the first one. And now it's like, okay, we're making the version we wanted to do, but couldn't because we were confined by the limitations of the time.
Yeah.
And those consistently are like the remakes that turn out really well. Whereas with certain other franchises where a new team comes in and says, we're going to remake this from the ground up, you get kind of mixed results.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was about to ask, how do you feel about a new team entirely? Like, are you always opposed to a new team, especially one that, like, you've never fucking heard of, remake a game?
It really depends on what the direction of the remake is. So if it's something where they're going to make it from the ground up, but it's the same game, like the Shadow of the Colossus for PS4.
Yeah.
That's kind of like one of those why bother remakes to me. But when it's something where it's reimagining the original game, or it's taking the original story in a new direction, something like the Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes, or the Final Fantasy VII remake, where the intent is not quite to remake Final Fantasy VII, but make a remake that's aware that it's a remake.
It's a separate game, but it's sort of a game that sort of understands the original intent and just reinterprets it for modern tastes or a different genre. Yeah. How do you feel about like you haven't played Crash Bandicoot? I'm trying to think of one you would have played that's like in that ballpark.
So I do know I have played the Insane trilogy to a degree.
Okay. Yes.
And
those would be like, aside from if you got nitpicky, those are like shot for shot remakes.
Yeah,
like,
and I do take issue with them actually.
Okay.
For starters, strictly from a gameplay perspective, it's Crash 1 through 3, but they made the physics for all 3 games based on Crash 3, which don't necessarily work for 1 and 2.
Especially 1. I think the issues when it comes to 1, because Crash's movement is very particular, especially in platforming. I had a much more difficult time with the bridge segment in Crash 1, the one with the turtles.
Yeah, that's the one I saw everyone talking about.
That's
the one
people, where the physics matter.
And then people that don't play the game or know the mechanics get on their keyboards and like, I beat this when I was 7. It's like, yeah, you beat the one that was designed right for this level.
Yeah.
But I even take issue with the visuals of the Insane trilogy, because to me, like, original Crash works better when it's not looking realistic. Like, to me, Crash has always felt something like what if a Tex Avery cartoon was a video game, you know? And
you see, okay, go ahead.
And giving it like this realistic fur texture and like good lighting and environments. I don't know. It's like Space Jam 2 Bugs Bunny, you know?
You know, it's so weird because there's a part of me that agrees with you, and then there's a part of me that disagrees, because I think let me try to think of the way to say this. When we talk about fur and basic design, it is actively trying to like give that realistic texture to those characters. However, I think in terms of animation and voice, I think they actually doubled down on the Saturday morning stuff. And I think if you look at like, for instance, Neo Cortex is very different from the original 3, and he's much more in line with what Cortex is now as a character in terms of, oh, I'm goofy and cartoony.
Yeah.
Like that is the new Cortex, and they reinterpreted him in those old games like that, versus the original Clancy Brown, a lot more sinister, a lot more basic, which, I mean, you could complain about, but I think I think when we hit those weird marriages, you know, whatever, I would say that Crash 4, the Out of Time one, which I didn't play a lot of, but I saw a lot of clips of, is probably them trying to fulfill a much more visual, cartoony design.
Yeah, and I think Crash 4 definitely looks better compared to the Insane trilogy. Because it's trying very much to be its own thing, rather than just shot-for-shot remaking something that came before, but doing it with a different coat of paint on it, if that makes sense.
So you're definitely not about like the Blue Point Demon Souls remake then, right?
I mean, I haven't played the original Demon Souls. I don't really have much intent to play this one, because it just reads like all the issues I had with Dark Souls 1, but more.
Really? Yeah, I mean, you should give Demon Souls a shot.
Okay.
But that being said, I'm curious as to, like, because of that distance, would you be interested in like emulating the original, or would Murph pick up the remake?
I think if I were to play Demon Souls, I guess I would play the remake.
Okay, that's interesting. But okay, all right. I'm taking notes here. What other remakes and remasters are there? Oh, there's a Last of Us remake. That's the one that needed to happen.
There's a Last of Us remake and a remaster. And kind of going back to what I said last episode, it's like, you know, which of these is going to be considered the definitive one? And in my heart of hearts, I can't really say at this point that the remake is going to be seen as the definitive one at all. Unless Sony pulls a move where they just make the old version, like, you can't buy it anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. That reminds me of the whitewash, or not whitewash. It reminds me of the changing of Spider-Man from like in the Insomniac, where they just completely recasted the model. And it's like, what are we doing? Why'd you do that? What was the purpose of the choice?
Because they wanted the Spider-Man to look younger to reflect his naivete, but also this is not a very naive Spider-Man. The idea
it's an experienced Peter Parker. Yeah, it's stupid.
So that one like makes no sense to me, and it like I don't know the anatomy of that issue too well, but it seems like something where they were responding to a very niche vocal minority.
Yeah.
What about okay, so when we talk about definitive versions of a video game with a remake, how do you feel about like the Mario All-Stars collection?
I actually don't mind it. I think that is a scenario because 2D games. I said I had a take on it, and I'm trying to articulate it, but I'm trying to articulate it live. With 2D games, there's a lot of precision, especially for Mario platforming, and precision really matters a lot. And that was one of the games where I sort of figured out that weird balance between simplicity versus fidelity obscuring. I would compare it also to like Mega Man the Wily Wars for the Sega Genesis, where these games were made spatially for 8 bits. Like the size of the sprite, the size of the enemy, the pace of the game were built for this graphical fidelity, and when they change it, it kind of fucks up the game in a weird way. It varies depending on the game. Like I would say Super Mario Bros. 2 USA, the Doki Doki Panic game, that game benefits really well from the updated graphics.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, like that one, like, and there's a reason why that one was the first Mario Advance game. But I would say the original Super Mario Brothers or Mario Bros. 2 Lost Levels, those were the 8-bit, very simple games too. Like in terms of visuals, Super Mario Bros. 1 is not a looker. So when you throw in the slap of paint, I think the paint gets in the way.
Okay, because I basically only know the All-Stars versions, because those were the ones ported to the Game Boy Advance, where I played them, the Mario Advance collection.
Yes, of course.
And to me...
Where it threw in Game Boy Advance sounds.
Yeah.
Like Toad going, yeah!
And to me, I don't really mind the remade versions of 1, 2, and 3, because to me, those do feel definitive. It's not like I'm feeling... When I look at like comparisons between Mario 3 and Mario All-Stars 3, there's not a feeling of like, oh, well, in the original, the Goombas looked more sinister, so you're missing out on a particular tone, you know?
I think the way you answered that probably answers the question at large of whether or not something is going to be definitive. It's going to be definitive to the person who played it the first time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so Demon Souls or Last of Us or Spider-Man on PS5. If there's enough people who play it, it will become the one that dominates people's hearts and minds.
I think the time between the original and the remake matters a lot, because there is a feeling of like something like the Medieval remake.
I loved the Medieval remake.
Yeah, but that's like has a feeling of like it's bringing it to a new generation. And for the generation that grew up with it, it's like, this is how the game looked to them in their mind.
Yeah, that one's not seeking to replace a definitive experience. It's more like, we're not going to make a sequel to this. We would much rather keep what worked. You liked what worked. And these people get to experience it in a new way, because Zoomers can't play old stuff.
Zoomers can't play old stuff? Is that your bumper sticker?
No. Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting older, Murph. It's getting
Can I put that on a shirt and wear that to PAX?
There, if you want. Yeah.
Okay.
I think you'd get yelled at, but I mean, any attention's good attention, right?
Yeah. I have a particular topic when it comes to remakes.
Okay.
And this is going to sort of the esports scene. When companies take older games that have a very dedicated homegrown fan base that play it multiplayer, but then the company remakes the game so that they have control over the esports scene of it.
Is this an Activision Blizzard thing or something?
You know, to a degree, like I did put down like the Warcraft 3 Reforged, where they remade Warcraft 3 with new models and then did a heavy push for the esports scene, but everyone just went back to the original because that's much more moddable. Most recently, to games I grew up with is like the Age of Empires Definitive Editions, which occupy a very strange place. So Age of Empires 2 is the one everyone likes. It's like the Melee of the franchise.
Okay.
So, like a decade ago, they put out an Age of Empires 2 HD edition.
Yes.
And to that edition, they released expansion packs and content updates and balance patches. And so, over time, everyone that played the original migrated over to the HD edition. But now, when the company who put that out, Forgotten Empires, was bought by Microsoft, they then put out the definitive editions of Age of Empires 2 and continue to support it with expansion packs. It just had its third expansion pack in like a year. But they also did a definitive edition of Age of Empires 3. And at the same time of that announcement, they announced a new game, Age of Empires 4. So they're pushing these 3 games that seemingly are in sequence to an esports scene. But they're able to do it because 2, 3, and 4 play wildly differently from each other.
So they're not going to swallow each other up.
You know, it'd be like if Capcom was pushing forward
Street Fighter or Marvel vs. Capcom. Like, those are completely different games.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, like, you know, if they were still supporting Street Fighter 5 along with Street Fighter 6 because 5 has characters and mechanics that 6 doesn't. So they see it as a separate game.
Well, I mean, people do. I mean, seriously, I mean, what makes that live or die is whether or not there's enough dedicated people, because you can still find people who play Super Turbo.
And I was going to bring that up, like Street Fighter 2 Turbo, which came out only a few years ago and had like new characters added to Street Fighter 2.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good example. And then but people can still play it. You could just switch off the things, and if it's a problem, especially in a fighting game, they'll just ban the character. You know what I mean? I support anything like that. For sure. Especially with improved netcode. Because, netcode matters so much to these games. A lot of times it's more hard to be able to play it the way it is. So, half the time you don't even want to remaster. You just want to be able to load the game properly on your fucking PC, and you can't. Because this game came out in 95. What the fuck?
Yeah. And I think that's where, in some circumstances for those older multiplayer games, I wouldn't want a remake. I would just want a re-release with proper working netcode.
Servers or whatever, yeah.
If EA said, hey, we're re-releasing 2005 Battlefront 2, but it will have working multiplayer lobbies.
Oh, people would buy that.
Yeah, rather than me having to go through, sketchy-ass Russian sites to connect to a lobby where I immediately get shot by 4 dudes playing Wookiees.
Yeah. No, and then, but people don't. I don't know if they don't see the money in it, or if there is no money in it, or what. But
I think it really is kind of like the sort of the Nintendo approach to things, where they want control over what the image is. You know, It's not like Nintendo is gonna re-release Melee, even though Melee is undeniably very popular still, because in Nintendo's mind, Ultimate is the current Smash. So all imaging should be around Ultimate.
Well, I mean, to be fair, for instance, like that, when we talk about splintering a fan base, if you release an HD version of Melee, what the fuck is half the competitive scene gonna play?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Versus Ultimate, and at a certain point in time, they're aware that that would cut into sales. So there's an element of that, but I guess then it all goes down to fan stuff, fan remakes or fan releases or fan support.
And that was actually the next little bullet point I had on my list, was like fan remakes. You know, have you ever kept tabs on those guys that try to remake Morrowind and Oblivion in the Skyrim engine?
Yes. Yep. And I mean, I've played fan remake. AM2R is a very famous one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or I put down like the King's Quest 2 and 3 fan remakes, where they do them in the style of King's Quest 6 with like voice acting and a more expanded story. And they were so popular that they got like actual voice actors from the King Quest series to be in them. Like they got the original voice of King Graham to voice in the awesome. 2 and 3 remake.
That's the dream as a fan too. And yeah,
I think it's just, like my original statement, it's about how definitive something feels and whether or not there's a feeling of replacing the original. Because in some circumstances, the fan remake of 2 is very good, but it also just doesn't have the same aesthetic and vibe as the original King's Quest 2, you know? Yeah. And I think there is merit in the artistic vision of the original 2.
Well, if you consult the Metroid conversation between David and Pavlos and I, we came to a similar thing with AM2R, because AM2R, what fan remakes do is, especially when they take liberties to remake them, Black Mesa for Half-Life is another example. Completely forgot about it. Where you see what they value, what a fan values, and those may not necessarily be the same values you had. Yeah. For instance, for Pavlos and David, they valued the atmosphere of the original Metroid 2, whereas the people that wanted to play AM2R or wanted to make a more conventional Metroid game, but be able to like a way to digest Metroid 2 in a way that they're comfortable with.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I totally get that.
And that's weird. That's where we get nutty, and maybe that's a conversation we can put off or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think the remake conversation will end, because our game of the week is something that has quite a few different versions of it out.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about the game of the week? Is it already time?
I mean, it can be. Do you have any other remakes you want to touch on? Like, what's your favorite remake?
It would have been Resident Evil 1 remake.
Okay, well, that's my favorite remake, so we're at an impasse.
Yeah. What did you think of the Pokemon remakes, real quick? I did write it down.
Oh, so like the Fire Red, the Heart Gold, Soul Silver? Those ones are interesting, because in a lot of circumstances, it's not so much about being able to play Pokemon Red version again. It's being able to play Pokemon Red version again with the modern mechanics. And I think that is where the allure of these the Pokemon remakes lie. Like being able to go through Ruby and Sapphire with the new Mega Evolution mechanic and having the story like adjusted for that.
I think Pokemon fans are very starved for mechanical complexity. At least in terms of a base single player experience. I can't speak to competitive. So like, yeah, I'm sure being able to reinterpret it that way adds greatly to it. I would say that like for Leaf Green, Fire Red, it was a little too just like, I don't know. I didn't feel like a huge jump, but like Heart Gold, Soul Silver felt like a completely new experience in the best way to me.
Those to me are games where I would recommend the remake over the original pretty much every time. I guess the Ruby and...
Even Diamond Pearl?
The Diamond and Pearl one I haven't played because I hate Gen 4.
That's fair. I mean, hey, no arguments from me.
Because to me, the original Pokemon games have not aged well. I guess there, to what I said earlier, there is an aesthetic to the original like pixel art in things, but like we were talking about with the Mario remakes, the readability is more important to me. And like, you know, in the original games, when you look at your party, they're not actually represented by the Pokemon sprites. It's just like some generic creature placeholder based on what the type is. Whereas in the modern games, it just shows you a picture of the Pokemon. And those are the sort of updates that I want. I wouldn't want, like, a Pokemon demake.
Yeah, I absolutely get what you mean. Yeah. This week's Variety Minute is on auteurs in video gaming, which is a very vague concept, I think.
Do we want to explain what an auteur is?
You could give the general, like, auteur theory concept, but then we're going to have to talk about the developers.
Okay, so auteur theory in the 1950s, film wasn't considered as legitimate an art form as it is now. This French guy was like, actually, it is art because every film contains the unique vision of its director. And so just saying, like, every director leaves their own creative stamp on a film.
Okay. All right.
You know, when you see a Tarantino movie, you know what you're going to get because it's a Tarantino movie.
Gotcha. All right. Well, with that being said, I think anyone, possibly in the know will realize that even then, these, especially films, or we had to put your film school prowess to good use. Thank you, Murph, by the way.
Yeah.
But like these are big teams, especially for video games. So like even when we say there's an auteur thing to it, is it ? Because like I definitely think directors have a singular voice and they make decisions. Making decisions naturally does that. But that being said, I don't necessarily think, especially for games, I would sooner credit an entire team personally.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really believe in auteur theory for films either.
Yeah.
I think there are some directors that have their own, like, distinct visual styles, but is that because the director has their visual style or because they keep working with the same team of people?
Oh, yeah, cinematographers or editors. Like, Tarantino had the same editor for, like, 8 of his 9 films. So, like, what are we doing here? And same thing with Scorsese for a lot of his films is like they reuse the same people and they do the same things. And that's not to say that that's not their own voice as well. Hiring people is also a director's thing sometimes. And that's like a big deal of it. So like, it all plays into each other. But that being said, for video games here, I'm going to ignore teams and developers for the most part. Go ahead.
Well, so we picked this because we weren't certain really about what to do. And I was like, it's being billed as American McGee's Alice. So what am I as a person shopping in 2000, at my Game Crazy / Hollywood Video? What am I meant to infer from American McGee's Alice?
You're either meant to think American McGee's Alice, who the fuck is American McGee? Or you're meant to be like, oh, American McGee, I love that guy. Let me buy this game.
So real talk, for the longest time, I didn't know American McGee was a person.
You just thought it was a concept or a brand?
I thought American McGee was like American Gothic.
Oh.
like it's a particular art style.
No, Murph, no.
When it comes to video game directors, I think, like, the biggest one that comes to me is Kojima.
Here's the thing. I think Kojima is probably the biggest, like, symbol of video game auteur theory. I think half of it is because he puts his name on everything.
Yeah, and
literally, like, every fucking mission of Metal Gear Solid 5 has directed by Hideo Kojima as, like, the fucking thing.
Well, that was because, Konami took his name.
I know it's because of Konami drama. Yeah. I know, but the point is like in games before that too, he puts himself out there as that, and I think you'll see that a lot with quote unquote auteurs, like in that sense.
Yeah.
Whereas like they bring out that personality. Maybe it's marketing, maybe it's the voice itself.
Yeah, it's really about who, like, putting yourself out there. Like, I have in my notes here, like, Ken Levine for, like, the Shock series. And it's like, would I really know who Ken Levine is if he didn't, like, come forward and say, like, I made this?
Oh, you see, and it gets interesting because, like, I wrote down a bunch of them where it's, like, directors that consistently made really famous games and they're famous directors. But even then, I'm like, are they auteurs? Hideki Kamiya would be one. Shinji Mikami, another 2 Resident Evil people. Fumito Ueda is a big one, technically. He is the main director of Team Ico. So, like, Ico, Shadow of the Colossus, Last Guardian, that is him. So, like, a lot of people would call him an auteur. Or you could even fucking go Shigeru Miyamoto.
I was going to bring up Miyamoto,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. But when I think of, like, what would you classify as a Miyamoto game, a Miyamoto experience? And that's where I think I kind of fall apart.
Honestly, if you want me to be like real about like what is a Miyamoto experience, I think Miyamoto, we're going to get weird now. I think Miyamoto is was a drawer first. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I think I don't want to necessarily say visual design, but like there's a childlike innocence to how he approaches aesthetic and game design. Obviously there are character designers and artists beyond him, but I'm saying like when he conceives of a game, he thinks of it in very simple terms.
Yeah, that checks out.
Even like Pikmin would be an example of a modern Miyamoto game because he came up with a small little idea of what would be fun, and then like he expanded it into like a thing is like you should make that a game.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like I think that's where the voice comes from.
Okay. And then kind of like what you said, for a lot of the AAA space, it's more like the team. Because gamers aren't very good about keeping track of who's making the media they consume.
No.
So there's a lot of the times when I hear a developer being used as a marketing point, it's like, oh, the person making the combat for this game made the combat for Devil May Cry.
Itsuno. Yeah, I was gonna debate Itsuno, but you mentioned
but it's always the guy who made the combat for Devil May Cry. Never.
Well, no, but here's the thing: is like now that I say that, I realize there is another person who did the combat because oh my god. Square Enix got the guy, I don't remember his name off the top, but he was not, like, Itsuno was the director of the Devil May Cry games, so in a way he did the combat, but there's also another person who did the combat to further emphasize that it's not one person, it's multiple people, and when you take one, you just slap the name of, oh, he helped do the thing for this.
Yeah.
So, and American McGee was not the primary level designer of the id games. As we will learn, Alice was his first major design game. He just contributed levels.
Mm-hmm.
So like when you become an auteur, you just contribute initially and then you grow into these roles.
Yeah, because games are so many different avenues, like the programming, the game design, like the script for these more cinematic games, the direction on that.
Yeah. Like
someone like Neil Druckmann for Last of Us, he seems to take a lot of credit for the story and writing and cutscene direction, but I've never really seen him talk too much about like the gameplay design.
And he may not contribute nearly as much. That they may go for completely different things. Who knows?
Yeah.
I wanted to mention, I had a bunch of them here. David Cage was one that always came to my mind because. Is he Quantic Dream?
Yes, that's Quantic Dream.
What's that?
He's the one with all the emotions.
yeah, cinematic storytelling, of course. Mm-hmm. I think that one sort of blew up a little bit. Same with Peter Molyneux.
Yeah.
Where I think that was a very specific time in gaming, where gaming wanted to take itself more seriously as an art form. And so to take itself more seriously as an art form, you need to find apparently a single person and be like, see, look, this person has something to say. And then it's like, I don't know, this game's not that good.
So let's be real. A lot of the people that make games are nerds, and they're not really good at promoting their product. So when you find the one guy who's good at like talking to a crowd and having charisma and selling the product, he becomes the face of the production.
It's Steve Jobs versus Steve Wozniak.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I wanted to posit Suda51.
Suda51 is a big one. I would absolutely understand that.
He's like the closest I would come to as like, okay, yes, when you get a Suda51 game, you know what you're getting into. Because he puts in a lot of very similar themes, a lot of very similar iconography across all of his games.
Well, you say that. So this is one I wanted to get on a soapbox about specifically. So From Software, I don't know how much you're very familiar with like discourse around From Software critically, but a lot of people in the communities credit Hidetaka Miyazaki for an authorial voice.
Yeah.
And there is definitely a huge element of that. But I think when you look at From Software as a whole, From Software is obviously Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, etc., etc. Even from the foundation of their career, Kingsfield, Shadow Tower, and as you go into the later stuff, or even Armored Core and all that, they do the same themes. They say the same things over and over again. They do the same gameplay stuff over and over again. It's just that Miyazaki, it's not luck either, because he's a very talented director. That's one of those scenarios where you can see what a director does, whereas he is able to organize it into a coherent and nice production where it all smooths, fully. And I don't think it's fair to credit all the creative, brilliant things for these games to one person. And then we can look at character design, where it's like Elden Ring has so many unique armor designs or enemy designs or level designs. And it is so not fair to do that because Miyazaki was a very small part of the whole.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
If you ever want a good breakdown for this, look up the article The Door Problem by Liz England. It's sort of like a cheeky article where it's like, okay, you have a door in a video game. Who's handling what on the team regarding that door? And it's like, the soundtrack designer's like, the door should have a theme song. The director's saying, there should be doors in this video game, etc., etc. It really breaks it down in a really, like, fun way. But it shows, like, the pure scope of, like, how many different hands are in this video game pie.
Yes.
That's not a saying. Hands in the pie is not a saying, but I'm going to make it one now.
Hands in the pie makes sense. Cooks in the kitchen, maybe. We're bad at analogies, I guess. The veal analogy, I'm still trying to understand. I'm wrapping my head around that one.
The auteur theory, I think, also works for indie scenes where it's like
absolutely
one person, like Toby Fox.
Oh shit! You know what would be the big one then? Oh no, what's his name? The dude that did Cave Story.
Oh, I don't know. I never got into Cave Story.
Cave Story was made by one guy.
Yeah, no, I know that, and I know it's huge in the indie scene, but I just never.
Yeah, so yeah, Toby Fox would be one. Derek Yu of Spelunky fame would be one, and Derek Yu also did a bunch of other stuff. For roguelikes, he really specialized.
You remember the Y2K, a postmodern RPG?
Oh, yes. Oh,
you remember
that,
Yeek?
I feel bad for that guy because that guy got shredded.
Yes, and I think Yeek is not not that bad, but maybe we'll make that an episode.
I have never played it, but I would try it.
One of the advertising points, like literally, I think even on like the Switch box art, it said songs by Toby Fox.
Oh wow.
Because the Undertale soundtrack was that big when that game came out.
Oh well, now that we're talking about, man, it's all flooding. Jonathan Blow of the indie scene, Phil Fish of Fez, which we did an episode on.
Yeah,
there's a lot of them where it's like, oh, you can see there's like such a huge voice there. And I also remember another shout out. Oh my god, we got so many, Murph. Never mind, this was a bad topic. Shigesato Itoi of Mother fame is probably one of the biggest ones because it's like without him you couldn't make a Mother game. Like fans are trying to make a Mother 4 and then they have to rename it. And even then, when you look at it, you have to make your own product. And when you can see that it's like too slavish to the material and to the voice, it doesn't pan out as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Undertale is an Earthbound inspired game, but it's a completely different game.
Yeah. How do you feel about, like, this is still in the indie scene, but those Kickstarter games where it's like, we're making this game called Mighty Number 9 by the original creator of Mega Man, or what was that? Requiem for a Dream or whatever, like Castlevania-like.
What? Okay, all right. We're gonna rewind because I am familiar with both of these contents. Mighty Number 9, Keiji Inafune.
Yeah.
Inafune was not much of a director. He was an executive producer on many Mega Man titles. He was primarily a character designer, which, to be fair, is a really big deal in Mega Man.
Yeah.
So he is considered to be the father of Mega Man. I think that was worthy of the title. A lot of people don't like Inafune now. He was responsible for a lot of...
He's responsible for Mighty Number 9?
He's responsible for Mighty Number 9, let's just say that. I think sometimes that auteur selling thing can definitely rear its head in an ugly way. The Castlevania one, however, I think is much fairer. That was for Bloodstained Ritual of the Night.
That's it.
And that was by Igarashi, which is a big deal because Igarashi was a heavy hand in inventing an entire genre. Mm-hmm. So I think he is definitely fair. Is he an auteur? No, but you can definitely feel what an Igarashi Castlevania game is versus even all of these independent games. Let's put it this way. I have played so many indie Metroidvanias, and when I played Bloodstained looked like a kind of cheap 3D asset, game. Well, it looks kind of cool. Yeah, it's a Symphony of the Night ripoff. Mm-hmm. The game itself was so much better than so many other indie games. I was like, oh yeah, that is what Igarashi directed game is. So maybe it does matter. You know?
Okay. We're really swinging the pendulum all sorts of ways here.
Yeah. Maybe we don't have a fucking take on this.
I think it's just like, much like film auteur theory, it is a complex discussion because
yes,
there's cases to be made both ways, and a lot of the times you're trying to determine who are the exceptions, who are the rules. I think sometimes within companies themselves, the company will put forward someone and spread them thin, like Tetsuya Nomura, who made Kingdom Hearts.
Yep.
I'm going to the Kingdom Hearts
or Final Fantasy.
You
keep going to Kingdom Hearts. It's like he's the Final Fantasy guy.
Yeah,
Kingdom Hearts is like the second thing.
But Kingdom Hearts got so big that Tetsuya Nomura was being like spread around Square Enix during their troubled like late 2000s period. And that's why, that's part of the reason why Kingdom Hearts 3 took so long to make, and why there were so many, like, direct-to-handheld games, because he couldn't find the time to focus on that, because they were bringing him in to, like, direct or character design or executive direct so many other projects.
No, and it makes the rest of it suffer, too. Did you want to talk about Sid Meier or Will Wright at all?
So Sid Meier, I don't know too much, like, his actual history other than Sid Meier's Civilization.
I assume they're both nerds.
Will Wright, I know, because I played Spore, I played The Sims, and I did, like, Will Wright was the first, like, game designer I knew the name of, because I was so into Spore, and I followed, like, the devlogs for that.
I would consider Will Wright, like, as close to a quote-unquote as it could be for this. You know what I mean? I think his name sells.
Yeah, he's Will Wright, bitch, to quote the Simpsons game.
Yeah, of course. And Sid Meier, I actually know from obviously Civilization. I also know him from Pirates.
Sid Meier's Pirates.
Is good. Yep.
Yeah.
Iconic game. That is a Daydreamcast.
Okay.
Eligible pick right there.
Which one?
Oh, we're gonna be picky on them. I have primarily played the original and the Xbox version.
I watched Pavlos play the DOS one, so I'm wary.
Well, we can see what happens. And then that was my list. I think we've exercised all of the list now.
The only one I have left is going back to podcast lore. Warren Spector.
Oh my gosh.
And how he was a selling point for Epic Mickey.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Absolutely. Wow. Thank you, Spectre. Wait, there's and I get yeah. That's it.
We're giving Warren Spector author credit on this podcast.
I'm trying to think of any others. I think it's done. I think we're done. I think Warren Spector killed it.
We've listed enough names.
Wait, time out. Oh my god, I am so stupid. This is the one, and this is the segue. John Romero, John Carmack, and motherfucking American McGee. Obviously, John Romero did a bunch of different... Like, they obviously all went their separate ways. John Carmack stayed at id and was responsible for Rage and all that stuff, and then he eventually got into VR technology, and I think he works with Facebook now on Oculus and Meta shit. But John Romero, obviously, was Daikatana fame. John Romero is going to make you his bitch. And obviously, to this week's Variety Minute is romance elements in games that are specifically non-romance games.
Yes. So,
in honor of Doki Doki Literature Club,
yeah.
Which we're not going to spoil just yet, but may match this theme.
So, do we just want to like rename this the BioWare Minute, or?
We could. I mean, there's other games that do it. There's a lot of RPGs. What I don't like is how BioWare infected other RPGs. Like Fallout was like, oh, we need our companions to be romanceable now. I'm like, why'd you do this?
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
Yeah, like I was trying to think, like what. I sat there thinking, is there a single Bethesda RPG where I was like, boy, I definitely did a romance in that game, and I was like, I think I got married.
Unfortunately, Fallout 4. Unfortunately, but
I never romanced anyone in Fallout 4. I think I got married in Skyrim, but that was just to see like the Hearthhome content.
Yeah. That's way less impressive. That kind of reminded me of Fable. If you ever played Fable and you just get like a random NPC wife.
Yeah,
it's like that.
Mm-hmm.
But BioWare was really focused on the ability to develop relationships with characters and the things. I remember like Bastila in Knights of the Old Republic was like the first one. I was like, what?
Yeah, well, like Mass Effect landed them in hot water because that was like, it was all about the sex scenes, you know? It's like, oh my God, you can see the shadow of someone's ass crack.
Video games are too mature now, Murph.
I know.
Is Mass Effect even rated M?
Oh, it has to be. It absolutely has to be.
Is it?
Yeah. There's like blood and swearing and people are...
But the blood's like purple blood.
Not if you shoot a human.
I guess that's fair. Anyways, what were your favorite romanceable options in Mass Effect?
So here's the thing. I think I said this. No, I don't think I ever said this on the podcast. But I have played through every Mass Effect and Dragon Age enough times to do every potential, like, choice, including romance options.
Okay. And so the answer's Garrus, right?
Yes, correct, absolutely. Because I was sitting there thinking, like, who is the best BioWare romance? And I was terrified, because I was like, no matter what I say, there will be judgment thrown upon me. And then I was like,
it's Garrus.
Yeah, it's Garrus. It's 100% Garrus.
Yeah. He's a good guy. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah, and he's into you, which is good.
Yeah. He's not a cop. He turns away from being a cop after one.
Mm-hmm.
He becomes like a renegade.
He compliments your head fringe and the birth of your hips.
Well, that's what a gentleman.
Yeah,
you know?
You haven't played any Dragon Ages, right?
No.
Okay, I think on average Dragon Age romances feel better than Mass Effect ones, and that's because Dragon Age gets away with a lot more like diverse character moralities and types, whereas like in Mass Effect you're always playing, it's always like, even in 2, which is about like sort of a mercenary team, but it's always like military still. But I think like in Dragon Age I really liked romancing Zevran in Dragon Age Origins. 2 has, well actually 2, all the characters I want to romance are locked off, like Aveline. So I won't go into that.
Well, let me ask you, what exactly are you looking for? Like, what do you think makes a... Because, like, part of me is like, oh, man, these things are fucking forced. Like,
yes.
Especially when it comes to BioWare and some of the later stuff. So, like, what makes it good?
I think the key to, like, what BioWare does is... And this is definitely forced, this is 100% forced, but it makes it feel like the romance is part of not only your character's arc, but the character you're romancing's arc. Yeah. You know, like by me shacking up with Thane in Mass Effect 2, I have given him closure over his terminal illness and dead wife.
Yeah. yeah, he was able to get over it by fucking. Yeah, that makes sense.
Like in something like Dragon Age 2, I remember a lot of people gave them heat because everything was tied to like your companionship, like friendship meter, and the moment that meter even got like a little high, your character, like the party members would be like, all right, so we're dating now, right? And the options are like yes or like no, go away, how dare you think that?
There's no easy way to break it to them.
Yeah, and if you like say no, then their approval like plummets. It's like, well, what was I meant to do?
I wanted to mention something away from BioWare. You think BioWare is the only option? That's not true. Dating sim stuff fucked up Fire Emblem and ruined the franchise, and also ruined Persona. So well, I mean, you know.
Now, well, I mean, I find that contentious because I came in at Fire Emblem.
I was just being fiery,
yeah.
You know. I was being controversial.
I think the first Fire Emblem game I played was Sacred Stones, but I never finished that. But I got into the franchise with Awakening, which is where they started doing the dating sim stuff. And I think Awakening gets a pass because it ties the datings, like the marriages and stuff, into the actual plot with like the children units.
I agree. I think that stuff's cool. I think the problem is like when you get to like 3 houses and it's like, okay, well.
Yeah. Well, Three Houses has like the problem of you being a teacher.
Yes. Yeah.
But I guess there is that time skip, although all the characters still call you professor, which is a problem.
Yeah, the time skip doesn't really give an excuse. I'm going to be honest. Let's imagine now that your high school teacher calls you up and says, "Hey, Murph, I always liked you. You wanna go out for some coffee?" You should still probably say no, and it's unethical for them to
At the very least, they give you other teachers to date, and they give themselves some leeway by saying, like, oh, all the characters are also, like, of age.
Yeah.
Like, some of them are, like, 25. So, but I think with Fire Emblem, I'll defend the dating sim elements to a degree, because a lot of people get caught up in, like, oh, who you can date, but to me, the appeal of Fire Emblem is, like, playing matchmaker.
Pairing them, like shipping.
Yeah.
It's the shipping.
Yeah, because there's way more opportunities for shipping than there are for you shacking up with someone. And I think, something like Mass Effect has, like, 3 to 6 dateable options per game, whereas in Fire Emblem, it's literally every other unit that you are not directly related to sometimes.
Yeah, but like, I mean, I think that's also specifically, I don't know all of the modern ones, but like specifically Awakening does that. I think Three Houses has like just like paired units that like naturally level up their ranks together or something. Maybe you can, I know you can pair them. I know you can pair two characters together and get unique cutscenes from them, but I don't necessarily think you can pair them in the romance way.
Yes, and that's what Three Houses, this definitely annoys me. Three Houses, you can get up to like A rank, but there's no S rank. Instead, once you beat the game and it's showing the credits, it will be like, oh, Edelgard married Dorothea, and I was like, oh, is that right? I didn't see them hooking up together. I
didn't see this.
What
coming.
Influenced this?
Yeah.
And that gets a little weird. And also, it's not always explicitly, like, a romance. There's definitely ones, I recall, where it's like, oh, they were the best of friends until the day they died. And stuff like that.
Yeah.
For, like, relationships that aren't explicitly romantic. That kind of rubs me the wrong way, because, like I said, I like playing the matchmaker. I like writing the romance story in my head.
Well, if you want me to go ahead and highlight something here,
sure.
And this is my opinion, like regarding dating sims. Be sure to bookmark this. But I think a lot of those, they just became best friends things, is a deliberate attempt by developers or publishers to avoid homosexuality.
Yeah, but well, Fire Emblem Three Houses at the very least could get pretty gay. But that's just because they had more characters that could be gay,
Yeah, but I don't think they ever like explicitly like. I think it was always like.
Oh no, like
get to life
where I said like Edelgard and Dorothea hook up. That's definitely like the ending I got. Like Edelgard becomes queen.
Good for them.
Yeah.
I just remember there was a side quest in Three Houses about a guy, and you're meant to think that he has like a crush on another guy, but then they completely backtrack.
There is like a lot of that, like Fates, the one in between Three Houses and Fates was bad about that. Fates literally has a character that's a girl that like gets flustered around every other girl and calls them cuties, and that's just because her dad's like that. Is the explanation, and you gotta cure her gay.
Yeah, BioWare is pretty good about LGBT representation in their stuff. So that's thumbs up there. You know what gets me, and this is actually like, this is going into the Persona stuff. Have you played Persona games?
Not a one, but I know Persona 5 has some real problematic romance options.
There are. Yeah, just in general, I think Persona was like definitely one of those ones where there's a lot of problems still. I remember, oh my god, I can't believe I don't remember names right now, but Persona 4 had a character who was like signaled as gay, but it was like a problem in a way. Like they sort of tried to avoid it because a lot of it was like accepting the dark side of yourself or whatever, and they tiptoed around the gay aspect of this character at all. Like they never paid it lip service or anything like that. Persona 5 stuff comes more in line with dating teachers. There's like an entire subplot where you could date your English teacher, and she's like a maid because she can't afford to work her
dear. That's a lot
normal
of fetishes.
job. Yeah, it's really bad. And what's so fucked
Hold
up...
on, wait, I watched a friend play the first chapter of this. Isn't the first like mission of Persona 1 to like punish a teacher that's diddling students?
Yeah, Persona 5's first person, like the first like person you have to change, or like the mental prison you have to break through or whatever, is a guy named Kamoshida, who's like a gym teacher who does like sexually abuse his students. So like there's a double standard there where it's like, oh, this guy is obviously bad, and that guy is bad, don't get me wrong. But then it's like, oh, for the player character can enjoy this hot teacher.
Yeah, well, that's because the hot teacher's a woman.
Oh yes, yep. That's where we're. Yeah.
Boy, we're. So
I like Persona, I promise, but yeah, no, it's a problem. I think dating elements fucked it up. I do.
So let me ask this: what do you feel like when there are romance mechanics in a game? It always seemed to be tied to like, you know, choosing to support that character in like dialogue trees or giving them gifts or what have you. Do you like it? How do I want to phrase this? It just feels so gamified, doesn't it? What's like the game you feel has like the best representation of quote unquote romance? Or have developers not tapped into that gene yet?
It's hard. Honestly, this may go into dating sim stuff, or it may go into visual novel stuff where they develop the characters properly. I think the answer to your question is a romance feels natural if it's developed properly in story, or if you're talking about mechanics, doesn't feel like there is a singular outcome. You know, there's an example here of where I think it's bad is Harvest Moon. Harvest Moon is like, oh, you've got this girl here or this guy here, and they like blueberries and daisies.
It's like, all right, I guess I'm bringing them a shipment of blueberries and daisies every single day.
Yes, and then you give them blueberries and daisies every single day, and then 2 months later they're in love with you and say, yes, I'll marry you. If only.
And then they stop being a character.
And then they stop being a character, exactly. Whereas I think something more realistic would probably be something more guided and scripted and making it more about the characters and stuff. So BioWare kind of gets it close, but then the issue is forcing it into a relationship you don't need. So like when I think of the issue with BioWare is I think I don't need a romance here. Fallout New Vegas is really good about its companions.
Yeah.
Fallout New Vegas, his companions have sexuality, and a lot of them are homosexual and gay. And there's a lot of great representation and their own opinions about that stuff. And you can ask them about their sexuality, but there's not a companion you can romance. There's none of that. That's not what's important to you and your party.
Yeah.
And I love that.
That's just
fantastic.
for the player to headcanon.
Yeah. If you want to headcanon, so be it. But like, sexuality is an important part of a person's identity, but it doesn't necessarily need to be a game mechanic in every RPG.
I'm trying to think. In Fallout 4, isn't it like literally you initiate by telling your companion like to do something and directing them at the bed or something?
Yeah, I think you can do that. I'm pretty sure.
That's so funny.
I'm pretty sure that's how you initiate a well rest or something. I don't remember off the top.
Something like Dragon Age, to go back to that, I think that does something real interesting with the romance, because in a lot of Dragon Age games, like, you know, you're making like big world-changing decisions or like big political decisions, and all of your companions have like an opinion on that. And in some cases, if you like do too many choices that they disapprove of, they'll leave the party, which includes like romance options. So if you're romancing like Liliana in Dragon Age Origins, who's like the peppy redhead who's all about Jesus, and you do things that are very anti-Jesus, then you know what? You're probably not going to romance her, no matter how many like gifts you give her or how many like times you agree with her in dialogues.
It's kind of hard to actually fall in love with someone you're completely politically against, or ideologically opposed to.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little hard.
Yeah,
it's one of those reasons why people who wear MAGA hats don't understand why nobody wants to talk to them. It's one of those things, you know. Anyways, continue.
Oh no, that was the extent of it. So I think like the Dragon Age games definitely tap into something at least narratively with the romance rather than it just being like gamified, especially in later entries where they took away the ability to like give gifts to compensate for lost approval.
Well, I mean, so the ultimate answer to your question, and this will tie into our game of the week, is romance and love is not a Skinner box. Do you know what a Skinner box is?
I've used the phrase to sound smart. It's an operant conditioning chamber. You put in blueberries and daisies. Yeah.
Yes. And that's the issue is that game mechanics are about that reward and outcome. It pretends there is a way to just play a game and have someone fall in love with you.
Yeah, you're on that pickup artistry.
Yes.
I think like
you're on the pickup artistry game.
You know, like exactly. I like all the BioWare games, and you know, I will never snub my nose at any romance mechanics in a game, but I guess in a more idealized world, there wouldn't be such a thing as like guides on how to romance a character. It would be more intuitive.
Yes. Absolutely. And that would be my answer, is maybe there isn't a way. Other than I guess developing a real online MMO or relationship with someone else or something, who knows. Okay, so this week's Variety Minute is Escort missions, and I did not prep for this at all. Theo, what's your favorite Escort game? Escort mission or Escort game?
Jeez, can I say a genre? Like,
sure.
A lot of first-person shooters have escort missions.
It's a game type.
Yeah, it's a game type, and I guess it's where it started from, and I guess where it got most of people not liking it. I guess because most...
Well, back then, instead of it being an AI, which I suppose we will get to for this, usually it's a player playing as a character that's not incapable of things. I think of like Team Fortress 1 and then having the civilian class.
Yeah, Warframe has one, but like... Warframe's escort mission, by the time I started playing Warframe, is like, yeah, whatever, you can leave the person you're escorting behind. As long as you make it to the end, it's fine. So, like, it's kind of nerfed there, but it really feels like a lot of escort missions just got, like, its derision because bad AI and really punitive gameplay.
I think escort missions are kind of one of those things like water levels, where they get a bad rap primarily because the most popular examples are just really poorly implemented.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, I think the most famous example is like Resident Evil 4, but even like I said this when we did the tier list, I said, you know, I have no problem with Ashley Graham whatsoever. And in fact, I was kind of thinking that anyone who did complain about having to protect Ashley is just bad at the game.
I'd agree with that.
And also the instances of having to protect Ashley are so rare, I don't really know why it got the label as a escort mission game. The other example that came to mind as like very much put forward as an escort mission done right was BioShock Infinite, which I'm very questioning on, because it's not so much that you're escorting Elizabeth, she's just kind of there. In fact, I forget she's there until like the combat stops and she and Booker have to talk to each other.
Well, Elizabeth can't die is I think one of the big things there. So then it becomes just an NPC that just follows you around no matter what, right?
Yeah, and she like helps in combat, but like I said, I forget she's there. It's kind of like Last of Us with Ellie, which is like, it's, you know, I don't need one more thing to keep track of in Last of Us, but I just don't know why it's labeled exactly as like an escort mission game. Like, I think there needs to be some delineating on what the term means.
Have either of you played a Plague Tale?
Yes,
I mean, I
love
haven't,
a Plague
but
Tale.
yeah, Plague Tale springs to mind.
Plague Tale, yes, I would say that does follow into a more... Well, Plague Tale's kind of like Ico, where it's your player character's protecting a weaker character, but that NPC character can still like help out, and they, it's sort of like brothers in a way, where one can do things the other can't. Mm-hmm. It's just one of the things the other can't is combat.
Right.
Yeah. I think one big one that I realized quickly researching lists here is Dead Rising, and Dead Rising is a game I love Dead Rising, and it's so fundamental too, because like I played Dead Rising 4, and Dead Rising 4 completely removes the escort missions. As soon as you find a person, as soon as you find a survivor, they just leave, they disappear into the ether, whereas in the previous games it was like a big thing to find somebody and have to take them all the way back to the safe house. It was a journey. It was like a thing you had to invest time into, because time is a big deal in Dead Rising.
Yeah.
So, and it's a core part of the gameplay too. So I actually really enjoyed the escorts in Dead Rising, and even then, the AI is not very good in Dead Rising.
No, it is not. In fact, I would argue it's one of those games that gave escort missions a bad rap.
Oh no! See, well, the thing is it's at the very least nice because it doesn't get in the way of the main campaign. Largely speaking, the main campaign doesn't force you into those escort missions. Mm-hmm. It is just because of how Dead Rising's formatted. There's multiple ways to play the game, and there's a main campaign that doesn't force you to do that. And then there's like, oh, you could save every survivor if you can. You'd get a different ending. You know what I mean? So in that way, I think it's very respectable.
Yeah. Another one I wrote down here, the end of Metal Gear Solid 3, where you have to protect and heal Eve.
Yeah.
Which, for me, is the most frustrating part of the game, because it's kind of that... I think escort missions kind of fall into that slot of, like, gimmick levels for some games, where it's like also in Metal Gear Solid, like the original, there's like the level, it's like, Snake, you can't use your weapons. And it's like, oh, so now I have to like learn to play the game differently now in like this, penultimate moment. And that's how it felt in Metal Gear Solid 3, where it's like, okay, now I need to like think incredibly different about how I've been playing the game up to this point. And that's like frustrating. It's kind of like having to teach an old dog new tricks.
But isn't that also kind of cool as a design decision? You know what I mean?
It depends greatly on the implementation. I would rather a game be built from the ground up with that idea rather than changing what the game is to accommodate it.
That's a really good segue to the thing. But do we have any other ideas of escort missions?
I was thinking, like, sometimes like modern Fire Emblems will not have escort missions, but they will have instances where it's like protect the villagers, and those missions are always like, they're doable, but sometimes it's frustrating. More what I was thinking is instances where the game tricks you into making it an escort mission. And again, like those Fire Emblems, they always have the unit that's like the villager, who starts like super weak but has insane like stat growths. So you need to like kind of babysit them and get them like have everyone else whittle down the enemy, and then have them come in and get the final kill so they get the experience. And those instances I always was frustrated with, because it's like at any moment like a mage across the map could just blow them up, and then you have to restart the save because you're playing with permadeath because you're a big boy. I think it kind of falls into that like Dead Rising scenario like you're talking about. Like the content, it's optional, and that's, I think, I lost my train of thought.
It's all good. I realized when we were talking about it, horror actually gets a good bit of mileage from this, because it's vulnerability, but it's also vulnerability in a way that you can't control, and removal of control helps in horror actually. For me, I don't mind so much like Silent Hill's a good example in both Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 4.
Yeah.
You have NPCs that you have to make sure don't get hurt. They can get hurt, actually. They can't die, or else you get in trouble, let's just say.
Yeah.
But like they can take damage and affect your endings or whatever. In those, I think those are perfectly acceptable, and I think work in different ways. And yeah, it really depends on the artistic execution, you know.
How much the NPC, because primarily I think escort missions are done as like a storytelling mechanic more than a gameplay one. You know, it's how do you get the players to care? How do you get the characters to care about the story of this like weak, vulnerable character? Well, you make them protect them in the game. It's young wolf and cub, baby. But if the NPCs are like imposing on the player, then they're just gonna get frustrated with the character and not form that emotional attachment. You know, I think about like to me, like all the most frustrating escort missions I've ever done in games are in like the Zelda franchise, like Twilight Princess, when you have to like protect that carriage while moblins right around it shooting flaming arrows. Man, I spent like 4 hours stuck on that because the stupid aiming didn't work right. And at the end, when you like get to the end with the characters you rescued, I'm like, I hate looking at them now. I hate that I had to like spend 4 hours protecting their ass.
This week's Variety Minute is SNESquels, the jump from 8-bit to 16-bit. Yeah.
So games that had started on the NES, and then how did they change in the jump to the 16-bit era?
I was so bold and confident in this Variety Minute, but I do not know either of yours experience in the Super Nintendo or even Sega Genesis. If you want to talk Sega Genesis, we can do that too.
So I guess I count in the sense that I played a lot of SNES games that were ported over to the GBA. That's my primary exposure. I played Super Mario World, and I always preferred that over Mario Bros. 3 when that came over.
Why do you think that?
I don't know. Even though the version of Mario Bros. 3 I played was the Mario All-Stars version, because that was the version on the GBA, I don't know. It just always felt so much more stiff and strange compared to sort of the effortlessness of Mario World. It's kind of hard to articulate. Part of it comes down to like the gameplay of either. But I also strongly preferred the soundtrack of World compared to 3. Yeah. And part of that's probably because the soundtrack was made in mind for a 16-bit like sound chip, which was able to offer like greater complex melodies.
Yep. I mean, I guess my thing is I'm trying to think of the way to say it. I think a lot of times when they did the jump, they were looking at what the tech could support afterwards. Like we could talk about Link to the Past later, but like for Mario, I think what really helps it was allowed to have number one, more buttons. There's like a bajillion buttons on the Super Nintendo controller, so that way you're able to do different kinds of jumps. Mario's got that spin jump. He's got different things that allow him to interact with the environment more, and then those different power-ups also are able to be more unique. So like, I guess the best way to say it is there's a difference between the raccoon power-up, where you just tap the button and you fly up, and then the fucking cape, because the cape has physics, yo. The cape goes down. Yeah, you gotta fucking pilot it. You have to like go on like train to properly master the cape.
I've never mastered the cape. I've never been able to fly over the level. I end up diving into a pit.
That and then the extensive ability for more secrets and more inventive levels and variety. I say Mario's like a difference between like sometimes it's about precision and sometimes it's about the variety of the game design. And I think the Super Nintendo allowed it to explode in that.
Yeah, I think the genre that like benefited the most in the jump was probably RPGs and like open world games. Like, you know, I never played a Final Fantasy game, but I can definitely tell the difference in a like monster from Final Fantasy 1 versus 6 because of like the higher definition of like the character portrait. It looks like it's hand drawn, whereas, you know, the NES era, it's very clear that it's all like they're doing what they can with the pixels.
Yep, and the same thing with like the music. I mean, we can go back to the music the whole time, and then we could also do the map. For instance, like they do a lot of mode 7 where you can scroll with the map and see where you are and all that. Whereas the original Nintendo maps, they're kind of a nightmare to actually navigate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vaughn, do you have any opinions? I feel like we're leaving you out.
No, it's mostly that I don't have like a ton of experience with like that jump in that way. I kind of growing up played a lot of stuff kind of scattered. Like my parents were not huge fans of video games, so it was just kind of like play what I could get access to.
They rotted your brain.
Exactly. And they continue to.
So like, did you do like the jump from like original Game Boy or Game Boy Color to a GBA? Because that's very much the same level of like leap in quality.
Yeah, that's true. There is. I mean, I've definitely experienced those jumps. Just often not like the direct. Like I played this game and then the sequel on the next generation. But I think that
I can make a comparison that I think like the jump from Pokemon Gen 2 to Gen 3.
Oh yeah, certainly. I mean, and that's the ideas of it definitely continue throughout pretty much all of gaming history. Really, of like when new hardware comes out, it becomes about trying to design to that hardware and trying to take advantage of all the corners of it that you possibly can, which sometimes works out and becomes like the game becomes better for it, and sometimes it just feels like they're using that hardware to create like kind of gimmicks of how can we use this versus actually designing a properly constructed game.
I can cite an example here, and this may be controversial, but Pavlos would agree with me, even though I think it's a better game than he does. Castlevania 4, which definitely goes. It takes the linear approach. It's a remake of Castlevania 1, but very grossly like that's a gross overstatement or understatement. It's way more than that. It's just a normal game. It's its own thing. But the big thing is they sort of sacrificed the design of the sub-weapons and all of that stuff for the sake of having a strong whip and the mobility of the whip. You can whip in 8 directions, and you can also use it to swing from chain to chain. Because the Super Nintendo supported that, and then there's also like really cool moments in Castlevania 4 where like you're hanging from the whip and you're like hanging there, and then the room shifts around in that mode 7 way, and it's all technically impressive. But the game is really designed in that way for spectacle rather than actual design. So it falters, and you can see that later on. Other Castlevanias don't really borrow from that, and like. The Castlevania on the Sega Genesis, Bloodlines, doesn't do that. It's a much more fundamental Castlevania experience, but they're able to much more focus on the atmosphere, which really helps the game. So.
Yeah, like the fact that a lot of NES games kind of like tapped into a perfect design through need of like having to work around the shortcomings of the system. Castlevania 1's very much like that, where it's like, well, we can't really have very rapid attacking. So we're going to have to design the game in a way that every attack is like slow and calculated on the player's part. Whereas in Castlevania 4, you can just bust that whip out like all the time and everything dies in one hit. So it's like fun to play, but not quite as satisfying to master.
And more importantly, like to that sub-weapon thing is really important because like they designed the game around the sub-weapons, and now when you get a sub-weapon, when you get a knife or a cross or a holy water or an axe in Castlevania 4, you don't really use it unless it's like inconvenient for you to whip. But when is it inconvenient for you to whip if you can whip in 8 directions?
Yeah, and it's like I find this true for the Mega Man games as well. Like, what was the first one on the SNES? Was that Mega Man 7?
Oh my god, you're asking me and I'm so scared. I'm pretty sure X was the first. Don't quote me,
but
I'm like 90%
of the main
sure
line, because X is its own discussion.
7 would be the first of classic.
Yeah, so I've played through Mega Man's 1 through 6, the NES ones, and then when I jumped to 7, it felt, I don't know, it felt weird and didn't feel as charming to me with like the SNES polish. And I think it goes back to that like Castlevania issue of like the original Mega Mans are like so perfectly suited for the NES that it it feels like they didn't have a lot of ideas for jumping to SNES.
Do you remember that conversation we had about Super Mario All-Stars and that like obscuring of detail because it's like now it's got too much detail? I think with that it made the color palette and the size of things different. So when Mega Man 7 comes out, they're like, we can make things more expressive. So they made Mega Man bigger. And they made every enemy bigger. So the game is slower. And the game is much more... the game is fundamentally different, too. 7 is much more focused on a little bit more exploration, a little bit more secrets in the corners, stuff like that. And much more of a general, like, there's a shop. There's a bunch of different experiences that aren't just hardcore platforming. And you can see contrasted with Mega Man X, I suppose they wanted to change the tones and have different focus. That's probably why Mega Man 7 feels so different. But X is much more like Mega Man X is smaller and he can have a dash. He has a really good dash and he can jump around. So he has really good mobility, even though he's bigger than the original Mega Man sprite. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's
X is
one
a
of
more
those
adaptation.
Yes, of the action.
Mm-hmm. What about something comparing like Metroid to Super Metroid?
I think
because that's almost the reverse, where it's like they really did was polish it up with the SNES. They like Metroid always felt like a SNES game trapped on the NES.
Yeah, you played Metroid 1 on the NES, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so number one, you can't fucking save. Believe me, you need to be able to save.
That's a big issue.
Yeah,
you know what?
Issue.
That's like to definitely bring up the ability to save. Changed a lot of how the games could be designed.
Yeah. And like you could save in like the original Zelda and stuff, but it really depended on the cartridge and whether or not it would support it. It's like a miracle if you can save, right? Otherwise, you have to fucking do the codes,
the grid, the passwords.
Yeah, but I would also say Metroid's also very focused on atmosphere. So when we talk about Metroid being trapped on the NES, it's too abstract. It's too much of like not there's the focus isn't there because at the very least on the Game Boy, the black and white enables it to have detail. It's still detail. Yeah. It's just in black and white. Whereas on the NES, you're looking at blobs upon blobs, and it's not clear where you can bomb. It's not clear where you can do this. There is no map in Metroid 1. You have to make the map, which can be fun for some, is not fun for Metroid 1.
Just compare Ridley in 1 compared to how Ridley looks in Super, and it's like night and day. One is definitely more intimidating and terrifying than the other, which is the intent. Ridley's supposed to be like super scary when you see him. But I think if I saw, just Metroid 1 Ridley out in reality, I'd probably punt it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a little adorable. It's literally like the Baby Kraid. It looks like Baby Kraid.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I agree. And then just the music, all of that stuff. Visuals really helped Metroid. And the movement, it made combat fun. Man, Super Metroid's really good for that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Racing games also, I think, really benefited. I guess I should mention this, is like with the Mode 7, like you were able to experience speed better. Like people are really like, obviously there was a big like Sega Genesis, like look at the speed of Sonic the Hedgehog. But like F-Zero is a crazy game.
You could actually make it a racing game rather than like a weird rally time trial thing.
Yeah. Yeah, like, I mean, you could have some racing experiences on it, but there's just a completely different experience actually being able to have tech that supports it. I think racing is one of those scenarios where you need powerful tech.
You still good, Vaughn?
Yeah, no, I just kind of enjoying the chat, but like, I think the jump in visual fidelity makes such an impact on, especially like we're talking about sequels. Like you have games that are designed a certain way and kind of have to be designed a certain way because you have to be expressive with the limited abilities of being 8-bit, and then when there's that jump, it's like some games can translate really easily to that different visual format where it's more expressive and you have more freedom. And like as you were talking about with Mega Man, it's like sometimes it ends up becoming sort of overbearing where they almost have too much freedom and then it has an impact on the gameplay of it. So it's like where do you where do you balance that? And some games, they're kind of, the way they were designed initially translates so perfectly to increased visual fidelity without taking away from the gameplay. Like, also like Pokemon, like that became so much more expressive and colorful and interesting as it, you know, advanced into that kind of that Gen 3 era without really taking away from the core of the gameplay just because of how it was designed. And I think the same is true if we're, you know, talking about like Zelda.
This week's Variety Minute is vampires in video games. I'm going to state my thesis statement. I think vampires are like the best mythological creature for video games.
You know what? It's hard to disagree. It really is hard to disagree. Sort of something like, I don't know, like zombies. It's, I think what appeals about vampires, and I'm going to make a broad statement here, I think gamers love factions, and vampires are a very worthwhile, not only have their own factions, or just a faction unto themselves for your, like, fantasy RTS game, you know?
They have their own lore, but like to me at least, it's because of the mechanics. It's because like werewolves don't have the fucking bullet point list of mechanics of like you gotta invite them in, and even like garlic and the nighttime.
And even some vampires can turn into wolves. So what do even werewolves have then?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, they got nothing. I think the one I love the most and the one I was excited to talk about for this Variety Minute was Vampire Masquerade: The Bloodlines. Or yeah, whatever. I said that wrong, but whatever. I love that game. It's a great RPG. It
is.
Sick.
It's probably just, I'm gonna say, my favorite Obsidian RPG.
Is that Obsidian?
I'm fairly certain it's Obsidian, is it not? Or like one of those like Obsidian splinter groups. I swear to God, it shares some DNA with, like, Obsidian.
I'm sure it does. I'm just fact-checking you in front of Illusory.
In front of God and Illusory?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think what makes Vampire the Masquerade work is it's less of a vampire sim and more of an Illuminati sim. Because part of the appeal of Vampire the Masquerade is like walking around the human world being like, I have secret knowledge. I can do things they can't. I have the secret Stonecutter's ring that lets me enter the backside of this building where the secret blood market is, and things like that. And that's just great for role-playing. It's great for a feeling of power, but also the fact that it has like 12 distinct playstyles depending on what vampire clan you pick. Like, if you play as a Nosferatu, you're playing an utterly different game. You have to, like, live in the sewers and feed off rats. You can't go out in public.
I fucking love the Nosferatu. Dude, that is my shit.
So I messed up. My first playthrough of that game, I was a Malkavian, which is
that's a fuck up.
Which is the insane faction, so they don't get, like, normal text options. Because they speak in, like, riddles and rhymes, and you can do things like have a conversation with a lamppost. So it's something that's more suited for your second time through, where you already know the plot, whereas if you play it through the first time, you're getting a very strange, twisted version of the plot, because it's messed up by your character's understanding of the world.
Yes. Yeah. Even Nosferatu, because of the fact that a lot of because you can't go out walking around normally as a Nosferatu. You have to go under the sewers, eat rats, basically, and stay away from public places. Those are fundamentally different experiences than the normal, like, going to nightclubs and doing all that shit. You know what I mean? So, like, but that's one of those nice things is vampires are so flexible in like image and mythology. You could have a sexy Gary Oldman, Tom Cruise vampire, or you could have a fucking disgusting Nosferatu, and that's beautiful.
I liked whenever I would play like the Heroes of Might and Magic games, I always loved the undead faction, probably explicitly because they had vampires, which are like one of the most broken units in the game. And it really tickles me greatly seeing them like start in Heroes 2 as like your stereotypical bleh vampires, and then you get to like Heroes 5 and they're like reflavored as vampire princes, where they have silver long swords and like a man bun. It's one of my favorite units in any like turn-based game.
Illusory, do you have any do you have any favorite vampires in games?
I'm trying to think, and it's like, I feel like this is a weird corner of gaming that I'm kind of out of touch on, because I'm like, what have I played that has vampires in it that's like not Castlevania? And not much is coming to mind, honestly.
Have you played Kid Dracula?
Yes, I played Kid Dracula.
Where does Kid Dracula fall on the vampire power scale?
Totally broken, totally busted.
Absolutely. Okay, so
he's a god.
Yeah. He's OP, yeah.
All right. Well, how do we feel about like
it's
Legacy of Kain?
Logic. Oh yeah.
I've never played any of the Legacy of Kain games.
Well, if you go back to, I'm gonna say, episode 39, we played Blood Omen: Legacy of Kain.
For the first time, and we were impressed. We were like, "Oh my god, this game is fucking sick." I would recommend it.
That's a great vampire game because it lets you play into the power fantasy of being this unstoppable, like, just demon with all these different magics, and you're draining people left and right. You could just go into a town of innocent people and suck them all for health boosts.
Wait, I was sorry. I was gonna have to say I did make a mistake. Now, I have played a vampire game, and I'm sure it's at the top of everyone's list. That would be Buffy the Vampire Slayer on the original
I was going to bring that up. So are you talking about the GameCube or the Game Boy one?
Original Xbox.
Okay, so I think that's the same one on the GameCube, because I was looking up vampire games, and I saw, there's a Buffy the Vampire Slayer game, and the footage, the screenshots, it just looks like fucking Grabbed by the Ghoulies.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's all I've got.
It's so cartoonish.
Yeah, man, I just remember the only memory I have of that game is, like, just my brothers getting stuck on, like, some stupid environmental puzzle and, like, calling me into the room, being like, hey, get Patrick to play this part. He's good at video games. Like, he'll get through it.
Oh, so you were the big brother that'll beat the game.
Okay.
No, I was the little brother that would beat the game. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Okay, let me ask.
That's embarrassing.
Does Canehurst Manor in Bloodborne count as a vampire level? Like, I would say the hopping fleas out front, which are my least favorite enemy in the entire game. I've never killed a single flea monster.
I legit think Canehurst is like a Castlevania thing. One of my things is like, maybe that is the secret reason why I don't dislike Bloodborne. I think it's a good game. It's a great game. And I played it a bunch of times. But, like, deep down in my heart, I'm like, I want this to be a Castlevania game. And Canehurst is where I get it the most, for sure.
I have a whole thing, like, I've been sitting on this video essay idea for a while. It's going to happen eventually, but the whole pitch of the video is, like, why From Software should be given the reins to Castlevania. Like, just let them make a Castlevania game.
100%.
Canehurst is, like, one of the first things that always comes to mind, because it's, like, the most obviously aesthetically Castlevania-like, but and very deservedly so. I'm not going to take that away from Canehurst, but I also feel like the connections go so much deeper that, like, to me, that almost feels like superficial. It's like, like, if you took Castlevania 3 and just took Lothric Castle and made it nighttime, put a big moon in the background, made the textures of the castle, like, a little bit more of, like, a gothic look to it, you could just, like, superficially change it, and that would be, like, one of the most 3D, like, Castlevania games, like, ever made. It's like what a Castlevania game should be.
I do Belmont playthroughs of Dark Souls games. I do miracle builds and whips. I love whips, even in all their jank. Because it's also.
I mean, they've gotten decent. I mean, like, the whip was horrible in Dark Souls 1, but, like, once you're past that, pretty decent.
Yeah, you can power stand, which is great.
How do we feel about
Hell yeah.
How do we feel about like psychic vampires in games? Like, here's what I was not necessarily.
What?
Are you not up on, like, vampire lore and deviations?
I'm sure they have all the powers, but I do not know about the psychic vampires.
Or it's just like,
you've got energy vampires.
Yeah, energy vampires. Someone's watched What We Do in the Shadows.
Oh, hell yeah.
Real talk. If I was any good at, like, video editing, my dream is to take footage from What We Do in the Shadows and, like, put filters over it so it looks like a Sega CD game.
Ooh, yes.
Oh, Night Trap!
Night Trap was at the end of my list. That's the peak of vampire games.
Okay.
Well, sorry, Brogan, if you were up on your Night Trap lore, you would know that they're not vampires, they're Draugr.
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. I don't know Night Trap lore. I'm sorry.
Get it right, man.
Yeah. Damn. What else do you have, Murph, on the list?
What else do I have? Well, when I was getting into what I was talking about with, like, psychic vampire things, you know, things that, like, fuck with your mind and try to, like, drain you, which are, like I'm talking more, like, vampire imagery. And this is a roundabout way of saying, does Psycho Mantis qualify as a vampire-like enemy?
There's literally... Murph, you didn't play because you didn't play Metal Gear Solid 2. There's literally a vampire enemy in Metal Gear Solid.
I do know about that. Because that's one of the things that get, like, brought up. Like, did you know in Metal Gear Solid vampires are real?
But Vamp is also, because I think Kojima answered it with nanomachines. I think he's technically not a vampire.
His name is straight up Vamp?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's due to his sexuality, though. Because I think he's bi. If I know my Kojima Metal Gear Solid...
Being bisexual makes you a vampire?
No, I think vamp is slang for bisexual.
Oh. Well, okay. I mean, vampires are
deep Metal Gear Solid lore now.
Yeah.
What else do we have? Or is that are we done?
Oh, there's hold on. Most famous vampire in video games. Dracula from Castlevania. All right, I guess we're moving on.
I knew it. Yeah.
I think that's as good a place as any. I mean, I'm glad we didn't talk about, like, Skyrim quests here, because I didn't play Skyrim. So, I mean...
Which, to be fair, so I guess if we want to talk generally about vampires in video games, before we get into the meat of, like, Castlevania 3, I guess it is kind of funny or worth mentioning that, like, Dracula in Castlevania is basically just an all-around demon.
Mm-hmm. He's a genuine demon.
Yeah, like, I've never really looked at the Castlevania games as like a vampire experience, because there's no, like, lore of, like, you know, you get the tropes of, like, oh, here's, like, a cross and here's holy water and stuff like that, but it's not like you ever have to, like, stake the vampire to kill it, you know?
I guess
so it's very just like...
Is there any Castlevania game where you kill it with sunlight?
I don't think that's a thing anywhere in any of them.
Okay.
Who knows if one of the... why am I forgetting the name of that freaking series? The one that, you know, the 3D games that they weren't made by IGA anymore.
Lords of Shadow?
Lords of Shadow. Yeah.
Do you think people don't like Lords of Shadow because it reminds people of more, like, not literally, but it gives off Morbius vibes? I think that's my problem with Lords of Shadow.
Oh, in my list,
a weird stench.
Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, you can play as Morbius. That's a vampire game.
There you go. Hell yeah.
Oh, God, but to talk Castlevania real quick on it, I think Dracula is like a sorcerer type thing, like a necromancer thing. Because, like, it's more framed like, oh, he controls the undead, and he is Death's boss. I think Alucard is pretty vampire.
I think...
Yes.
Dracula in Castlevania is more in line with Dracula in the books, in that he is kind of just, like, a genuine demon with all these weird powers. And then, like, a vampire is something that became much more refined post-Dracula, particularly in books like Vampire spelled with a Y, which I think also had, like, a recent game adaptation. But, like...
I don't know my vampire
Dracula
name.
in the book, singular, it does have, like, all this weird shit. Like, you like, being staked in the heart, like, they do that to Dracula and he just walks it off. They have to, like, cut his head off with an iron sword, stuff his neck with garlic, like, all this elaborate stuff to actually kill him. And no, like, adaptation has ever gotten that right.
This week's Variety Minute is licensed fighting games. Now, I just want to say, as a disclaimer, I wanted Star Wars licensed games. Mm-hmm. But Murph fought me tooth and nail.
A tooth and nail I brought up.
He twisted my arm.
I said, oh, I thought licensed fighting games would be a good topic. And you're like, oh, all right then.
I'm not one for argument here, but all right, Murph, you've got so much to say about licensed fighting games. Be my guest.
All right. Well, I just want to, like, say, like, yes, like, every shonen anime has a fighting game. I don't want to talk about those. I want to talk about Jurassic Park Warpath.
What?
The PS1 Jurassic Park fighting game where you play as different dinosaurs.
Oh, not like Laura Dern or Sam Neill versus like a Velociraptor. That I would play.
No. So in that game, which I have played a bit of ever since I got my first Raspberry Pi, it's what it is on the tin. It's just a dinosaur fighting game. You can eat like humans that wander into the arena for health boosts.
What a poor existence.
They have super moves where they do like crazy thunder combos.
Wow.
I think the PS1 was rife with various types of licensed fighting games. Like, did you know there's a Dungeons and Dragons fighting game?
How does that work?
It's based on the Ravenloft setting, which was very popular in the late 90s. Blood and Iron, Warriors of Ravenloft, where you can play as a gnome fighter, a halfling rogue, and other various types of creatures, none of which are like canon characters to the Ravenloft setting, which is strange. It's just like they rolled up a bunch of different D&D character concepts and some humanoid creature types, and had at it. That game, I'm going to say right now unequivocally, worse than our game of the week from what I have played of it.
Damn. Scathing.
Mainly because if I remember correctly, the camera is like constantly rotating around the arena, which makes it hard to do inputs.
I mean, the 3D arenas can be really touchy sometimes, let's just say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Brogan, do you have any licensed fighting games?
I was going to talk about good licensed fighting games. Or are we just doing Goofy? Are we just doing Goofy?
I just had,
is this what's going on?
People like Def Jam Fight for New York.
Hell yeah. Def Jam's really good.
It is, aren't they? They're making a new one, so I heard. It's the same devs.
I always hear they're making a new one every year, and I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, they're making Prime 4 too, I've heard.
Yeah. I think just to go generally real quick before I talk about ones I like is I think fighting games really live or die by roster selections a lot of times. Yeah. And because of that, licensed fighters where people can identify with the characters immediately and understand them, and they usually have good character design immediately. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they just have good character design. They didn't have to have a developer in the fighting game make it. So like it just really enables good stuff. I particularly like when Capcom did them. I love Tatsunoko versus Capcom, Marvel versus Capcom. Yeah. Those are some of the best, or X-Men versus Street Fighter as well. Like all of those are just really, really solid titles. And I also like, just in general with like licensed fighters. Mortal Kombat does a lot of them. Injustice does a lot of them. I like Injustice a lot, actually. And what was another one? Oh, Dragon Ball Z fucking
Fighters.
What's the Dragon Ball Z game?
Fighters,
Dragon Ball Z Fighters.
Yeah, there's loads of.
Yeah, that one's good. Yeah, no, good fan service, but good solid foundation for fighting game mechanics. But also, I guess I'm more rooted in 2D than 3D arenas. So that's where I come from.
Yeah, I think one piece of game dev advice that I heard a while back was if you have a lot of ideas for characters but no idea for a story, you either make a dating sim or a fighting game. And I think that makes it very easy, particularly when licensed games were more popular, to just like say, just make like a fighting game or a racing game out of it. Who gives a shit? Like, I got a lot of mileage out of... Well, I already said it, Def Jam Fight for New York. I played that a lot with friends. Even though I didn't know I wasn't allowed to listen to the harsh music.
Your parents were like, those are no-no songs.
Yeah.
Those are harsh musics.
Yeah. But here's the ultimate question.
What's up?
Does Street Fighter, the movie, the game, count as a licensed fighting game?
Yes. Absolutely.
Yes,
It's based on the movie. It's not based on the game.
Yeah. You can see it by the word movie.
You know what's weird?
High School Musical, the movie, the series, or whatever that thing is on Disney+.
What's really weird about the Street Fighter, the movie, the game, is that it doesn't play like Street Fighter.
It plays like a movie.
It plays like Mortal Kombat.
Yeah,
because it's got the human real photo images, so it's disgusting to look at.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that?
You can insult Street Fighter the movie, the game on this podcast. I don't think the Street Fighter the movie, the game stands will come for us.
Good. I was also going to say another one. When I said Marvel vs. Capcom, I was reminded of another Marvel fighting game, not by Capcom, and also like a 3D arena fighter. Did you guys ever hear of or play Marvel Rise of the Imperfects?
Yes, I saw this.
Remember that shit?
I saw this in my local game store all the time. And it was
Marvel
like
Nemesis.
Oh yeah.
Nemesis Rise of the Imperfect. I recognize the cover, but I don't think I've ever played.
It's not a good game.
Was that actually a fighting game? I thought that was more like a Ultimate Alliance brawler.
It's a fighting game.
Okay. Any further thoughts?
Not good though. I remember basically half the roster is like unique superheroes exclusive to the game. Because like the gimmick is like there was an event that happens that gives everybody superpowers. So then it's like the Marvel heroes versus the original content from the game devs. Like they tried to push it a little bit with the comic. There were comics for them and all that, but the game is just not good, and the designs aren't that good. And like the game has like a weird grittiness to it that can only be evoked by 2000s grit and realism. That's kind of gross.
It was era of cable.
Yeah.
But now
little past the
I guess comic book fighters are more common, but as far as like just any sort of franchise getting a fighting game, not. But that's because licensed games are now all mobile games. Now it's more common for like guest characters, like you said with NetherRealm fighters. They're very fond of like putting slasher characters in Mortal Kombat, and everyone's asking when they're just going to make the licensed horror slasher fighting game. Like I remember like Freddy Krueger for Mortal Kombat 9 blew my mind. I was like, what? You can do that?
Oh yeah. That Mortal Kombat's its own fucking Smash Bros with its roster announcements.
I know, and now they have like Rambo and RoboCop, and it all just feels weird.
Wow.
Yeah, they do have RoboCop.
With the Joker.
I was really excited. Oh god.
Did Soul Calibur have some weird entries as well? Did Soul Calibur have Star Wars? I think they did.
They did have Yoda and Darth Vader and Starkiller.
Right.
They also had for PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox Spawn, Link, and Heihachi from Tekken.
I never knew Heihachi. I knew Spawn and Link. That's interesting. Because the whole thing with like every copy has like a different. Y'all ever play Tekken 7? You know who's a guest character in Tekken 7 other than
Snoop Dogg?
No, other
Jay
than
Leno.
well, it has the protagonist from Final Fantasy 15, Noctis, but the real star
also has Negan, right?
Yes, Negan from The Walking Dead.
Oh,
the guy with
Does
the
he come
bat.
with baseball bat intact?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
he has. He has
that's
the
a
bat.
that's a very of the moment pick, I think.
Yes, there's a whole trailer. There's a whole trailer with him braining the cast of Tekken.
Someone out there digs that.
Yeah.
At the very least, they got in on the Walking Dead promotion before the show completely disintegrated.
Yeah.
So, like, hey, good timing.
Y'all ever play Simpsons Wrestling?
Hell yes, I was going to bring this up.
Yes.
It's a fighting game in the biggest boxing ring of all time.
Yes, so many playable characters. I don't actually remember the roster all that
Barney?
well. What I
Willie?
remember is that Ned Flanders was broken because Ned Flanders could call in God to help him, and it just
that's cheating.
It just summoned in a fist above the player and punched them.
Yeah.
Yes, completely busted. Why haven't we gotten like a new Oh no, they were an Injustice. Ninja Turtles fighting game. I feel like the time is right.
Oh, yeah.
There was a fighting game on the SNES that was Ninja Turtles, right?
There was a Wii one as well.
Yes, I brought a TMNT Smash Up. Totally dissimilar from that other Smash game on the Wii.
Oh yeah, no resemblances here. I was also gonna say, you know, it's a weird one that there were two in my head that I would actually actively play, and they're both. The Shrek one is really, really bad.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
The Shrek one.
I was so jealous of a friend because he had that.
God, Fairy Tale Freakdown. Oh my God, y'all. Don't.
Shrek Slooper Slam.
Don't mess with me, all right? Stay out of my swamp, if you know what I'm saying.
There were so many. I know this is tangential. I know this is a new, different variety, man. But there were so many Shrek games that I never knew about.
Was there a Shrek skateboarding game?
I think Shrek was in one of the Pro Skaters.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Thug 2 maybe, or Thug 1.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Is that how you're supposed to pronounce that?
Thug. Yeah, Tony Hawk's Underground.
Yeah.
Oh, Underground. Okay, I was doing Tony Hawk Pro Skater in my mind. I was like, no, that doesn't...
Yeah, that's the British pronunciation of
yeah. Well, you know...
No, Underground 1 and 2.
You know what they're going to say when Tony Hawk dies?
Go on.
What?
Tony Hawk's Underground.
2.
That's literally too soon. Literally too soon.
Too early. Way too early.
Yeah. I also played that Sonic game for the GBA. It's weird. It's a weird
for the
game.
GBA. I was thinking Sonic
game?
the Fighters.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that game's also bad.
With Bean the Armadillo.
Yeah, no, and they also had Fang the Sniper, which is like a big deal. Which is
What's a sniper? I mean, other than their profession, is there an animal called?
He's a weasel. He's also called Knack the Weasel.
Well, hold on. He's either Fang the Sniper or Knack the Weasel. All right, he can't be.
He's both. Dog, I'm telling you, he's both.
Okay, I see.
I'm not kidding. They also, I believe, had Ray the Flying Squirrel, who is a playable character in Sonic Mania. They bring him back once in a while.
Yeah, I could see them trying a hand at another Sonic fighting game because I think the franchise is ready for it.
I think so too. I think I would main Big the Cat. I'll go on record right now and say I will main the shit out of Big the Cat.
Big.
Oh yeah.
Are there any franchises you wish had a fighting game?
I would actively, and I don't know if this is an actual segue, I would actively want a good Star Wars fighting game.
I'm trying to think. Like, the only ones I want are, like, all weird ones, you know? Like, I'm trying to think, like, an actual series focused around combat.
Give me a weird one. Go ahead. This is your podcast, dude.
Oh, I just want, like a Real Housewives of Orange County. Like, brawling in the streets like they're all drunk. You know? I would want that fighting game. Give me that Tekken knockoff. Like, I guess you could do, like, a Game of Thrones one, but also don't.
Yeah. Just Tyrion Lannister main. Drop kicking everyone.
Well, he has the odd job bonus where no one can hit him because
he's... Yeah.
I think... Are we done? Are we done here?
You're so eager to get to this game of the Wii. Like, I'll let you.
No. Do you all have any other licensed fighting games to talk about?
No.
No, I don't think so. The SpongeBob one? Was there a SpongeBob? Like a Nickelodeon brawl?
Was there a SpongeBob?
Oh, the Nicktoons. The one that came out recently. That's a Smash clone.
Fake Smash, and then there's Multiverses and Brawlhalla.
Multiverses is the true licensed fighting game because that just is.
They just saw the dollar signs on it and they're like,
real talk. Okay,
what if Steven Universe beat up Tom and Jerry? I'd pay money.
We could get analytical with this. Why do you think that? Is it just the Smash template? Like, why, when they're making new licensed fighting games, it has to be a platform fighter?
Oh yeah, I think it must be the Smash effect.
I think it's conducive, especially to cartoony characters. It's easily marketable because I'm gonna be honest, and this is gonna offend possibly some people, the Smash Bros. Gameplay formula is actually really easy for babies to understand. Whereas there's a huge technical barrier in remembering combos.
Yeah. They did try, if you ever watch like the pre-production videos on that Nickelodeon Smash knockoff, they do try to like teach you like inputs. Like SpongeBob has a Hadouken input for his bubbles.
Right.
And they're like, oh, here's a frame perfect combo and things like that. And it's like, who wants this?
Yeah.
Please stop. This week's Variety Minute is gaming duos, specifically platformer mascots for the most part with sidekicks. Because there's other options too, right?
There are a few different types of duos, and we're going to really needle in what counts and what doesn't. You know, our game of the week is Jak and Daxter, so the immediate comparison is Ratchet and Clank, who were, you know, contemporaries of the time.
Why do you think, I know the answer because I'm amazing. Why do you think there is a sidekick? Well, what does a sidekick do?
The sidekick, you kind of need to do the technical stuff. You got one guy who can do the jumping and the brawling, and you need one guy to, like, hack panels or, in some cases, speak for the protagonist. You know, Jak and Daxter is an example. Banjo and Kazooie is another, where Kazooie does all the speaking.
Banjo talks a little bit, but yes, there's a lot of attitude. Because I think another thing is like personality, right? For Jak and Daxter, Jak is the straight man. So Daxter is the person that brings, and especially for like for the total game, Daxter brings a sort of attitude that would otherwise be absent in the game. And in contrast, like Ratchet and Clank, I think Ratchet has attitude, especially in the first one. And then the rest of the game's tone is like super like funny and silly and off the wall. And then Clank is the straight man because he's the tiny little guy, and he looks stupid too when he has like a helicopter for a head. So
yeah. And then, like, do you remember Heroes on the Move for the PlayStation Move? That was the big crossover between Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank, and Sly Cooper.
Yes.
And so they put forth that Sly's partner is Bentley.
This makes sense, sure.
Do you buy them as a duo? Because I do not.
No, because of Murray.
Yeah. See, I can't. Even though it kind of does the same thing, where like, you know, Sly does the brunt work, Bentley does the technical work. Is it the factor that they're not paired up actively in the gameplay?
Yes, I mean, I guess that is the thing. Part of me would think that maybe under certain conditions I would count Bentley, because Bentley is actively the ear or the guide. And I included, actually, and this was going to be controversial if we weren't including platformers, was Link and Navi. Because Navi...
Or Link and anyone.
Or Link in any sidekick he has. So, like, you know, the Minish Cap ends low, or, you know, just any of them.
Fee,
yes, exactly.
Bye.
Like, do those count? Because I would count them under, like, sidekick duos. It's just different.
I don't think I would, because if you did, like, Link and... my brain would autocomplete Zelda.
I don't think I'm gonna disagree.
Okay, well, I do have this here, like, characters who get paired up by the fan base just because they're, like, contrasted in the plot. Like, Tifa and Aerith, or Sub-Zero and Scorpion from Mortal Kombat. Would you really classify them as, like, duos?
In a way, maybe. Like, Shaolin monks would. And, like, I think Mortal Kombat marketing does, because I don't think everybody loves Scorpion, but, like, I think Scorpion and Sub-Zero are, like, sort of the fundamental duo of, like, who you choose, player 1, player 2. Ryu and Ken, right? I think a lot of it is player 1 with player 2 in terms of multiplayer games. So Mario and Luigi would be the big one if we're just doing that.
Yeah. Do you see as Mario and Luigi as a duo? Because I do.
I do see them as well, yes.
Whenever they do, like, a Mario game, I am wondering where Luigi is in all of this.
Yes. Luigi's presence matters, and you're like, what's going on? Where's he at? Oh, is he doing like a weird balloon side quest? I mean, I guess, sure.
What about Tails and Sonic?
I was going to say, under your specific definition of like main character and then like character who does technical stuff, Tails,
sidekick.
I mean, Tails is no matter what a sidekick, but under your precise like PS2 platformer definition, I think a lot of the Banjo-Kazooie, Ratchet and Clank, Jak and Daxter DNA came from Sonic and Tails.
See, the thing is, if you like went back to the Genesis days, I'd say they're a duo. These days, not really, and that's just because the Sonic cast has gotten so much bigger. Like,
I mean, I think
Sonic and Friends.
I think Sonic's always about the cast, but like in my head, because like I'd play like Sonic Advance 4, and like in Sonic Advance 4, you can pair the different characters together, and they put names to them. So like, you know, if you were fucking Shadow and Sonic, I don't know what they call them, but it'd be like Black and Blue or some shit, right? And for Sonic and Tails, it was the Unbreakable Bond. I remember that. That's like one of the things like I remember about the game. So like I would still associate them as essential pairings. And I think like another one that is not a platformer at all, but is almost certainly the same vein is Sam and Max.
Yeah, I was thinking Sam and Max pretty strongly, but their bond kind of predates their game appearances.
Yes, because it was because I think that is one of the bigger things to notice is like Sam and Max was like from a comic, right? And a lot of these are based on cartoons and comics. So like the expressiveness, the straight man comedic duo is a big aspect of it, or just the zaniness of Max is something that really resonates as a sidekick.
You know what game company loves duos and sometimes builds their entire games around them? Team Ico.
Yeah, I would agree where it's about a relationship with the NPCs. So Ico and Yorda would be a big one, or Trico and the kid's name in The Last Guardian. I don't remember.
Or Wandern and Argo.
Yeah, basically. And the horse. Yeah, I mean, I guess, and that would be, I think that would be the real issue with the Link and Navi one, is technically Link and Epona would be like a big horse and player relationship, but like, yeah.
Well, Shadow of the Colossus, they go out of their way to have you build a relationship with the horse, because it's the only thing you can interact with that's not trying to kill you.
Yeah, true. And I mean, there's other platformers even in the same companies that have these things. Like I was gonna say Sparks and Spyro for Insomniac. So and Sparks would resemble the guide thing. Or like
Sparks. I've only played Spyro 1 off the Reignited trilogy. Does Sparks do more? I always assumed, just based on osmosis from the fandom, Spyro gets paired up with the with Hunter.
Nowadays, yes, I would say that would be a thing. But like I would talk about just in general. Like I think Sparks was like just because Sparks ultimately, for people who don't know and haven't played, Sparks is ultimately your health bar in Spyro.
Yes.
He doesn't do a lot, but like I was going to counter like how much does Daxter do in this game, Murph?
Well, we'll get into it in the game of the week, but I think he serves narrative purpose. He's the one that calls out mechanics for you.
Oh no, I mean I agree with the guide thing. I was talking about just like in a functional like power cell standpoint. Anyways, Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong was another one I wanted to mention before we ended. And that's also a rare thing with Banjo and Kazooie as well. So
another franchise that really has like a pair mechanic sort of under the surface and has since the start, Resident Evil. It's always been about that A-B storyline, even though those characters don't really pair up down the way. Like, do you really think of like I think of Chris and Jill as a pair. I don't necessarily think of Leon and Claire.
I agree with that. I would agree with that for multiple reasons, because Leon's in a lot of solo stuff, and then Claire also is tied to Chris. So in those ways, it's very flexible. But yeah, I would associate Chris and Jill, because even in Chris solo stuff, there's a heavy aspect of my partners and like
Do you think that there is something inherently different between, how do I want to phrase this, between a duo and, like, in terms of the examples we're talking about? Because I haven't noticed any of these that are like romantic pairings. And do you think it's just a factor of like games up to this point that there hasn't really been a a game based around a romantic duo doing gameplay together. It's always got to be best friends.
I mean, I think that's for a lot of reasons. I think a big one for these is that most of these games are marketed towards children. And relationships in that sense may be, I don't want to say controversial, but like it'd be much easier to sell a 7-year-old boy on a badass furry guy with a gun and his robot sidekick that turned into cool shit like a jetpack versus a love interest.
Yeah. Like, well, what if Clank was a lady?
Well, then I would support the game more. It would be a better game. And technically, they did that for the recent one. They gave Ratchet a female Lombax again. Yeah, for like the 5th time.
Yeah.
Was there anything else we want to say about the dynamic before we move on to the game of the week?
I think about the Mario and Luigi franchise, the RPGs. And how those really made, like, being part of a pair, the gameplay, like, moves you did and stuff in combat and in traversal. And how they sort of ramped that up for the sequels. Like, when you can really get the mechanical essence, then you can do a lot of narrative stuff like that. Like, suddenly one character has been removed. There's that part in Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga where Mario's turning into a bean, spoilers, and Luigi has to go out solo, and all you have are his, like, basic attacks. You can't do the combos.
And you see the reason why they're a pair and why they compensate for each other. Yes, I agree. And I just remembered these because I guess we're talking about the other ones was Bob and Bob from Bubble Bobble. I was like, I have to mention these guys. I have to.
Bubble Bobble.
Bubble Bobble. And I was also going to say, I don't know the lore of this game. Are Nana and Popo in a relationship?
Boy, that is haunted me because I have seen things that go either way.
Are they brother and sister, or are they boyfriend and girlfriend?
I think they're siblings. Hold on. Ice Climber lore.
Look this up.
Because this will allow me to cast judgment.
I don't think there is an answer. I'm gonna be real.
They are. It just says they are the Ice Climbers.
Uh-oh. You think Nintendo should make a statement on that one?
That's Popo in the blue and Nana in the pink. These two stars of the game Ice Climber have scaled many ice summits in their mountaineering careers.
Well,
that's the trophy description from Melee.
Who knows? It's a mystery as to their relationship.
Next time I see my buddy Shigsy Miyamo, I'll ask him.
Yeah, definitely. Hit him up. I think he's on your cell phone, right? On your quick list. You text him once in a while.
Yeah. So our variety minute for this episode is going to be JRPGs of the PS1. Now, this is kind of not really my scene, but it's good I have two experts with me. But my impression has always been this has been a sort of experimental time for JRPGs, because they all migrated from the SNES over to the PS1 because the N64 just wasn't built for JRPGs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm not sure I would class myself as an expert, but we'll see how we go.
I only started playing PlayStation 1 games about 10 years ago, so, we'll see.
Okay.
I played a lot, though. I played a lot, so.
So the one I've always been curious about is this one called Wild Arms.
Oh my god!
Which is a cowboy JRPG.
And I have not
Dude,
played that.
Murph, go play this game. This game is wild. It's so cool.
Okay.
Excellent soundtrack, and just I don't know. I have never played it all the way through. I've played probably about half of it, and I played it several years ago. But I know folks who just absolutely love this game. I've watched it played in a few streams and stuff, but I think go ahead.
I just realized that the arms of the title refers to like weapons,
right,
and not the arms on your body.
I mean,
I don't know why
there's actually multiple meanings to the name, but yes, but you're not wrong. There's all sorts of weird stuff. There is, I mean, it's a JRPG. There's like magical kingdoms and all this other stuff. People are fighting each other. There's a lot of that. There's like, I think there's like 5 of these games now. I don't know how many there are.
Really? I've only ever heard of the one.
Yeah, have you ever watched an acquaintance of mine, Gerard Khalil, the completionist? Have you ever watched his videos on YouTube?
I am familiar. I am familiar with the completion.
His like wrap up song that's like dun 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 dun. That's the battle music from Wild Arms.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the soundtracks is definitely something that got a kick to the pants with a PS1 because of that
CD
better
audio,
CD audio. So you start getting all these like more orchestral soundtracks. Like our game of the week has some real bangers.
Yes, and also our game of the week's sister game, Final Fantasy Tactics, same composer, phenomenal music, just so good.
But I also think it's actually at a good intersection where it's like you can start to hear more instrumentation that they can do via, I don't know, the new technology, but it's not as like super orchestrated as a lot of contemporary JRPG soundtracks are, which I feel like it's become a more of a stock sort of sound. And I actually kind of like, like the sort of dated aspect of some of the soundtracks. Like, for example, if you play like the original Final Fantasy VII, I like how synthy it sounds.
Yeah, it's very MIDI,
and I prefer it compared to like the remake soundtrack where the songs have sort of been remixed. So yeah, I do think it's probably like a sort of golden age in terms of like game music. I think in terms of the specific technology that they had at the time, like like there's the composer, I think it's Yoko Shimomura.
Yeah,
and I kind of feel like her work is much better. She did the Live Alive soundtrack
and Legend of Mana,
and all the Kingdom Hearts,
and Legend of Mana, which is like an amazing soundtrack. And I think her work is kind of strongest in this 90s period where I feel like it was kind of, she kind of experimented with these different genre styles and different instruments, but mediated through like synths, which I think just kind of sounds more distinctive. I think even like, what was the other composer, the one who did Chrono Trigger? What's his name again?
Mitsuda, Yasunori Mitsuda.
Yeah, like I feel like his stuff as well, like Chrono Cross is like amazing.
Chrono Cross's music is so good, and like that intro cutscene, it just if you watch that and you're not convinced that you need to at least play a little bit of this game, I don't know, it's so good. It's so good. It probably oversells the game maybe a little bit, but it's so good.
Yeah, I did like his music on Xenoblade 3, but I do think like the golden age was kind of like this PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, where it still seemed a little, I don't know, electronic, rather than just recording it like normal music.
Yeah,
like they can
I think Mitsuda, I don't want to say like in the like his style has evolved a lot, but like with Shimomura's music, there's this voicing and this style to her that you can hear it in those older soundtracks, like Legend of Mana, and you can totally hear it in like Final Fantasy 15 as well. Like you go, oh yeah, that is the same composer, absolutely.
Yeah, she's got a sound.
And I feel the same way about Hitoshi Sakamoto, who did the game that we're talking about this week. His music, just it's his, even if it's
he's got a very strong signature, but sometimes it kind of, I think in his later work, it sounds a little bit like, how should I say? Like, sometimes it kind of sounds like, sometimes like the Valkyria Chronicles soundtrack, maybe a little bit not as adventurous as he once was, but I still like his music, I think. Yeah. And I think with his music, I guess it has certain connotations with like working with Matsuno games as well. Like he did Tactics, Vagrant Story, he did Final Fantasy 12. It feels like part of the signature of those games, part of their atmosphere.
Yeah. It feels like with the PS1, like I'm looking over a list of these and I'm noticing a lot more that are set in like a modern era.
Yeah.
Like the Persona games starting, but also Final Fantasy VII is, set in an industrial sort of like steampunkish.
Well, and Final Fantasy VIII even more like it has higher sci-fi. Yeah. It's a more sci-fi take, but
like more sci-fi.
But that world is
JRPGs.
Like you're driving cars and the cities are all based off of Europe, and like it doesn't, and the fashion is based off of like modern day at the time kind of like high fashion trends, so it totally doesn't feel like the rest. And that was, for me, Final Fantasy VIII was my first Final Fantasy because I played it on a PC.
It's the same for me, actually.
Oh, really?
Well.
Okay. See, for a lot of people, I feel like they don't. If they didn't play it like as their first one, a lot of them, they either don't like it or didn't play it. And I played on a demo disc, on a PC Gamer demo disc. And then my friends, I had the Nintendo 64 growing up, and all my friends had PlayStation. So I would catch snippets of the rest of the game, like through like lunch conversations or hanging out at their houses or whatever. But to me, Final Fantasy VIII and that modern aesthetic meets like that, taking fantasy tropes and turning them into like modern or sci-fi versions of it. That's what I thought Final Fantasy was. And so when I would go, when I went back to other Final Fantasy games, I thought they would all be like 7 and 8, and they totally weren't. But I think to Murph's point, like you get Xenogears here, you get Wild Arms, even you get more of that blended modern sci-fi. Yeah, thing going. Totally.
Yeah. How old were you when you played Final Fantasy VIII?
Oh gosh, I don't know actually. When did it come out? Did it come out in 99?
I think so.
Let me check when it came out.
I feel like that's because I think it wasn't Vagrant Story contemporary to Final
Vagrant
Fantasy
Story
9.
was 2001. Oh yeah, so it's 99. So I was probably 8. Yeah, I was 8 years old.
I was around the same age. And I was probably a bit of a smooth brain child. I remember playing that game, and I think it was unusual because I up until that point I don't think I really played a really narrative driven game, at least one with like a lot of text box and things like that. So if you play Final Fantasy VIII, there's a bit where Quistis, classic name, she's like, by the way, before you go out into the world, I'm going to tell you how to use the junction system. God. And that just went completely over my head. Like, we did not know what to... Like, I used to play games with my older brother, and we borrowed this game. And at the time, we didn't have a memory card.
Oh, no.
So we just, kept replaying... We kept replaying the intro when we borrowed it. And we didn't even mind it at the time, because it was such a weird game for us, because we'd never played a JRPG before. And so, if you play Final Fantasy VIII, if you don't actually follow her instructions for the junction tutorial just before you can do battles, your only command you can do in the battle system is attack. Right. And so basically that was us. And for a funny reason, it wasn't even like off-putting for us. We were just like, oh, this is a weird game, but okay.
Did you at least get the when Squall attacks, did you press the trigger button to do the extra damage?
We might have done that. And what's kind of funny about it is that it's actually not that hard of a game. So it's like, we actually went pretty far by just only using attack.
Well, and actually...
I think we got up to the Dollet bit, the bit where you kind of like, there's that boss with wings.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it Dollet? Am I getting confused?
I don't remember. I know what I know the mission you're talking about. I don't remember if that's the name of it. But the interesting thing that you just touched on there, I won't get too inside baseball about Final Fantasy VIII, but it was such a subversion of what JRPGs and just RPGs in general were. And they tried so many different, like the junction system, and instead of you using magic, they wanted you to steal magic from enemies and then never use it, and use that magic to make your stats better, because the enemies in this game level up with you, and so you will never get stronger by grinding against enemies. And so just attacking is actually one of the primary strategies of a lot of that game. Is like, I'm going to ignore the magic. I'm going to ignore my summon abilities or whatever, and I'm just going to attack. And that's where they added that extra little action to Squall's attacks to make it a little bit more engaging. And so that's really interesting that you didn't even realize that you were doing you were playing the game right. So you weren't smooth brain. You were like,
I wouldn't say we were playing it right, because we didn't even know how to draw magic.
Okay,
so
well, sure, but yeah,
definitely not playing the game right. But I do think I think it is kind of funny if it's your first impression of a JRPG. I think maybe it sort of primes you for wanting to like play games that like have off the wall like concepts or like strange
lots of
approaches to
lots of min-maxing and stuff. I think that's why I gravitated towards Final Fantasy VIII so much, is because I came from, or I didn't come from, I was also interested in like games like Morrowind and stuff, and so I like those really intense stat driven, more tinkery RPGs have always been my favorite. But
yeah, I think I also liked the sense of that Squaresoft period where they would just like radically change things from sequel to sequel. Like you play like Chrono Cross, it's like completely different than Chrono Trigger. And Final Fantasy VII is not the same as 8, which is not the same as 9. And like Legend of Mana is not the same as Secret of Mana or Trials of Mana. And I think that's what was really exciting for us as kids, is you would play these games from the company and you didn't really know what you would get. Like, the approach to the battle system would be kind of different, or even the art style and approach to sound and things like that can sometimes be radically different between the sequels. Yeah, so it was very exciting for us as kids.
Am I off base in assuming that a lot of JRPGs on the SNES were somewhat uniform? And then when you get to the PS1 era, it seems like like you said, they try to mix it up a lot. Like every game has its own system.
Not necessarily. I think that the SNES era, because you look at Final Fantasy VI and Final Fantasy IV, and they're similar in certain aspects, but they have radically different character progression systems, and especially like you look at Final Fantasy V, and that's a very tinkery RPG. Square's always done this. It's just that because of the technical, the hardware on the SNES, everything kind of looked the same because it was all pixel art. Whereas you look at the 3D graphics of the era of the PS1 era, suddenly they're realizing these environments and these stories in more visually representational ways, as opposed to the abstract nature of sprites. And so instead of they all like, oh, these are all sprite games, they all kind of look alike. There's a house style. I think most of the sprites for Final Fantasy were done by one woman, and I cannot remember her name. I have an art book on my shelf, and I can't read it. But then you get to the PS1, and I think that the visual differences are, I think there's more visual variety in the PS1 era than there was in the SNES era, and that's really what kind of underscores those differences even more.
And kind of, you could say, even the feeling of more variety. I think what I've slightly been disappointed in with the Final Fantasy series after 12 is, it seems like it's less kind of differentiation in terms of art style. So, you have something like Final Fantasy 9, which is a bit more cartoonish, for example. Or if you keep comparing Matsuno games, you look at like Final Fantasy Tactics, which has a cartoonish style by the same art director, and then you get the Vagrant Story, which has a bit more of a realistic sort of style as well. I feel like it seems to be more. Part of the issue, you might say, because maybe the sequels are less frequent as they were back in the day. So now it's like a new mainline game, and it gets released like, it seems like once every generation cycle these days. Yeah, I do kind of miss how varied it was back in the day, and even like a game like Legend of Mana, which has a very beautiful kind of storybook sort of style, which is very different compared to like, the other sci-fi stuff that was going on, like the Final Fantasy VIII, or even games like Parasite Eve, which has like a kind of like a contemporary survival horror kind of art style to it.
I was going to bring up Parasite Eve because ever since I finished the Resident Evil franchise, you've been trying to get me to play it. And the notion of a JRPG survival horror, and like we've been talking about, that's just something I don't think would be sold today.
Well, let me tell you, I think I just want to say real quick, there's even more of a reason for you to play Parasite Eve now, is because Parasite Eve's combat system was the baseline of what would eventually become Vagrant Stories.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
I've never played the original. We got the sequel, and we liked it. It was a quirky game. I remember this, for some reason we had an error on our second disc, so like I could never beat that game.
Oh.
But I liked the first half of it, and it was a weird sort of hybrid of survival horror. It has kind of like, from memory, I think it has tank controls, and it has that kind of Resident Evil pre-rendered background style. But I think there's also like you use magic in the game. She has like MP.
Okay. Am I wrong in assuming that most of the famous like big JRPGs, the must plays of this era, were all from Square? Like, was there anyone in competition with them, really?
Yeah, no, I mean you have stuff like Capcom has Breath of Fire 3 and 4, which are good, but they're not, like, those are, like, fans of the genre probably really like them, but they're not groundbreaking. And then you have stuff like Sony had Legend of Dragoon, which a lot of people like that game. I am not one of them. I think it's...
I like that. I don't know if it would hold up.
It's a very different game.
I like that at the time.
But a lot of those games were looking to what Square either was doing or had done prior with Super Nintendo games. And then you have stuff like you get Square just being like, are we making RPGs or are we just making games with RPG like systems? And we're just trying, like, Tim Rogers has a theory that Square Enix never actually wanted to make RPGs. They wanted to make action games, but they just didn't know how, so they made RPGs instead. And they just made RPGs to fit their like action movie ideas. And I don't know if I think that's like that they didn't want to make them at all, but I do think that they were never thinking within the confines of an RPG structure like that. Especially someone like the director of this week's game, like Matsuno. I think that was why Square Enix was so dominant in this time. And plus, they put out so many games, just tons of games.
Yeah, they put out a lot of stuff. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, because I feel like, or something like Squaresoft, there's a lot of teams within Squaresoft or Square Enix. So I think there's probably teams that are more kind of RPG centric.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that.
But you kind of get the sense of, with like Kitase, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right, you definitely get the sense that his sort of team wanted to maybe move, into that more kind of action direction or more kind of cinematics of storyline. You can also see that in 13, which I think is terrible.
Well, and I think you see that too. I mean, even Sakaguchi's stuff, like 7 has a motorcycle chase scene where like you're swiping at dudes, and 8 has the train scene where you're defusing the bombs or whatever, or setting the bombs. I can't remember. And then 9's got like
the assassination.
Yeah, exactly.
8 has got a couple of
so like they really started pushing these ideas, and like Sakaguchi did, and then you have, even if I like I said, I think, like, I agree with you, Oliver, that I don't think it's fair to say that they never wanted to make RPGs. They very clearly did. And if you look at stuff like, Final Fantasy V and Final Fantasy Tactics, where they've got these intense job systems where you're min-maxing stats and a lot of equipment and that sort of thing, like, that is very clearly someone who wanted to make an RPG made that, right? So
yeah. But there's also I don't know how to pronounce his name correctly. There's Hiroyuki Ito.
Yeah.
How you pronounce his name? Ito. I definitely think he is like on the RPG side, and he has pretty major credits. Like he co-directed 6 with Kitase, and he directed 9, and he also was the co-director of Final Fantasy 12 after Matsuno left the production. And I think if you look at his credits, he really basically was involved a lot in the RPG.
I mean, not only that, like he created the active time battle system, and he created the Gambit system, and his most recent game, Dungeon Encounters, is a dungeon crawler. It's like it's like wizardry.
Yeah, I haven't. I looked at the price, and it's like,
it's a phenomenal game. No, it's totally worth it. It was one of my favorite games of last year. And the way that he strips everything back down to like basically tabletop levels of RPG systems, and there's no flair or fluff. That game is completely carried on the like precise execution of its gameplay, and he brings back the ATB system and adds like all these new ideas onto it, and he basically turns the combat in that game into like puzzles. So like, each time you're fighting monsters, like you might, you run into the same like group of monsters, but the goal is to try and get through the monsters before they, fight you. It's such a different take on the combat system than what he did before. And he's absolutely like an RPG systems guy. And it's funny because he came up with the idea for the active time battle system by watching football. Like, he was just watching football and he's like, oh, you know what? I bet you there's a way we could do this. Like,
I see that. I can get that.
Yeah, right?
I once heard when I was in college, I had a friend, a classmate from England, and he told me American football is the nerdiest game he had ever watched.
Dude, I mean, there's a reason why people like that fantasy leagues around football are like, every sport has them, but there's a reason why football is so intense about it, and they have all these rules and stuff. It's like watching a tactics RPG, and everyone's got their stats, and like you're doing different moves and loadouts, and it's totally the nerdiest. It's the nerdiest sport, absolutely.
I think that guy has he if you look at his credits, he's I feel like he was very integral in like some of the good gameplay aspects of like classic Squaresoft games. I think, if memory serves me right, was he involved in the junction system?
He designed the entire junction system. He
designed the junction system, and he also did Triple Triad, which is like still one of the best mini games. Like, you can play it in Final Fantasy VIII. It's also a weird way to play the game. You can actually like avoid battles and get a lot of like your magic and stat boosts if you just play Triple Triad. But that's also with Final Fantasy.
Yeah, there's a reason they keep bringing that back.
So he's basically, and it's like, I think for like long-term fans, they've always kind of been slightly disappointed that he hasn't been given many opportunities after 12. Yeah. Like, that dungeon game he did was like the first game he's been credited with for a very, very long time. And that's when you can almost kind of sense like the direction of the company moving on from that kind of RPG focus, or for the big mainline games. I guess maybe for the smaller projects, they still want to support producing RPGs, but it does really seem like for the mainline games, it's been more of a push to go in a more action sort of centric way. And it's a real shame because, like, the guy's he's kind of brilliant if you look at his credits.
Yeah, I mean, I think he definitely did at least helped with the job systems. And in Tactics, Matsuno, Matsuno was like, I'll just design the battle system. And then they were like, no, we have Hiroyuki Ito. He's going to do the battle system. You just do the story. And it, not in like a, you can't do it. It was more like, Matsuno, you're really good at writing. You should just write. And Hiroyuki Ito, really good at gameplay design. And I think that was the right choice, because Tactics is still like in one of the top of the tactical RPG genre.
Well, all right. Look at you, Oliver. You said you wouldn't have much expertise on this topic, but you're dropping names. You're making parallels.
But here's the thing, though, because it's mostly the Squaresoft knowledge and a bit of a classic Squaresoft tragic. But like, in terms of like other RPGs from that period, I didn't play too many. I would say Grandia.
Grandia's great. One. Yeah.
I've also never know how to pronounce this one. Is it Suikoden?
Suikoden?
Yeah.
Suikoden?
That is...
Yeah, well, there goes my pronunciation credit. But I've never played the first one, but I played the second one. And the second one...
That is one of my blind spots. I've never played a Suikoden before.
I want to play Suikoden too, because I hear it's one of like the most accessible, especially if you're a fan of like modern Fire Emblems like I am. And also, didn't it get like 2 sequels announced this year?
It's remakes.
I think it's a remake.
Oh,
remakes.
Okay.
Yeah,
maybe I'll wait for that.
And I know
they have a really good story to them. And the gameplay is pretty easy. Like, it's pretty streamlined battle system. It's not very particularly strategic or that difficult. But from memory, has a quality of life thing, because it's famous for having a very large cast, a recruitable cast you can get in game. And from memory, it's like if you choose a character you haven't been playing as, there's just like an experience multiplier, so they just pretty much like get to your level really, really fast. That one's a classic, so I'd recommend that one.
I like quality of life when grinding.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's.
I'm trying to think of other
Valkyrie.
cool PlayStation
Valkyrie
ones.
Profile is one I've only played it a little bit, but I know that that's one that a lot of people like, and it has an interesting setup where you're basically in like 2D platforming levels. You see the enemies on screen. You can get that preemptive attack in, and then the combat is very active, with each character is assigned a button on the face of the controller, and it's almost like a fighting game where you're using all 4 characters at the same time. It's hard to explain, but in practice, it's really cool. And
is that what was that game from the Skullgirls devs?
Yeah, so Indivisible.
Indivisible devs.
Exactly. Yeah, totally a Valkyrie Profile like game. And
I had.
Oh, go ahead.
I had the sequel. I never played the first.
Yeah, one. I've never.
But I had the PS2 version, which had really good graphics for the time.
The PS2 version, I think the PS2 version, because I didn't play it, but doesn't it also have like that side, the 2D, but it's like your like platforming almost?
2D,
yeah.
30.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't. I think I might have tried emulating the first one at some point, which I think has sprites.
It does, yeah.
Serves me. But the sequel is all 2D graphics.
Okay.
But I remember it having pretty good art style. I can't remember how far I went into it. I thought from memory it might have been a bit difficult at a certain stage, but I don't know.
I think I would bring up also. Square also had like the Saga games and whatnot, but for me, Dragon Quest VII is on this system, and as a huge Dragon Quest fan, I don't really like Dragon Quest VII, and so it's like a 100-hour long JRPG, like not even exaggerating. It's very, very slow opening. It's just like there are people who would say that 6 is worse than 7 or whatever, but at least 6 you can get through in like 40 or 50 hours. 7 is just too big. It's too much, and I think that every game that we could bring up that isn't from Square Enix, like they just didn't hit the same, like otherwise, like the RPGs that I think of from that time, the Japanese specific RPGs, you start running to stuff like Kingsfield, right, and Shadow Tower, or you run into like Wizardry and stuff like that, and that was very niche, and some of it didn't even make it stateside. So
I think Grandia would still hold up.
I think for sure. Grandia, you're right. Grandia is an awesome game.
Did you ever play Legend of Legaia?
I did not. No.
That one, no, I haven't played that since who knows how old I was, like 10 years old or something. But I remember that one having a weird, wacky kind of battle system. What was another one?
What about Xenogears? Did you play Xenogears? Because that one.
I didn't play that one.
Like that one is wild.
Isn't that one where it's like the second disc is just cut?
Dude, it's like 75%. Yeah, it's basically a visual novel.
Yeah, I didn't play that one. I did play Front Mission 3, so I haven't played that series since then, since I was a kid, but I did like it. So I'm actually curious to play the remake.
The remake is cool. The remake is cool. It's it's not as much. They didn't change as much as they should have, and that first game is really dependent on some weird RNG. Oh, you know what? There is another game that I would be remiss not to bring up. It's called Kadelka, and it was.
Is that the Shadow Hearts predecessor?
Exactly.
I haven't.
It is so weird. It's like that's another basically survival horror game, but this one has the turn-based combat, random encounters. That one's really interesting.
I like the Shadow Hearts series, but that's getting into PS2 territory. I think we borrowed the first one, but we never owned it. And then I beat the second one. I can't remember what it's called, but that was pretty decent. I remember though that I personally found the combat was the best in the third one, and it has this completely different art style. Like you're playing this goofy ass kid. But I remember it's like it had like the worst story and the worst worst world out of all of the Shadow Hearts, but I feel like it had the most refined out of the combat. Did you ever play Dark? I think it was released as Dark Cloud 2.
That was the.
I think it was
the.
Is that the Skittles game?
No, that's the.
It's a level 5 game. It's PS2, it's not PS1.
No, I did not play either. I didn't play Dark Cloud 1 or 2. I've had people recommend them to me, but I never played it.
We had the demo for 1, and it was a bit jank because it's like if your weapons lose, if they get worn out, they just break.
Oh man, that's my thing. I love that.
Which is terrible.
Okay, you're talking my language.
Well, we didn't like it.
You're losing me.
Yeah, give it to me.
It sounded terrible.
Give me that Breath of the Wild, Shadow Tower, all that stuff. Love it.
I love Breath of the Wild, but I remember in Dark Cloud 1 it was terrible because it's really like your weapons are like how you basically level up. I guess it's kind of similar to Vagrant Story in a weird way. But Dark Chronicle or Dark Cloud 2, because it's released under two different names. I think I'm from Australia, so it's like PAL territory. I think it was Dark Chronicle. I really like that sequel. It's probably the best level 5 game. Has a bit of jank, like terrible dungeon pacing. Like, oh my god, like the dungeons just start exponentially getting longer and longer as you go. But it's a very, very ambitious game. Like there's a lot of crazy stuff you can do in that one. It's not like turn-based, it's like action RPG. Okay, yeah. But there's a lot of weird stuff you can do that's kind of, to me when I was a kid, always kind of felt like maybe they were influenced by Legend of Mana. Because in that game, there's a lot of like kind of stuff you can do in that as well. That's kind of pointless, but sort of fun to play around with. But I remember in Dark Chronicle, there's like you can build a golem, you can do photography, you can make inventions by things you photograph. You can, there's fishing mini games. There's a kind of town sim where you can build up a sort of town. So there's a lot of like weird kind of mini games that kind of sort of interrelated in Dark Chronicle. I'm not sure if I was to replay it. It's probably a bit dated these days, but I remember that one was a particularly interesting JRPG that I liked back in the day when I was a kid.
All right. Well, for the sake of time, I'm going to cut you both off right there, because otherwise I feel like...
But I didn't even talk about 7 other games, Merv.